Lyft. Joe currently uses multiple phones to efficiently drive for Uber and Lyft. But this can be a pain at times and very unsafe. That was until Joe found Maximo, the rideshare app that automates Uber and Lyft ride requests. Maximo will use the filters set by Joe, like time, distance, and passenger rating, to determine which rides are best suited for Joe. When a ride request comes in, Joe doesn't need to worry. Maximo will automatically accept the ride request that matches his filters, and then turn off the app that isn't currently on a ride. Once Joe finishes the ride, Maximo will turn everything back on. This will allow Joe to focus more on his passengers and driving safe.
Well, midnight headlight, blindly on a rainy night, steep grade up ahead, slow me down and making no time. I gotta keep on rolling. Those are windshield wipers slapping out the tempo, break the rhythm with the song on the radio. I gotta keep on rolling. I'm driving my life away. Looking for a better way for me.
What's up, everybody? How are you doing? Gonna get a hallelujah. Just kidding. Oh, guys, sorry I'm a little bit late. I am trying to do this at 10 a.m. Mountain, 10 a.m. Mountain, 12 Pacific, or 12 Eastern, 9 Pacific, only because it gets so hot here in the day. That, starting it at 1 is just, it's brutal. It's the worst time of day to do that. And I have mobile air conditioner units in this house, so they're good, but yeah, they're really loud, so I can't run them. But anyway, sorry, I had a curry run and I had to get it done. I picked it up last night. It was a morning delivery, so it was scheduled, and here I am. But yeah, I'm going to try this at least this week, and then next week we'll be in St. Louis. And I'm definitely going to do a Sunday Funday from the Para House. So maybe I'll start it super early and see and try and grab everybody as they're waking up and bring them on camera as they don't want to be brought on camera. Let me see who's in here. Gary's in here. Anyone want to play? Guess how many times it gets pushed back? No, I'm here. And you were going to come on. See, if I knew you were coming on, Gary, if I knew that, I always know you'll come on often, but if I knew you were going to be here at the beginning, I would have had you start it since I had the curry run. So anyway, but what up, Gary? What up, Bud Soda? Laughing like Gary, get her done. Derek Reiter. I have heard good things about this Sunday stream from CDL Octavio, CDL trucker. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, man, this is kind of more of the fun stuff. Octavio he sits in on a lot of our panel stuff too. Are you a California trucker? I don't know if you're working right now. I'm really familiar with truckers, and I know you cannot text, so I won't ask any more questions than that. But I'll leave it that whenever you get a chance, if you have a chance and you're still on, just give me a quick breakdown on if you're a trucker, if you live in California, and yeah, just a little bit about you so I know you, because yeah, Octavio's a good guy. He helps with the repeal AB5 movement that I try and do everything I can with whatever. John Lopez, what's up, John? How you doing? Good morning. It's morning in Colorado. Just got home from church here. Hey, John, we both live in I guess we both live in Colorado. I'm in Denver. Where are you at? What up, Crispy? Yo. So I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in chat, and I'm showing a StreamYard of 11 people. Huh. And I can never keep up with it's morning, Colorado. Just I see. Okay. Yeah. Okay, John, you're in are you in Chicago or would you rather not say? Or I think you already told us, didn't you, when we did the Mike Harubi piece? I remember you being in there and asking lots of questions. I think you said where you were from. So sorry I didn't remember if it was Chicago, but I feel like it was outside Chicago. Crispy was let's so Gucci is a line of purses that are overpriced, tacky, and are often sold as knockoffs in New York City. That's what they are, Crispy. Therefore, ladies who have ladies in their 70s, with who need to be able to. I shouldn't go any farther. I'll just stop there. I actually do. You know, guys, you know, I do a ton of hiking. I do these 14ers. I do like hikes that take. You go camp up at the base of a 14er, and the hike itself is usually the ones that, you know, there's 56 in Colorado, there's 58 in the continental US. So my goal is to tackle them all. And my son and I have a pin board of which ones we've done. He's done 4. I've done like 20, 23. And so the ones I'm on now are like 14 to 16 hours. I'm not kidding that I see fit grandparents here in Colorado who go up and camp like we all do. And these aren't like campsites. These are at the base of a 14er. There's takes about an hour. Like when you look on a map, you know, what looks to be like about 11 miles of switchback and dirt road. Here in Colorado, we're called the Rocky Mountains for a reason. The rocks get very sharp and pointy. So even if you've got a semi off-road vehicle with enough clearance to be doing some of these roads, because otherwise you got to park even farther back. And like all the, like, if you want to learn more about 14ers, I'm going to pop it in here because you guys would really, really, this is cool stuff. I know you don't live here, so you couldn't do it unless you came here, but it's a cool website. But I'll see people totally fit in their 70s camping. And this is like where I'm talking about camping is like you park your car kind of barely off the road. It's usually at like an angle on the hillside or on the mountainside, kind of a little bit. It's weird. And then you kind of are just throwing a bivvy and or a very small tent to sleep for 3 or 4 hours because you got to get up and start them at like you have to be up and started on the ones I'm at. You have to be on the trail by like 3:30 a.m. And the reason being that if you're going to do 12 to 14 hour hikes, right around 2 o'clock in Colorado, or when the storms roll in, they roll in for 30 to 90 minutes types. But when you're up at 14,000 plus feet, you're at the highest points in the continental US. So if a storm is there, you're actually in the storm. So people have been hit, you know, you got to start early because if it starts to rain, pour, or whatever like that, you can take shelter and watch it. Usually just watch it pass over in 5-10 minutes when you start getting up that kind of elevation. But if you see something just gnarly coming in, like the whole sky, even if you've gone 2/3 of the way up or 3/4 of the way up, you got, let's say, 800 feet left, and you've been doing it for 7 hours. You can see the end in sight, even though I shouldn't even say that. The last 800 feet's brutal. But however far you are out, it doesn't matter. If something's nasty coming in, you got to get off there, because the people who always push it or start too late and then are like, well, we'll just push through the storm. Sometimes they get lucky and the storm's not anything big. But if it is big, people get hit by lightning up there all the time. We've lost people almost yearly. We lose people to lightning up there, because when lightning hits you up there, it's like the connection to the ground, the cloud is in the mountain. So I can only imagine how bad that lightning, I guess you're dead, but how bad that one would hurt, because it's not the connection of sky to ground to you like an electrical source. It's like you are there. It's like all three of you are in. It's like a perfect storm. No pun intended. I fish too, Crispy. I grew up in Michigan, so I used to fish up at our cabin all the time. My grandfather taught me to fly fish. Great fly fishing out here in Colorado, but not a lot of people that do it. Everybody's convinced that it's one of those things that it's so expensive to do it. I'm sorry, I'm just reading the link. Hey, John, when you post a link, can you make sure to put before the link, like what it is? Because otherwise it's just the link and then people touch it and they accidentally go to it. It's better if they know what it is. But yeah, also we don't so let's no harassing people and no politics in the chat though. With especially with links. Sorry guys. I don't want links in there that are to anybody's independent truckers. Yeah, so your friend who's running for Congress, I mean, all power to her, but yeah, I don't really allow any kind of oh, it is about independent contractors, truckers, everything. I just don't allow any kind of we'll leave that one. I won't take it down or anything, but for future, I just know politics, because here's why, John, is because don't worry about it. But like as soon as you put that one, when it's like Thursday night and I got a ton of people in here and in the chat, then people think it's okay to put those kind of links. And usually I'm not the one following chat. I catch up with chat like every so often, because once I'm into the stream, it's just too quick to follow up with all that. But when I do catch up, I don't want to find that one person put a political link and then 8 others did, because they're like, oh, they're cool with this. So, because those links will also attract bots to me. And that's why all of you guys have moderator handles, because I know you're the best bot snipers in the world. That's why I have moderated all of you to snipe bots. So, no biggie, dude. But yeah, just for future. Because yes, I am for independent contractors, independent truckers. So if she's doing that, man, the best thing is to write it out, put an asterisk before, if you write something, put an asterisk before it. And I'll try and kind of summarize it if it's, because that aligns with my thinking too, but I'll verbalize it. Print is something different, man. I do a lot of writing too, for articles, for my website, for other websites, for people's blogs. This summer I'm doing a bi-weekly for Moves Financial. I did one on multi-apping, and now I'm supposed to do one on the I think my next assignment's the Wanalo. It's a Wanalo app. Anyway, Wanalo just became on to Moves Financial. They're now the 19th, so all the big guys are on there, but Wanalo is I think it is. I think it's called that. Bud Soda knows, because I was talking about it once and he said it. I think he's even tried it. But I have to find 1,400 words pretty much today about Wanalo, and I've never used the app, and it's kind of weird. I don't write out things I don't use, so I'm just going to do it as a research piece. Oh, you guys want to see something badass? So my girlfriend got me this for my birthday. It's an original print. You won't be able to tell on this because of the image quality, but it's an original print Allman Brothers Eat a Peach LP. You really can't see any detail, but like it's literally from the year I was born, 72. That's why I'm part of it. But and also, you know, I love the Allman Brothers. But it's got the texture. It's got all the things albums don't have anymore. It's got all the original stuff. It's got the original artwork in the middle, hand painted. Love that stuff. You know, the stuff that they do, you know, they put out albums now and they charge to get like a remastered, you know, you're going to get like one of the new heavy weighted albums that are great. I mean, they are, but you're going to spend $30 to $50 for one. Whereas these you used to be able to go into record stores and get for like $3, $4 at like secondhand record stores. But now I can't like this was I didn't buy it, my girlfriend did for me, but I'm just guessing because it's an original, because it's in mint shape. It wasn't even like an Amazon or even eBay. She had to go to Etsy and actually communicate with a few different people because they were hard to find the original ones. So, but yeah, anyway, just because I do a lot of touring with a lot of bands, I've worked with a lot of bands, um, and my love for music. That's what she did. So that was awesome. It's pronounced Wanolo. Wanolo. Okay, yeah. Have you done it, Brandon? Have you done Wanolo? Because I'm gonna be like reading every word of their website, finding all their news press releases, and I'm gonna be looking for a couple people in the next day and a half um, to hopefully tell me their experience with Wanalo, and hopefully, even if it's bad and good, that's fine. But hopefully, there's a lot of good things I'll learn. But I do need to find a couple people who are gig workers that I know who have tried Wanalo. So if you have Bud Soda, you have. If you're in here, I don't know if you're still in here, but hopefully you are. I haven't done it. It looks like, let me see. Looks like you pick up a shift for retail restaurants warehouse. Oh, okay. To be honest, I haven't even looked at it yet. I have seen it around the App Store, so that's weird. Because I find it whenever I do last. Well, I guess maybe that's why. But whenever I'm looking at doing research on curry stuff or freight or any of that for last mile services, they seem to come up in there a lot. You know, as like you also might like kind of thing. You also might like Wanalo. But that's weird because that's you're talking about now pretty much service industry, maybe warehouse, but it maybe retail, but not really. Retail and restaurant seems like it should be its own app to me. Warehouse seems like it could be its own app too, to be honest. Doesn't seem like a good mix. Hey, Bud Soda, have you ever tried Wanalo? Hey, you guys can't hear that music in the back, can you? Like right now, I'm listening to that Allman Brothers, but I'm listening to it low enough. You shouldn't hear it. Okay. If you, thumbs up, thumbs down. Thumbs up, you can hear it. Thumbs down, can't hear it. Hopefully, you can't hear it. Is my hope. Not because I don't want you to be able to listen to the tasty tunes, but because I just don't want to get flagged by the police here over at YouTube or the companies that seem to watch these because they hate me. Because I'm going to speak the truth about them every time. So unpopular opinion. Wait, what? Is this an answer to have you tried Wanalo? Okay. I know you do Spark all the time. So unpopular opinion. AR does not matter on Spark. What? Oh, I don't even think I said Spark or anybody said Spark. Is a joke of retail setup companies. Oh, is it all temp job? You live in a weird market though, Bud. So I gotta say, like, I'm interested to see what Wanelo is in Denver. No offense, but I mean, we just have we have 800, close to 850,000 population now, so we're coming up on that million. So we're a big city. So I'm interested to see how it is here because, like, you get good Instacart and crap everything else. We get good everything, and it's a great gig market here. So it's probably a much higher cost of living, I'm sure. But acceptance rate, okay. I never know, dude, because sometimes I see like some misspellings, so I don't know. And I'm going to start not using that term anymore because this really, in all honesty, even right now, doesn't even if they want to pretend, well, in your state, you don't have an AB5 and a Prop 22 and blah 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 blah. Doesn't matter. Acceptance rate has no meaning, and most even legal rideshare, where if you're ever in an accident, call those guys. I will say that they're not ambulance chasers, but they are the best attorneys for if you're in an accident. If it's your fault, if it's not your fault, they're the best to have your back as a gig worker. So I used to kind of plug them for some other things they were doing. They've had to step away because they're just too busy, like the deactivations, and it was just becoming so silly because they're almost impossible to fight. So yeah, I don't know. Don't let's not even talk about acceptance rate because to me, I only use it as a metric to see, like, if I want to know if you're a top dasher, I might ask your acceptance rate, because if you're 0 to 10%, you're a top dasher, most likely. If you're a DoorDash top dasher and what they want you to do, to me, you're just being abused by DoorDash, even worse than they already do. It's like they're already not transparent. Now you're shooting for top dasher to prove to them that transparency isn't necessary, and I'll just take everything, including non-tip orders. So yeah. So acceptance rate gets really weird with me. The only metric I use it for is a couple of things: to see how many people think it matters, and to see if people are aware that an attorney actually would write you any attorney would write you a letter. Now in any state, I'm trying to think of one where it wouldn't even fly. Yeah, I can't even think of one, because any good lawyer could use AB5, Prop 22, so they can use the whole state of California as an example. They can now use Seattle as an example, and soon they'll be able to use Massachusetts, potentially New Jersey, potentially Pennsylvania, and potentially Illinois. And then there's about 5 more on the grill for before July of 2023. So those are the ones. So Seattle goes in on the 1st of January, goes into effect. Massachusetts goes into effect on the 1st of January, and they're not going to allow a November vote in Massachusetts to create a Prop 22 type situation. They're just going to go right to an employee model. So that's going to be the most interesting thing on New Year's Day in the gig economy. That will be the news. What is going on in Massachusetts? My guess is, because of Boston and its size, we will see for a couple weeks business as usual because it's after the new year. And then we'll see the same thing that California did. Just around the end of January, we'll see them come to them and say, hey, AB5 is in effect, or whatever they're calling it in Massachusetts. AB5 is in effect here in California. Hey, Uber, Lyft, Instacart, DoorDash, you haven't been paying your employer, or you've still got contractors, they can't be contractors. You got to start paying your W-2 taxes. And they said no. They demanded it go on to the ballot in November. Well, that's what exact replica in Massachusetts. And they said, okay, we'll have it on the ballot. And Lyft was the spearhead of Massachusetts for some reason. I don't know where Lyft comes up with money, but it was Lyft, Uber, same players as who did the fight against Prop 20, or who did fighting for Prop 22. but they had already put in $17.1 million and had 4 months of campaigning on the ground. And then the Massachusetts attorney general decided, well, we're just not going to have that on the ballot. So we think we know. I mean, here's how I view it. We think we know what's best for you guys. We saw what happened in California, and they voted for Prop 22 by over 3 million votes. So if they're voting to not use these AB5 laws, then we'll just make the decision for you, because that means you guys would vote that way too, even here in Massachusetts. And we'd just rather not go through that. So we'll just make a decision for you that you would rather be under an employee model. So it's going to be interesting for sure. For sure. What up, Pink? How you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. Are you coming to Pedro's Paradise? I wish Pepsi Coke. What do we got here? I wish Pepsi Coke, Little Trees beer vendors would put up temp jobs. Why don't you buy a hot dog cart? Buy a hot dog cart. I mean, even during non-baseball games, I know hot dog vendors. I mean, again, I live in a big city. I know hot dog vendors who crush it, dude. When I was downtown working at the bars every day, I knew all these guys. And man, even during during non-baseball season, how do you manage? Are you kidding me? And basically, they were like saying, like, dude, I do the same business year round that I do during baseball season. I see them pull their cart a couple blocks from Coors Field when I was bartending right across the street. And I'm thinking, dude, there's no way you could do better. But I guess what the story really is they're like really like during the lunch rush or pre-game rushes when people will be eating dinners, I think it's mainly just lunch and early morning, but they said that those hours are basically just keep enough hot dogs cooked. Like they can't. So they're selling everything they're making, and they're just constantly making more because that cart doesn't have enough room. So, it's trying to just actually keep up for a 3 to 4 hour rush. What up, Rodney? How you doing? What up, Omer? How you doing? We actually have a lot of food trucks. It's fair season, so they're all doing that. But you always, but so do you always have a reason why something won't work, dude. You know what? Just flip the script on your brain and just say it will work and make it work. And I'm laughing, but like that, I got to tell you, a lot of the times in my life, that is how I make things work. Because I can look at things with a perspective and go, it's just not there right now. This can't be done, and I'll still go for it. And, maybe I don't do as good as I'd like to do, or I do, maybe I won't do as good as, I'd like to make my earnings, and I have all that kind of scalable, but I can still always do, I feel like a little better than people are saying you can do on something, So I don't know. I know you're always working, dude, but I know that we all know it's work smart, not, not hard, but really working, as a person, again, I'll relate it to the bar thing. Yeah, I had to work smart in the bar. I managed it. I was a part owner. After years, I've been in the bar industry for 30 years. About the last 7 of them, I was an owner too. So I constantly was stepping up my game and my responsibilities. But like, dude, that work smart, not hard, is a great thing, and I do believe in that to a degree. But there's a degree where when you're running a business, you have to work smart. But in a bar, you also have to work really hard. So there are times you got to do both, man. A lot of times, like it. And by the way, here's the link on that. If any of you guys want to learn about what 14ers are, what we go through, how crazy they are, that website's amazing. So, there's only one hot dog truck here. So go offer him money for his hot dog cart. then it'll be just you. Say, hey man, you ever thought about selling out? Oh man. Okay. So I'm gonna put this link up here. I gotta go deal with my dog for 1 minute. I'm gonna put the link up, and when I come back, if anybody wants to join in. Okay, I will be back. Until just give me about a minute. I'm gonna try and leave you guys with a nice little picture or something. I took all my overlays off. What do I still have? Oh, okay. Enjoy this for a minute.
What's up? Hey, Gary.
What's up? What's up?
Oh, here on a Spark order, $20.
Oh, hold on.
It might be a little loud. I don't know how loud it is.
I had to turn down that other actual live stream. That's a
Holy
Grubhub.
crap. Yeah. It's got to be going the direction I'm going. No, this is going on the other side of the city. Can't do it. The only thing I could take is basically going to the apartment complex or somewhere just off 37, which is west of me. Because this is where this Spark is going. I know you probably think I'm wild for stacking Spark, but I have to do it all the time.
I stack
Well, I don't
Spark
say
all
I
the time.
have to, but like it makes sense.
I stack it as long as I make my drop-off times. That's all that matters.
The drop-off times of the Spark almost don't matter, especially if you're sitting here waiting around and you're going to be late anyway. You know what I mean? That's why I stack it.
Are you going to the gig conference?
Yeah. I'll have to take the truck. That I looked up that EcoSport again, and the price jumped by $30 or $40. It's $98 a day instead of $58 a day now. So The only other vehicle on there that would be somewhat affordable is a Jeep Compass, which, nah.
Did you
I don't
check
want
and
to
see if Lisa's going?
I don't believe she is. I've asked her several times. She's already done 2 workcations, so I don't think she feels like going to St. Louis.
That truck's going to eat a lot of gas going to St. Louis.
20s. I mean, the EcoSport I was going to rent, it only gets mid-20s. Maybe push 30 if I'm lucky, highway. But it is what it is.
You get you a hotel room already?
No, I already got plans.
Hmm.
I can't. I'm not going to publicly disclose.
You can stay with Steve.
Well, like, we were originally planning to all get together and, split a place anyway, because, I mean, he was discussing that, like, up to 2 months ago, so, I mean, all staying together in one house would be more ideal. I know you like your own thing. You're more of a loner, but I'm sorry, my freaking phone holder broke, so you're going to have to deal with me like this.
No, there's a few reasons. Like, if it was just like me and Steve, I probably would do it because I know Steve enough. I've talked to him enough, but I'm not going to stay in a house with a bunch of people I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I look forward to meeting y'all in real life. Let's see, Steve, David from Para, which I'd like to pick his brain. All right, here's my order, bud. There's gonna be a lot of people, so give me a minute.
Did you have to wait, Tim? Did you have to wait a long time at Five Guys? Like, I know Steve's always complaining about that. He's like, I always got to wait at Five Guys. But Kim says she always has a good experience. Everybody's always working on Sundays. Everybody work Sunday? I don't ever work Sundays. Well, I don't do gig work on Sundays. What's up, Bruce? Yeah, I think I've only picked up from Five Guys a handful of times. And so I can't recall if I had to wait or not. Yeah, Bruce, I know you're definitely banker hours there. I wish I could be banker hours, but I haven't hit that retirement status type yet. But I do start my vacation on Tuesday, so I'll actually be on vacation for 5 days.
Appreciate you.
Gonna go to Branson, Missouri
Fastest
first.
I've been out of here in a long time.
Never been there.
This one order literally has 2 freaking items. That's freaking ridiculous.
That's the best because I don't accept anything less than $20 on Spark. So 2 items.
Exactly. It's like $20.60 or 61, something stupid, and it's like super easy.
Bruce, you still using Maximo? Is it still working for you?
It glitches out a lot. It keeps making me force stop it.
I'm talking
It
to
does work
Bruce.
most of the time, but I don't know why it does that. Even when I restart my phone, it'll just randomly stop. Then it will start working again. Like 3/4 of the time it works. It's not like a huge deal. If Grubhub was a lot busier, then I'd be more worried about it. I don't know if it's just my phone because it tends to be this Verizon phone. I don't know if it has to do with, the busy traffic on it. So, like, the volume of data being over the freaking grid. I'm trying this phone today because it's Sunday and there shouldn't be as many soldiers out. So I'm going to just try to operate up my main phone. I'm streaming on my secondary right now. But this thing says I'm using like a whack ton of data. I actually haven't. The only thing I do on it is StreamYard. But it says I'm using like 50 gigs or something crazy for a month. That's just not, no way. I took a whole week off and I wasn't on it.
Well, video streaming takes a lot.
Oh yeah, I know. I
So
think it's from when I live streamed. Because I did do quite a few live streams like right at the beginning of the month when my plan renewed.
Well, do you have unlimited data?
Yeah.
Then
they can slow you down. And I'm on 5G right now, but when the data network starts getting clogged, they knock me right down to 4G, and it's pretty slow. But it's workable versus Verizon. It's so overly saturated. It's so overly saturated, you can't complete orders. So, do you know anybody who has this problem on DoorDash? Me and a few other dashers around here, at least in my market, market as
Yeah, you're cutting out.
So that leaves me wide open to liability. Have you heard about that?
I didn't hear a word you just said because you just cut out the whole thing.
Oh, sorry. I said in-app messaging on DoorDash hasn't worked for me and several other drivers around here on DoorDash. Have you heard about that being a problem? Because I Leave at Door uses in-app messaging unless they just don't have it installed in the first place. So that leaves me wide open for liability, to where if someone can claim they never got their food and I have no proof of it aside from text pictures.
No, I haven't heard that. Mine works, so.
Yeah, it's actually very, very annoying. I've tried to uninstall and reinstall on both phones and nothing worked. Hey, Steve. He's back. Apartment complex, AT&T doesn't get very good service, so I'm to complete this order at least, though, because Spark doesn't like to complete on some reason. Maybe take photos.
Yeah, I didn't hear a word he just said.
It looks like he's muted.
He just muted it, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, Bruce, I was just wondering if you was having any issues, because I think it was last week somebody messaged me about Lyft changed something in their app and it wasn't accepting. I think it was accepting orders or declining orders. I can't remember. So I released an update real quick. Got Mr. Lopez.
Hey, John, what's up?
Greetings from the land of Lincoln.
Yeah, it's nice to put a name to the face, man. Thank you for joining our discussion this week.
Well, thank you for inviting us onto the live stream. I had no idea that you could do this, but I'm kind of some old-fashioned. I'm a few years older than you there, Steve. So I'm still.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Thank you.
No, I mean I look younger than I am. So
I'm sure I.
No, you don't, Steve. No, you
I'm
don't.
sure of it. When you showed that album cover, when you showed that Allman Brothers cover, it brought back memories. I remember the old Peaches stores back in the 70s in Dallas, so I know where they came from.
Okay.
And the old Peaches crates.
Well, I mean, at least you aged well then too. And
thank you. Praise God. I give thanks to God, but thank you.
Yeah. So, we'll go against Gary here, who's just being picky.
I like his hat.
He's an app developer. That's an app he developed.
Okay, is that DUH or DUK?
DUH.
Okay, I thought it was okay.
Duh.
Like duh, but it's driver utility helper. It's for people that work the DoorDash platform.
Ah, cool.
to be able to set all their parameters so that they don't even see the crap offers. Like you can set distance, how much you want to make.
So it doesn't stand for Dashers Underhand or something like that, No? Okay. Bad joke. It is Sunday. Mal chiste, as you would say in Espanol. So
Yeah. So yeah, you were saying a lot of things on Tuesday about you were talking about a lot of the stuff that we talk about off the camera too. So are you a retired trucker?
I'm actually a semi-retired consultant. I've never driven a semi in my life. Um, I know a fella who's not that much younger than me who got tired of working in offices and he made the career change to a trucker recently. And ironically, he lives in Illinois, but he works for a trucking company in Wisconsin, voluntarily a W-2.
Who
So
has
this whole
music?
talk about that's not me. I think that's you, Steve.
It'll go off and shortly. Here, I can
Okay.
turn it.
There, I muted him. Go ahead, John.
Okay, well, just to let Steve catch there. So this fellow, he a little bit younger than me. He decided to become a trucker. He lives in Woodstock, Illinois, and he has to cross into Wisconsin. But this whole thing with the PRO Act we were talking about the other day, well, that would impact him because even though Illinois is not a right to work state, Wisconsin is, and right now he's not had to be pressured to join a union.
Well, the PRO Act would have. I mean, was just to be. Hey, Kim, how are you? Good to see you. Just to be clear, the PRO Act would affect everybody, though.
That's true, but I'm just saying
So it doesn't matter if you live, work, right? It doesn't matter what state you live in. It doesn't matter what you think you have the right to do. It would all end. It would collapse.
Yep.
All 60 million would have to figure this out. I don't know what they might allow, just like carve outs in California. They might have ways of like, okay, you guys can batch through this and we'll call it this. But all 60 million would we have to reevaluate the way that they earn. And that's just not, that's a third, that's exactly about 1/3 of the working force, if not just a smidge under or over. I mean, and if that's a third of the working force, you don't mess with that just because unions want some money.
Agreed.
You know,
And
you
we
just
see,
don't.
and like I say, with what's going to be going on here in the fall, I know we don't want to get too much into politics, but certainly, um, we're watching what's happening all across the country, and certainly we're getting the word out. And Lord willing, common sense is going to prevail, and the truckers in California are going to get their point across, and they're going to let the nation know this is not the time to be learning these kinds of ABCs.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm still watching I'm surprised not as much down in LA, a little bit of annoying, which I like to see, but I'm still surprised how much Oakland's holding out. Oakland is not letting this go down, man.
I've got to say, it brought a tear to my eye when I actually saw the ILWU Local 10 side with the truckers. I mean, that's old-fashioned union pre-1970s. Let's all be solidarity for our jobs. Doesn't matter what your political convictions are, and doesn't matter what's tainted the unions over the past 50 years when the Longshores and Warehouse Union Local 10 honored the truckers protest. That sent a chill up my spine that there's really hope here for resolving and solving the labor disputes, and that was just tremendous.
But honestly, don't you think part of that is just because what's the option for them? The truckers are being put through this. They're going to do that, and every day they do it makes them look just worse.
True, but whether the motivation is pure or not, it's just point of seeing real solidarity, and it's not a picket line because they're not picketing an employer. They're protesting the state and the state government. And recently, I had a conversation with my local state representative, and she's a freshman. She's facing a tough race. But I was telling her, look, she goes at me. So yeah, I want to go after the misclassifiers. And hey, yes, there are bad. There are bad apples in every side. There's bad actors among the employers. There are definitely bad actors among unions. And I pointed out, a year ago, there was this strike out at Frito-Lay in Topeka, and they were talking about, suicide shifts and things like that. And I had to ask the question, wait a minute, Frito-Lay in another life 3 decades ago, I used to work for Frito-Lay in their home office. I know how the plants are organized even now. And there are over 30 plants across the country. Why is only one plant having this kind of a union issue? Is it a case of the unions, the union local didn't represent the members well? Because otherwise you'd have this kind of conditions all across the country. So just add the discernment of, if you want to have a stronger National Labor Relations Board, fine, but everybody is held accountable, not just employers, but the unions and definitely the government in the case of the truckers. But I just have to point that out to the lady, saying, look, you can have bad actors among a union local too.
Yeah.
They're not immune from being a bad actor.
Yeah. Part of me, I mean, obviously there's a lot of parts of me, every part of me sides with the truckers, every part of me. And I actually do some writing too for my blog, but I also do it for other pieces. And I did a piece on the Canadian protest when it happened in Ottawa. But I'm wondering if, just as long as it gets resolved quickly, I'm wondering if this almost isn't a blessing, because all these states like Massachusetts are already making the move to these AB5 type worlds that really they have no clue what they're about to witness. I'm just wondering if, because I always tell people, they try and showcase AB5 and Prop 22 is like, well, look at AB5 and look at the gig workers. And I've had people on whose businesses of 30 years have been destroyed. They're 6-figure earners. No chance of even bringing it back. I mean, I've had them all on the podcast. We've had roundtables, all kinds of things. One of them, I mention it all the time. I'm going to mention it one more time quickly, is that, and she's become a dear friend of mine, is Gail Gordon. She owns a nonprofit opera house in LA, and it does a very specific niche of Jewish traditional music that her mother or her great grandmother handed down to each lady in her family from the camps, in the Nazi camps. So this music would have actually been lost. And she has been shut down since AB5 went into effect. And she's a state certified 501c3 nonprofit. So she finally decided, screw this, I'm going to do it. And she got all these opera singers to donate some time. She put on an event to be a fundraiser. And she got she was just trying to raise a little, nothing to like fix all that's been done over the last 2 years, but it's just something to kind of keep the opera house a little bit alive. She's in her 70s, very active person, awesome lady. And she had the show, and she got the I don't know why it's supposed to be 30. I think they moved it down. We got the $23,000 fine for holding that event. So they raised 11,000 and she had to pay 23,000.
Wow.
So she lost another 14. Each
Oh.
instance is 30, it was 30 grand. I don't know why. I think it's 23 now. Like that's also like another thing. Like in my book, I know this sounds horrible, but they should have just kept it at 30, because by moving it to 23, it's almost like you're reevaluating. Yeah, this isn't a real good thing we're doing. Let's just bring it down a little. And it almost showcased like what a big amount of money. Like we'll move it from 30,000 per incident to 23,000. That way it won't look it still looks as bad, people. don't think that did it. Don't think that like that's like, oh, okay. Like it's only 23 now. Now I can afford it, because again, it's per instance,
Instance. Yeah. I hear you.
And it's, a lot of these writers too, before the carve outs were full, and they're still not great. But even if they were staying within the 40 articles or 25 articles per publication that they write for, the publications weren't touching them with a 10-foot pole. So if they write for Miami Herald, if they write for Chicago, if they write for Omaha, Denver, Boston, wherever they're writing for, and a lot of these are as you probably know, are tied together, like Chicago Tribune, Miami Herald, Denver Post, San Francisco Chronicle. They're all one paper.
Mm-hmm.
So if you do one job for each of those, that's 4 jobs for the same company. So that counts 4 against your 25. So people were calling people like from Miami, if they're a writer, and saying, we can't touch you with a 10-foot pole. You're toxic with AB5 now, because they didn't have the time to follow up and see, does this person do for all of our affiliate papers?
Mm-hmm.
Like they didn't have the time to do that too. And the entity hiring a freelancer can be fined as well. So
Yeah.
they can get these fines slapped on them if they hire somebody and then they find out, well, we already hired, they already wrote 40 articles for the Chicago Tribune. So we're already 15 over. That makes it 16 over. That's going to be 16 fines.
Yeah. Each instance, yeah.
But also, I mean, you just made it so people can't make a living on that. And that's even with that was a carve out, was okay, well, fine. We said you couldn't be a freelancer. You got to be an employee. Fine. You guys can write 25 articles a year per publication. Now it's like gone up, but I'm part of the freelancers group that Karen Anderson runs, who's a big AB5 person. So that's why a lot of the freelance writing, just anything written, publications, newspapers, whatever, I'm really tied in with that group, and I've seen the damage AB5 has done to all of them.
Well, as I'm now freed up from the during the month of July, I'm freed up from the most recent election. Now I'm turning back to writing about on one of my gigs on Illinois Family Action. So I'll be churning out a few more articles on that. It's funny because my last article, which was back in March, it was about the time Tim Scott introduced his legislation in the Senate, and I was just on the guest caller on Beyond the Beltway, which is run nationwide, and Dan Ronan of Transport Topics was there, and he was really confident that the Supreme Court was going to hear the Caltrucks, the California Truckers Association, challenge to AB5, and unfortunately, that interview didn't age very well. We happened on June 30th, and now what's going on now. So it's an appropriate time for me to connect back to that. I had to pull back from one of my gigs because of some additional work I'm doing now, but fortunately, the good people at Family Action are going to allow me to still write here, and I'll definitely send the links out when they become available.
Yeah.
For the because I've been writing about this on my various sites for 2 years now. So I've been connected as much. I've known Lisa Rothstein, and who does not know Kim Cavan, and the rest.
Okay. Oh, you know all these people. Okay.
I know
they've all
them, yeah.
they've all been on this podcast.
Okay.
Like if you go look through the library, you can find. I've had Kim Cavan on 3 times. I've had Lisa Rothstein on twice. I've had Gail on 3 times. And then Karen Anderson. I'm familiar with her because she's a big push on all this too.
She's one of the. I mean, I think all of them except maybe for Rothstein are all co-leaders of Freelancers USA. So
yeah. Yep.
Definitely, we're talking the same group here. So
yeah. Yep. In fact, I feel isn't that her group?
She's one of the co-leaders. I mean, it's
okay.
It's just I know I think Kim is primarily the main one, but there's one in Georgia, there's 2 in New Jersey, there's definitely California with Gail and another lady, I can't remember her name.
Right.
But yeah, it's definitely a good group of it. These are the ones who were writing the amicus brief earlier this year.
Yes.
For the writers' Supreme Court case, as well as for the Atlanta Opera House.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard the if you heard the Kim Cavan story about when she went down there for the brief. She actually spoke, and she didn't think she was going to get to, but
good for her. I missed that there.
Well, that's why I'm pulling it up right now, so I can't see the StreamYard right now, but I'm just going to put a link in there because anybody that wants to watch something, I've got 3 with Kim. They're all amazing, but this one is actually on specifically that day in which she did this video. Because I'm gonna put the link up for people if you want to watch it, because it's great. It's only 45 minutes too, but it's a great piece. She just kind of told me the night before, she's like, normally I ask her, and she was like, you want to do a live stream tomorrow? Because I'm probably going to get into some trouble here. I'm going down to the State House. And I was like, yeah, absolutely.
I've been trying to get Illinoisans here. And by the way, shout out. Hello, Darlene Swafford. Thank you for joining us. And She's one whose brother is an independent trucker in Florida, and
Okay.
she just joined the live stream. I saw the chat. So one thing I was going to say is that Kim. I've been trying to encourage people to interview Kim here in Illinois because, like I said, she's a tremendous leader and a passion, and that to unleash her here would be just tremendous, and to unleash any of the freelancers who've been fighting for our rights would be,
Uh,
bring blessings here in Illinois.
oh, I think, yeah. You should. Anybody should share out all these links that I've done too. Like Mike was the most recent, but like I've done 3 with Kim. I'm just looking through, going. I mean, like that's how good Kim is. Like Kim and I have a good rapport when we do this too, and yeah, I mean, it's just I'm at least trying to find this one because the thing about the time you're talking about too is what they were actually doing there was the only carve out that happened that day was for golf caddies in New Jersey.
Yeah, I remember seeing
which
that.
is right, which is weird because Kim and I were joking about it because it was like, well, wait a minute, why? Oh, because the rich people need their golf caddies. You know what I mean? Like
Yep.
that was the only reason. That was
Let me guess. This is going to be centered around Bedminster because they're going to always put some of the more famous course names and the most famous owners at Bedminster, New Jersey. So
right.
that's one of that's the other big course that Trump owns.
Yeah, I was going to say again, all of that. I just found it. Here it is. Okay, I'll put it in here. I'll put it in the show notes that here is Kim, Kevin. I don't even know how interview 2 of 3, but this one's about exactly what he's talking about. So
I remember the golf one because I used that in one of my articles and I clipped it to a question that another gentleman had asked about about those that give the bad actors. Again, we're not naive to think there aren't bad actors in anything. If someone really is being misclassified, I think, as Kim was very clear, and we all would support, file the complaint. File the complaint and say, hey, I believe I'm being misclassified. But it's just like the vast majority of us, 59 million, we do this by choice. We've
yeah,
chosen to do this. And the best negotiator for us is not a union local, it is ourselves. Then by all means, that's
exactly.
just the American way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big union guy anyway. I'm originally from Michigan. I'm not a big union guy. Especially these days. Like you said, it can go either way. There can be people everywhere on both sides of the aisle, in the middle of the aisle, above the aisle, under the aisle. There's just, and then there's the people who are good and bad, the really hard people to read, who are like almost like a bipolar of good and bad.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, which one are you today? Because I need to hit you on the right day.
Well,
But
I guess I'm sorry. I
no,
thought you
go
were
ahead.
done.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, because I'm in my background, my father, he was a 30-year veteran of the United States Department of Labor. So I grew up in he believed in what the original precept of a union was. But my father was also one of the Reagan Democrats in 1980 because just like the rank and file that rejected the Democrats in 1980 in the presidential, he saw through and wasn't going to accept the union leadership and the labor movement leaders. He was going to accept the truth. And I remember something when he was out in California, because I remember I used this because when I eulogized him when he passed on 10 years ago, the first thing he would always go is, take me to the poor areas. He mentioned Bakersfield, California, Kern County. He wants to make sure the programs that were set up to help the people are really actually helping the people. And he
Yeah,
always instilled that in me. And it isn't a Republican thing or a Democrat thing. It's just a right and wrong thing. And
absolutely.
that's where, he instilled so much about, my family originally came into this country and around the El Paso, Texas, and southern New Mexico. Our first land holdings were in 1829 first recorded land holdings in 1829 in what was then the New Mexico part of Mexico. That was where the land grant came from, and it's the values that we've been instilling. We're looking at what's happening in other parts of the country, like South Texas. South
Right.
Texas, where you have one of the main people who voted against the PRO Act not once but twice, and then he was assailed from all sides. He did survive his primary by 289 votes. So just a reminder that every vote counts. But he fought for freelancers and to protect right to work. And it doesn't matter what political party they are; they're doing what's right, and
Yeah.
we're encouraged to help them.
So,
Yeah,
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Isn't it somewhere in Cali that both union and independent truckers are basically in unison for all the bull crap they have to deal at the ports?
No.
Does anyone know anything more about that?
If you're hearing anything like that, it's just it's either just bad reporting or it's just misleading words.
He might be referring to Oakland and where the longshore and warehouse local 10.
Oh, for the international port. Okay.
He might be referring to the Oakland port. Yeah, I think that's the one where he's referring
Use
to.
the right two lane.
Yeah, and again, that goes back to what John was talking about over there. That he was so surprised to see that union jump on, though. But yeah, I mean, the bottom line is that from what was it, Tuesday? Was it Tuesday or Monday? Until like Wednesday, they 100% had the international port of Oakland completely 100% shut down. In fact, they for those days, 2 of them, they actually had the staff leave the premises out of safety concerns, which were not safety concerns really, but even I agree with it was probably a good move because you didn't know what was coming in. But it's like all the truckers, this has been very peaceful, but they're just not budging. And I get it. If I was a trucker out there, I would be parked right next to him. Not to say that, like it's not, because this time it's not, do you want to battle for a little more money? I mean, you have to go there because you can't work. You literally, it's not even like, hey, you're going to take a 10% pay cut. No, you just can't work anymore. Sorry. Thanks for helping us out during all the pandemic. Thanks for getting everything where it needed to go. But yeah, we're not going to let you work anymore.
I mean, we had that whole one incident because of the crap that's happening in Cali, where that ship basically blocked the Panama Canal. That slowed things down even more. So, like, that's a concern.
Dude, this is a triple whammy as far as I see it on the supply chain issue too. You got independent truckers not allowed to move their trucks. You got holdups at the port, and which we already had problems at the port before. First of all, do remember that when AB5 happened in January 2020, when it went into effect, most people, like I've talked about with Kim and Lisa and all the people that we just mentioned, most people weren't even aware it had happened. I mean, they were like, what's AB5? Literally. And so it was, they're all of a sudden they're getting a crash course on AB5 is your business is closed. Goodbye. And they're like, wait, what? This is real? A few had heard of it, but not many. And this is the same kind of thing. Like the truckers got their carve out. Like right as the pandemic started or right before it, because they were just told, listen, don't worry about the AB5 kind of thing. Going back to like a problem they had years ago with Dynamex. So now it's like they're like all, okay, we'll just let the truckers. It's not really a carve out, but it's a carve out. We'll let you operate. Go ahead. And nobody really ever thought that SCOTUS would ever deal with this again, at least for a long time. And to watch them the week after the big decision on abortion, the week after, I don't know if I've said this before. I think people missed what happened. Everybody was so focused on the abortion thing that they didn't notice that the following Monday, Tuesday, like 2 to 3, I can't remember what they were. I've talked about them. Things were kicked through that would have looked huge if the week before hadn't involved abortion. I mean, straight up, they were not little things, including they took up this thing. They said, no more. You guys are under AB5 now. And it's like nobody expected that, because every time they would get together on these things, they were just saying, they're fine. The truckers are fine. Leave them alone. But this time they were like, okay, we need to review that again. And they're like, pull it away. They're under AB5 now.
I wouldn't think that a conservative leaning court would do those kind of things. I thought they'd be more strict interpretations of Commerce Clause. You better let things flow, through, not, here's these arbitrary laws that go against free trade.
Well, let me interject on there, if I may. First off, we got to remember, it wasn't a case where the court actually reviewed the case. It just, the court decided not to review the case. So it wasn't like there was a formal hearing or presentation before the Supreme Court on the California Truckers Association challenge to AB5. And where you're going with the conservative leaning, there is a consistency. It's just not the one that you think it would be. Consistently, we've been seeing the 10th Amendment is being applied to nearly everything of the rulings, and the decisions not to make a ruling towards the end of the term. I mean, and the California Truckers Association just happened to be the last case where basically they're saying the states are going to decide this. The states are going to regulate this when it comes to tax status. And to me, it's what it sounds like they were consistently saying. Just like with on the abortion issue, it goes back to the states. Same here, even though there was the interjection of the Federal Aviation Administration Act of 1994, the court decided not to hear the challenge and said this is really a state issue. So I think it's more of a case of the conservative court as being conservative, but in a different way of just holding to the Constitution that states can decide this.
Yeah. I think everything's in for a big mess. Looking at AB5 as a model, and now to watch, I mean, I don't know how people this is why I was saying, is it kind of a blessing, because aren't even the people who somehow overlooked the fact that every time Gavin Newsom made a law during the pandemic, or a rule, that he literally was trying to break his own record to break it. Like, no going to restaurants, and 10 minutes later he's at like the most expensive restaurant in California. It's like, dude, I mean, like literally he'd say, you guys can't go to Montana. He'd go to Montana. Like he would do within an hour what he said you can't do. So I know he has a lot of support out there, but aren't people literally going to go, look, dude, we didn't, I feel like this is what's going to make people understand AB5 and Prop 22. I think that people who have jobs, W-2 and stuff, they basically don't care. They try and like, I kind of get it. And it won overwhelmingly for Prop 22 votes. That's big for California for a win. To say no, but I don't think I think this is what's going to, and I'm not talking about just the supply chain. I'm talking about, because it's the truckers, because it's not a virtual gig app strike that never gets any media attention at all, because it's the truckers doing it. I feel like the media is all over it. And I feel like this is not good for Gavin Newsom. Like, I don't know why he didn't protest this longer, even if it was just to like try and do it in a year. It seems like you'd want to get through this November without pulling this kind of crap.
Well, I would take it a step further, because Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker also has presidential ambitions, and the gun may be, I better not use that term, that metaphor. It might be ready to try to implement through the amendment that's on the ballot in November, but it hasn't happened. So Pritzker can point to California and saying, state of Illinois does not have truckers protesting because our tax status is still common law IRS test. Yet he's not done that. And these two are kind of circling each other. It's like the two biggest kids on the block. They're going to fight at some point. And Pritzker hasn't taken advantage of that, at least not yet. What they're all, and then now Newsom's taking shots. Both of them are taking shots at Governor DeSantis in Florida. And this week, Newsom's now taking out full-page ads in Texas. So he's taking shots at Abbott as well as DeSantis. So it's just all those governors can just point to California, take advantage of this situation, and say, look, both Abbott and DeSantis, they have right to work states. We don't have these kind of protests because you have the freedom to pursue your livelihood the way you want to pursue it, not the way the government or the unions tell you how to do it.
Right now we do.
Missed.
Right now,
now we do. And we
and
all.
And I think that, and this is a big point that maybe I've just never said it this bluntly. Again, I don't ever tell people which, where I vote. I have told everybody openly I'm an independent voter because I do vote all over the map. Because I actually look at the things I'm voting for and how they're going to affect me and my community. And it doesn't always match up as one line or the other. Not at all. So I don't know. I'll be honest, I didn't used to do it as well as I do now. I used to just kind of vote down the ticket, one side or the other.
Mm-hmm.
But as I got older and got more into it, it became more important to me because I also realized that at 30, you don't need to try and be I'll hear my teenage son talk to me. It used to all go over his head. Now he's like, dude, why are you so dived into this stuff? And it actually makes me feel good that they don't have to. Yeah, I think it's like one of those life stage things that you get deeper into it as you get older, because then it's like the 40-year-olds start getting into it, the 50s, the 60s, and they're looking out for the younger generations based on what we learned coming up. And especially right now, I mean, that's why I'm all over this PROACT thing. I don't know how you feel, John, but even Kim, the round table I did with the ladies was really cool. It was Lisa, it was Kim, it was Gail, and Karen.
Okay.
It was all 5 of us. We talked for about 2 hours, and it's amazing that people didn't see how close the PROACT came. If you watch that roundtable, we talk about it, but even that doesn't give it away. People in California were unaware of AB5. It was amazing to us that something like the PROACT that was going to change all of the framework of America almost went through in the beginning of this presidency.
Mm-hmm.
But a couple hitches happened. I mean, it's one of the few things that even we've said maybe even the pandemic helped that a little bit, because it took away some of the steam that they were going to have going into the summer, because they were gung-ho on June 2020 being that PROACT was going to be in place.
Yep.
And they've said this before in past years, but they've never had it in the House so easy, or even Congress was a coin flip. But then it flipped real quick on them. And then they actually dismantled it, to put it easy to people, and tried to it's like, let's say that you can't take a 10-piece old machine gun through a metal detector, but you can have 10 people take 10. Okay. Maybe 3 get caught or 4 get caught,
Mm-hmm.
so you can't build the whole thing, but you got 60% of it through. And now you're going to rebuild it as best you can. That's kind of like what the PROACT was trying to do after it realized it's not going to pass as is.
Right. No, it's one of those things where from 2020, where the House passed it in early 2020, and then the Senate it never came up because that was still the Republicans still controlled the Senate. Whereas last year, when HR 842 passed with amendments, there are some interesting amendments in there, but that aside, but then you've got the 3 Democrat holdouts, and we all know who they are, the 2 from Arizona, Sinema and Kelly, as well as Senator Mark Warner of Virginia. It's been over a year, and this is something I kind of said in the chat. Well, I thought this was all about collective bargaining. Where's the collective bargaining taking place in order to pass something? Maybe
Nancy Pelosi's hair salon.
No, well, it's the funny thing is it's not even Nancy Pelosi. It's what's happening in the Senate. Schumer said in March of 2021.
I know. I'm just saying that's where it's done, though. I just like reminding people of the things that they need to know.
Got it. But like I said, it's been over a year, collective bargaining, and when you reach an impasse, what are you supposed to do when you're in contract negotiations? You negotiate. You actually mean it.
I just don't get, because again, what I'm I'm guessing you're the same way, John. You don't turn on your TV and go, I need to take the news in for the day. Even though you and I are of the same somewhat same era, maybe.
Yeah,
Okay.
somewhat.
So yeah, okay. So, but I'm saying like we used to do that back in the day. We would turn on the TV to get the news, and there weren't other sources, maybe AM radio type stuff, but like you would turn the TV on. That's what you counted on. And I don't think it was as biased back then. I don't think it was as crazy, but like I would never go to any channel. So this again won't tell you any political affiliation I have because I'll straight up say it. CNN, Fox, MSNBC, all of them, they're junk. They report on, I mean, their reporters can talk well, but they report on what they're told to report on by their bosses. It's a different world. So now you got to find your media other places, but you also got to make sure you don't go too far the other way and get the crazy media, because the crazy media is like beyond. I happen to think some conspiracy theories are true. Not all of them, but the crazy crowd goes conspiracy wild too much, and they're good at kind of making it look like, yeah, that's right. That is how it. You got to watch that. So don't believe normal media, don't believe others, but like that's why on Uber Lyft drivers, I always like if I put up one of my gig economy news roundups, which I do 2 to 3 a week, in there are all the articles I'm getting that I'm basing a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about that week on, and where the actual article links where I'm getting them. So, like I'm trying to not tell you guys, hey, read this. I try and find them from all different walks of life in different states, different papers, little ones that I use, whatever that I like. And when they do a good story, I put it up there because I want you guys to start reading other people's work and how it reads. Because then go ahead and I would actually challenge you to then go to your favorite newspaper, website, um, new whatever if you had 20 minutes to kill and you wanted to take in news, where would you go? And I would challenge you to go find an article relative to the one I point you to on your channel and tell me if it just even like knowing what I sent after you read it, you can read into what they're saying and go, okay, I see how all that could have happened, but they left it out. So it's not necessarily, I guess I'm saying all this because it's not necessarily always fake media or all this tag that everything gets.
Mhm.
It's the owners of the media channels tell you I am hard right. So unless I tell you to do a semi-left article, everything you write better be hard right.
Mm.
I mean, I think that's how pretty much all of news works. Because they don't want to, nobody. A lot of you might think like, why wouldn't you want the mixed channel, like the channel that reports on both? Because you would have no viewership. Because people are so like, if you're to the right, you're right. If you're to the left, you're left, and you don't want to hear anything good about the other side when you're watching your news. You want your news to be
Echo
aggressive
chamber.
and mean to the other side. Even if the other side does something good, you don't want to hear about it because you're on that side.
I hear. Right now, you should be seeing a screen that I'm putting up from one of my articles from last year,
Okay. I
and
put it up. Yeah.
I'm just showing it here with the Illinois polling, and there's polls all over the place where even in Illinois, workers want flexibility and independence over union representation. Now, maybe some folks picked up on this when this came out a year ago, and this is from Joe Biden's pollster, but they surveyed app-based drivers support a third way, and we talked about this. This is in the I think this is reflected in the new legislation with Stefanik and Cuellar and Steele for solopreneurs. And then, it's interesting some of the metrics that came out of this poll. 72% of Democrats support a third way. Union households also prefer a third way over a move to employment classification, with 63% support. And that's where we brought up, well, let's look at the election results in California, and there's the grid there. And that's where, no matter what sources we take, and that's kind of the niche that, God's gifts have helped me to do, is let's bring this information so people can see it, let alone read it. And you mentioned too there, Steve. You write plenty of articles yourself. We got to get the information out because the mainstream media has proven to be useless, and so let's let the citizen journalist, just like the citizen legislature model was supposed to be, and certainly the citizen soldier that won the freedom for our country. We're in that case, but doing it through peaceful yet assertive protest. If it's just being pointing the light and shining the light on the truth, there's no violence to it. It's nothing quote revolutionary. It's just we're trying to
Yep.
tell the truth and all the truth.
Yep.
So,
and as you can see, even though it looks like it's 9 million, like even with my glasses on, I got to look. It's actually, 9 million, what is it? 957,000 votes. So really, guys, think of it as 17 million votes came in, and that should be 10 million. It helps it show a little better. It's that close to almost 3 million off or towards yes.
yeah.
This is everybody wanted it, but I got to hit on Prop 22 because now I got to hit on Prop 22 because I honestly don't see how, other than the fact that they not got away with, but that they didn't have to make everybody W-2 or go to a franchise model or leave the state like we knew they were going to do in the D-Day hour. This doesn't really seem like a win because I've broke this down before. Like even in Seattle when they were trying to copy AB5, and there's another, person, Inslee, that I don't even want to talk about. He's a crazy, I don't even get him at all. But like he was making it sound like we're going to do AB5 for gig workers or Prop 22 for gig workers, but only rideshare drivers. And he said, and we're going to put them under the Taxi Limousine Commission rules. And I thought to myself, I have never heard Inslee say anything that I agree with in my life. And I was like, I can't believe that I agree with him on every part of this. Yes, exclude the delivery drivers. This should be rideshare only people with passengers. And as soon as he had enough people on it, he was like, we're going to include delivery and everything else too. I was like, there it goes. Because a rideshare ride. So, okay. I always use the California example, so I'll use it here because it's the hourly minimum wage in San Francisco is $19 and change. It's just under $20. So gig Prop 22 says you have to do some benefits to the people. You have to pay into this, that, the other. You have to pay 120% of minimum wage in each area for all active time. So if you're doing a rideshare ride, and you take from San Francisco downtown to the airport, really that's going to take you about an hour. Now, at $20 an hour plus 20 at 120% is $24 an hour. You're going to make more than that as a rideshare driver for every active hour you drive. So that kind of makes sense. You're never going to see any Prop 22 money. You might see a couple benefits, so that makes sense how it would help the gig platforms. But now let's look at DoorDash. Even in California, their base pay is $3 per order. You can't really we're leaving stacked and all this weird stuff out of it. If you're just doing single orders, you can't do more than 2 in an hour. So in an active hour, you're going to get 2 deliveries done. You're going to maybe get tipped on 1, both, neither, who knows, but that doesn't count into the money. So DoorDash is paying you $3 base pay for doing both of those orders. So they're paying you $6 for the hours plus your tips. Now they have to pay you 24 minus 6. So they have to write you an additional $18 an hour at the end of every week in a Prop 22 check. I mean, you can see right there, 18, if they're making 6 in an hour on the 2 base pays, they're now paying 400%. So it's like, why not take away the base pay and just put $24 an hour for active time? You know what I mean? Just that's how sad it is. And again, I am not a fan of what the gig companies do to the workers. I don't like Roy's in here, and Roy believes that all these workers should, Roy, you should join in. The link's up top. He believes all these workers should just zip it a bit because, hey, man, you're still making money. These platforms have to make money. They don't make money. I mean, there's more to it, but, at the same time, like, well, now all of us, no matter what state you live in, if you're doing gig work, you're kind of subsidizing California temporarily because these companies don't make money. As an Instacart is still, as far as I know, I haven't seen an article in about a week on it, but I was following it. Instacart has a headquarters in Atlanta and one in San Francisco. They are Newsom is telling them that he'll give them an extra $45 million tax cut if they keep their headquarters in San Francisco. 45 million tax cut just out of nowhere. Where is it coming from? How would you know that amount? And because they're thinking about selling off they're going to sell off one of the headquarters. They're heavily leaning towards selling off San Francisco, going to Atlanta. The other part about Instacart, which I'm not a fan of the platform, I think they pay way too weak, and this is probably wise. They're actually truly looking at leaving California, the biggest market in the country. Because same thing with Instacart. Instacart pays a base pay of $7. Instacart orders are shopping orders, so that's going to take you an hour to an hour and a half. So you can't even do more than one in an hour. So at $7 an hour, they have to write a supplemental check for $17 for every active hour for every Instacart shopper, and still keep it as flex time. And so here's what I'm getting at is that all of this Prop 22 I thought was really more for the rideshare people, the people who really maybe need to just have that little bit of extra. But I can't believe that. I mean, there's people who now get on the delivery platforms and don't, like, we all care about, like Bud Soda's a perfect example. We all care about, like, our tips. Our tips matter huge. It depends on the platform. Like with Curry, I make a lot of money. There is no tipping. But like on the food deliveries, you count on tips. It's like working in a restaurant. And to have these base pays be so pathetic across the country that you can't earn. But now in California, you can be lazy. You can throw their food at the door because you don't need the tip. You're working on $24 an hour now. And you'll still get a tip here and there, even with crappy service.
So the quality is lost, as you say, with that kind of scale, scale is a bad word, that kind of system. And now you're still hearing a company thinking about going to Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing
right?
as when, after AB5, when, in January, in February 1st, when they decided, hey, Uber, Lyft, AB5's in effect. I don't know if you know, but you owe us a bunch of money for last year. And that's when Uber and Lyft said, we're not going to pay that until it gets voted on. And they're like, voted on when? And they're like, well, we're going to need a proposition. And, we'll have to wait for it to be voted on. They're like, well, that doesn't work for us. And they said, well, we don't care. And they gave them, they said, well, you guys have to pay up your money. They gave them like 10 days. By February 10th, this was on the 1st of 2020. By February 10th, or else you have to leave California. Still no, we weren't in the pandemic yet. Mm-hmm. February 10th at 11, I can't even remember. You can look it up. It was like 11:57. It was like watching an NFL trade deal go to the deadline. It was like 3 minutes left, and they were going to turn off the servers for Uber and Lyft and leave in California. And the California came back to him and said, okay, we'll allow your proposition to go on to the bill in November. You don't have to pay anything till then. But if you lose in November, then you have to start paying. They said, fine. That's all we wanted. And the reasoning behind it was they couldn't afford to have the transit system disrupted. And at this point, Uber and Lyft are that relied upon that without them, I know it's weird to everybody because it's like, well, before Uber and Lyft in 2007, 8, we were doing just fine. Yeah, we were, but now not only has the population grown, that's not what's doing it. It's people have become reliant on this and not using the buses. So there's less public transportation out there. If there was 20 buses on a route, there's now like 6. It's just things have changed, and now Uber and Lyft are relied upon. This is why I talk about that too big to fail stuff sometimes. Because even though I don't really believe anything's too big to fail, I do believe that if you get in bed with every state, every city's government, I do believe you are too big to fail. So that's the way to do it. Because if you give free rides to testing, vaccinations, voting, this, that, the other, New Year's Eve, free rides home, I mean, those states are working with you now, and you now have leverage on them. So I don't know if that's just
No, it's just so, like you mentioned, with the system and how so integrated that Uber and Lyft became. And we saw something similar here in Illinois, because we, of course, Uber is nationwide, and 6-8 years ago it was the taxi cab companies as well as the CTA, and
Yep.
now you've got Uber and Lyft saying, we're not going to go by that system that the city of Chicago regulates. We're going to create our own.
Yep.
And that innovation just, definitely got noticed here in Illinois. That's why there are some folks who are trying to pass an AB5 type law here, but I can't believe they're blind to what's happening in California.
And there's some people, Mr. Flex, Kim's Side Money. There's some people in here today in the chat who are from New Jersey, who I know aren't even aware how much Kim Cavan is their god.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, without Kim Cavan, you guys, you could already, you could already, like, if there was no Kim Cavan in New Jersey, you might already be under a California model. You might
You'd
be
be
the
under
East
ABC
Coast
test,
equivalent.
yeah.
So, I mean, really, you need to send her flowers, or start a GoFundMe for her goodness. She's had quite a life too. The first time I interviewed her, we spent just a few minutes about her life before, and she's had quite a life, and she's definitely the brains of the operation here.
And an outstanding spokesperson
too. Hey, what's up, Brian? I know I've seen you in there for a while. What's up, Henry? How are you? Hey, what's up, Gigs and Guns? How you doing in Alaska? What's up, Cody and Autumn? How are you? I saw you were running the Tremaine live video last night, but I was too tired. I was like falling asleep. But yeah, a friend of ours, Tremaine Hayho, made he makes movies, Hayho Studios, and he's trying to really get it off the ground now. But he's made 2 pretty big size movies and about like a bunch of shorts and whatnot. And he made the movie Rideshare. It's just called simply Rideshare. You can find it on Amazon Prime. You can watch it for free, or you can watch it in 4K on YouTube. It's really good, you guys. And Tremaine's doing this 30 days of him 24 hours a day live streaming, even when he's sleeping, like the Truman Show. Like, it's the Tremaine Show is how it's labeled. And we're just watching him work, sleep, play, drink, repeat. It's like, it's kind of crazy. It's just been like, things have been going down on that channel. I'm like, this isn't how I expected this. It's more like a reality TV show now.
Except without a crappy script.
Yeah. Well, at least it doesn't have the Bud soda can that looks right up your.
Sorry.
You're good.
My freaking phone holder broke, bro.
You're good. You're good.
Back off.
As long as it's as long as it's daylight, you're good. It's just in the dark that scares me.
Dragon bodies in the woods on Fort Drum, I guess.
So okay, so go ahead.
I pray none of this crap comes to New York, and the fact that it's coming to Illinois is like really bad news. Because we both know people who make a killing out there in the Chicago area. So like,
bad. By the way, no pun
people.
intended, people, because we know a ton of gig workers, or not know, but we through other people know a ton of gig workers who more than any other city have been killed in Chicago. So no, the killing it part of they're killing it. I get it. They're killing it making money, but let's not forget that a lot of bad happens in Chicago. A lot.
Oh, yeah.
It's now the worst, the most unsafe city to be a gig worker. So.
Out clearing the casings out. Oh man.
Well, John's from Chicago. I mean, what part? I mean, I grew up in Michigan, so I used to go to Chicago all the time, man. So I had friends all over Brookfield, up north, down south.
I'm actually out in the far northwestern burbs, right at the Kane and McHenry County line. Both of those are considered the collar counties, along with DuPage and Will and Lake counties, the counties that surround Cook counties, hence the term collar. So the collar
Okay.
counties, and I've been out here. It'll be 30 years total in October, and I've been at my current location, which is in a small town called Algonquin, and that is in the it crosses the two counties of Kane and McHenry. I'm just on the Kane side of the line, so I'm out in the far northwest suburbs, is what it would be considered. So I'm not in the city proper. I'm not in the near ring suburbs like Schaumburg, or those who are familiar, Skokie and um, Wheeling and Palatine. I'm a little bit further out in the loop here, out part of the loop. Pardon the pun. Out of the outer loop in Chicagoland.
Yeah.
So
This is
just
our
keep.
friend. This is a good friend of all of ours that comes in the chat all the time. And Marion, she's in Chicago too. She's about 20 minutes from Midway. Man, I'll tell you what. I used to, when I still work for the laser company, but I worked for another company too. That was a penny. Those penny machines where you go to a place, you pick one of the four designs, and then you put a penny and some money in. You crush the penny by hand turning something, and it comes out flattened, but with engravement. So I do a lot of work with a company like that too. And when I use laser, it really made me notice the difference, because I know I fly into a lot of airports where one's better than the other in the city. But when I would laser production would always send me to O'Hare, always. And it's more of a nightmare. It takes longer, but it's definitely more organized. Midway is quick, but man, it looks like I always feel like at Midway, and I went through there like in about a 6-month period, I probably went through there about 8 times. And I just happened to be working with the Brookfield Zoo, actually, is what it was. So that was the Brookfield Zoo was the client, and they were having issues because we also did these engravers that engrave dog tags with your name and the Brookfield Zoo logo. So you can like do those. And so there was a lot of stuff that we were installing, things were going wrong and breaking and whatnot. So I was coming in and out. But every time I went there, I felt like it's a quick like there's never anybody in it. Like, especially when you get into the main terminal part. Like, I don't care if it's a weekend even, it just seems empty for like an airport. But it also looks like early 70s, and like there's still like smoke stains on the walls. And I feel like I'm always waiting for the crime to go down over there. Because I also know, and maybe that's just partially from the past, because I know of some past stuff over there, like some of the cocaine things that went down in the 70s, and people like who got caught were making a run for it type thing. Like, it was never a pretty thing. Like, there's been some stuff happen down over at Midway.
It's interesting how you say it with Midway, because my parents, God bless them, and they're no longer with us now. But when they would fly into Chicago, my father thought, God bless him, he thought he was doing me a favor by saying, "Well, we're flying into Midway," and I go, "Hey, Dad, remember that's a 75-mile one-way trip, and hence 150 miles round trip, and hopefully we don't need to stop for reasons where I always try to emphasize, if you could fly into O'Hare, because I can be at O'Hare inside of an hour where I'm at, not Midway. It's I have to plan it. Man, you just like every other large metropolitan area, you just plan like
Right.
Atlanta or Los Angeles or even Dallas now. But certainly, you know, and those who are not familiar with the geography of Chicago, Midway is out on the southwest side as you're heading southwest out of the city, whereas O'Hare is on the northwest side, um, off of one of the major thoroughfares. Whereas Cicero Avenue, you got to negotiate the side streets to get to Midway Airport. So
Also,
it's all
Midway
it's
doesn't really have Midway doesn't have big highway access either. I mean, it's like
I
you
said
got to
this
you actually have to do a lot of like stop sign driving at the end, like where you're like, dude, come on, I got a plane to catch, man.
Well, you can think about how the Uber drivers are there and the Lyft drivers.
Yeah, here, I don't know. Here it started off as all of us would work the airports because the airports were always surging. You'd make a lot of money. Now I would never go to an airport staging lot. That has become like where people live, or like how the taxi industry always ran, like how they would go there and wait for 7 hours and not care. I never understood that. Like, dude, how can you afford to lose all this time?
Well, and I don't know if you were driving those runs back when Stapleton was in place there in Denver, but I remember the old Stapleton, and from what I understand, Denver International, I've never flown through there. It's just a lot bigger and a lot harder to get around and get to.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but like I said, you had that upgrade back in the 90s.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just putting in one text here.
Okay.
There's that. Yeah, I agree. And I also I think you caught on this Tuesday when I was talking to Mike that I actually didn't even know Chicago or Illinois was that close to trying to pull the crap that they're trying to pull. I mean, I knew that every state's looking at it now, every state. So if you think you're in a safe state, I'm going to work right to work state. Don't get too certain about that.
Yeah, the Illinois, and I want to make sure we're not make sure it's very clear with what's on the ballot. The amendment is a very pro-union amendment that's on the ballot this fall, whereas the converting to an ABC test, they started this slowly in 2020 and just simply was to report on pandemic, but then they said based on the job classification rules that are in place. And I took that immediately as, oh boy, this is a hint trying to get metrics to shift to the ABC test. And then last year, towards the start of last year in 2021, a local, the Illinois version of the Economic Policy Institute, we know that's union run, started putting together a study saying, well, we recommend that Illinois lawmakers make the change because Uber and Lyft drivers are not making enough. And then you saw the survey put up there 3 months later came out and said, hold on a minute. So right now it's at a point where it's not necessarily been proposed. What's likely going to happen is the amendment, if it passes, then everything is based on a collective bargaining agreement, which then becomes constitutionally protected. Whereas right now, it's just simply state legislators can intervene if there needs to be a change in the law. If the amendment passes, then that will not be the case anymore because the amendment will be above what anything the state legislature can do. Just want to make sure that's clear on it.
I just anything that even hints at all of this, I'm trying to keep on the radar.
No, and believe me, I've been doing that on my end too. And we have never connected. It's just as soon as I saw that Illinois EPI, Illinois Economic Policy Institute study published the day before the inauguration last year, I was very quick to say, time out. This looks like the same thing when a Senate resolution in 2020 said, let's look at how you classify your workers and compare based on the definition of classification, which right now is the common law test, and that's for tax status. But whereas what it's called Amendment 1, it's being phrased as a workers' rights. So it's got euphemistic names that sound good, but under the surface, like you said, Steve, we have to flag what this really means.
Yeah. There's a Alaskan Gigging Guns is a good friend of he's going to be on it if he's going to join us in just a few minutes, but he put this up, which I'm not very familiar with. Are you?
I'm not familiar with it. It has to do with classifying workers as contractors or employees, and that's what a 35-year-old ruling.
Right.
Yeah,
See, that's the big problem, Cody. Like, yeah, Alaska, you wouldn't have to if they're like let's say that PRO Act could never happen, nothing on the national level could ever disturb you. You have no worries up there. You're fine. They're going to let you keep being IC. They're not going to screw with you. However,
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I want to hear what you have to say.
He was having this discussion with me the other night. Under their laws, what we do as dashers is not considered independent contractors, but they treat us too much like employees under their statutes. So it is a concern there that they could flip the cards very easily.
Right, under their statutes, not an ABC. So here's the thing, guys, is that, and I know John can relate to this, but I say this all the time. I try not to sound like a broken record about it, but I always try and make sure because new listeners, so I'll just say it quick, but I've been an independent contractor long before the gig economy. All of my gigs for years have been independent contractor stuff, like my laser production gigs, staging. Like they would never let me work with all these other companies. And like, I mean, I control me. And so the pandemic really threw, I started rideshare long before, but gig income was like 20% of my yearly income, even though I'd do it full time when I'm home because I'd go on the road. But my main income was doing installs on Carnival Cruise Lines or touring with Shania Twain or things like that, like, so production was my money, but the pandemic killed it. I mean, it's and even that's very slowly coming back. I have job offers right now, but they all seem to be for the Carnival Cruise Lines because they all haven't been maintenance. We have every ship in their fleet has 3 of our lasers on it, and they all need a maintenance call every year. None of them have had them since the pandemic. So like we are back. So he's like, dude, you want a bunch of cruise ship work? I'm like, no.
You're gone for months.
No, I don't want to keep hopping on and off cruise ships with these psychopaths. I mean, I've done the cruise ship thing many times. I got nothing against it. You go, actually, when I lived in Miami for 3 years before I came here and I was working as a salary for this job, if something went wrong on a laser, because they do the shows every night and they report in Miami, they had to have it fixed. So you would have from port time, which port time is usually, they usually deboard for people about 7, 8 a.m. And then you have to like final reboard is like 4 p.m. So for us, it's like 7 a.m. we can enter through the back of the ship at the dock or at the port of Miami, but then you have to be off by 3:30. If you're not, you have to get off at the next stop and fly home. That was the other weird thing, man, is I had never been down in the bunkers and the trenches of a cruise ship. And that's, obviously I don't get a room, I'm here, they're fixing something. So, but like, they'd be like, yeah, they'd be like, you're down in the bunker. Like when I don't know if everybody's been on a cruise, but when you walk on, you're on about level 5, maybe 6. And then, so a few levels go down that just have the windows, no balconies, but so there's like 4 levels that go down like that. I was 3 levels under that where there's no windows at all. And you see and hear the metal bend in at night. I mean, that freaked me out the first time I saw metal bend and heard it. And you're just like, oh my God, dude. Like, I'm going back up to the top. I'll just sleep on the patio, dude. I don't even care if it's raining. Nope.
So your quarters was basically a hammock between 2 posts next to the metal bending, right?
No, it was 4. Okay. It was 4 pull down bunks from the wall. Okay. You shared with 3 people. But it's like nobody was ever. It was weird too. It was like you were assigned a room, but the way they did it, it was usually you and one other person, and then like so people who like were cooks, let's say, because I'm not a good example. They'd assign 2 that were the day cooks, 2 that were the night cooks, so that 2 people had the room at a time and 2 people were working. With me, it was always like, I don't know, you can go bunk with room 17. So I always felt like I was entering a prison. Like all that I was missing was like the prison clothes and the towel that you carry in like this. Because I'm walking into like, all Filipinos and language people playing dice down there and stuff. It's like there were people smoking cigarettes when you can't smoke on the boat. I felt like I'm walking into from this luxurious upstairs. I'm like going, what the hell's but I especially don't want to go on there now. I have no urge to do that. So, I mean, the jobs are starting to come back too, obviously, but it's been a tough road. It's the second largest laser company in the world, so it's a big deal. He's been around for 50 years now, 52 years. But it's just kind of points out everything. But again, like that would so the PRO Act, or if either this is in Florida, obviously, but so it won't. But like if my state goes to an AB5, I will become the toxic person that the production companies won't touch with a 10-foot pole, even though my boss loves me to death. Maybe he'd try and find a workaround, like let's make you a part-time W-2. Like he might be able to work with me like that because we've known each other since 94 and we worked together since 97. So we really have a good respect for each other. But again, that's how weird things are, that even though we can all agree, no matter what your stance on politics is, Florida's, unless it's the PRO Act, Florida's not going to change. Florida's going to be Florida. It ain't
Yep.
gonna change. It's gonna
Florida's
let you
going to be Florida, DeSantis
Yeah.
land.
Yeah, and that's I mean, like you're gonna be allowed to be an IC there,
Mhm.
but where you live determines. I don't know, I'm getting a little echo. Where you live determines if you can work with Florida. So, I mean, if you live in California, you can no longer work with Florida.
There he is.
Cody,
How's it going?
good. Is that a blender?
A half broken Keurig.
I like how you put it right next to the microphone.
Sorry. Sorry.
He enters with like grinding everything. I know you probably got some things to say on this, so that's why I was telling you to jump on, because I know you follow some of this stuff like us. So.
And we're all ears.
No, I talked to somebody here locally at the state office because I've been curious. I was doing a little bit of research. So
Before you start though, just for John, Corey lives in Wasilla, about an hour north of Anchorage. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So I was talking to someone locally here from the state because I'm in the process of forming my own entity. So just through some of the research, I'm like, well, I didn't do this. I didn't do that. I didn't have to do this. Like for the workman's comp insurance, setting up EIN numbers, a whole bunch of things. So it started making my wheels spin. So naturally, I'm like, I'm going to ask some questions. So the lady I was talking to from workman's comp was saying, in Alaska, to be a true full independent contractor, you have to be you have to go through all these steps, and she was saying, well, so then I asked the question about DoorDash. I said, so how about DoorDash drivers? And she just kind of like paused for a second, and she goes, don't get me started on that. And I'm like, no, please do. Like what? So what she was saying from a workman's comp perspective, to fulfill to satisfy those requirements, DoorDash drivers are not considered independent contractors. So then she went on to this whole thing about Uber, how Uber got kicked out of the state in 2015, and it took them 2 years to come back for them to form the right policies or whatever and get the right insurance things in place for all the drivers, like to fall under what it's like chauffeurs, limousines.
It's a taxi limousine commission. So it's a TLC. But the thing is too, that happened, just so you know, that happened in a lot of states in 2015 when they were like trying to branch out, because Uber's tactic is like, I'll use other countries because that's where they're worse, is they just go there, they set up an office, they start dispatching cars, and then the government comes to them and goes, we didn't okay this, you need to leave. And they're like, we're not going to leave, we'll just stay. And they're like, I don't get your sarcasm, what are you talking about? And they're like, well, here's the money. And they're like, that's not enough. And they're like, well, we're staying anyway. And then they'll get kicked out, and then they're back in 6 months. So that all of it starts becoming like that. At least with us, they were coming in, and I'm glad states like Alaska said, no, you don't have the proper you're not going to be properly insured for a big incident here, because it made them revamp at that time to like what was exactly needed.
Yeah,
not that they were taking care of you well, but anyway, go ahead, go back, because I'm curious what she's thinking here.
So she referred me to someone else, so I called that someone else. Of course, I'd already done some research. I found the Jeff Coate decision, because I'm like, what does case law say, In every situation I look at, what does case law say? So I found the Jeff Coate decision in 1987. It's 35 years old, but it doesn't matter. It is still standing case law today, unless someone else comes in and overturns it. We know that with Roe, right? So it doesn't matter how old it is. So at the end of the day, right now, it says, it's like a whole long thing, but to just basically break it down, it was about these women, these dancers, that strippers. Hold on. right, sorry. So it's basically about these strippers, and they were classified as independent contractors. Well, anyway, one of them claimed the employer had violated, didn't pay her properly or something. So she files this claim. The whole thing ends up going to court. One of the big things they looked at was how much control did she exercise over the work. The one thing that the judge noted was if the work is the payer can oversee just the end result. But if they're micromanaging basically everything in between, then the question was how much control do they really have? And so in this case, they go into like several different examples of how she didn't control her work. So, I mean, you just need to read it through and through. It's just really interesting. So,
but what I don't get is her independent contractor comment. Like, well, they don't even have workman's comp, neither do independent contractors, unless they have it on themselves.
Because okay, sorry, let me back up. So what the lady was saying about that was when you set up your own business, like as an independent contractor, you would be exempt. But what she was trying to say was that us drivers have not gone through the Alaska requirements to form any kind of entity in order to determine whether or not we would be exempt, like a sole proprietor, for example. And since we haven't done that, then we're receiving compensation. So then the default is we revert back to employee status. So if we don't meet muster on that end, how can we meet muster downstream, which is are we contractors or are we employees? So if you haven't gone through A, B, and C to form an entity, then you must be an employee. So that's kind of where Jeff Coate comes in and kind of explains a little bit of that.
Yeah, now I'm curious what A, B, and C are. I mean,
Yeah,
are they...
we're not talking the same ABC test here, so
Yeah.
No. It's like she was reiterating. It's forming the entity. Are you an LLC, an S corp, a C corp, a sole proprietor? Did you get business liability insurance? On and on and on. If the answer is no, if you did none of those things in Alaska, you're likely not an independent contractor in our state. So
well, see that, but I just need to interrupt on that point, because what's weird there is that, yeah, I can go down to the city building and I've had to do this with liquor licenses and business licenses. I can go become the business I want, LLC, S corp, sole proprietor, whatever I want to do. But you're not required to do any of that to be an independent contractor. If it's just you and if it's just me independently, I don't have to go form anything. As long as I'm paying my taxes and keeping my records correctly, you just have to meet of what it says you need to be an independent contractor. Those standards seems like it's contradicting itself. Like, well, the standards you need to meet are the ones that explain that you're a business. You're not a business.
Yeah. So the issue is in our state, we're required to hold a state business license, and we're required to register with the borough. So like here we don't have counties, but they call them boroughs. So if you haven't done those things, then there's two possibilities. One, you're working illegally, or two, you're an employee.
I literally am going to call Uber later and I'm going to say, hey, I'm just going to say, I'm not going to give you my name, but I'm up in Alaska. And I talked to a representative who said that I cannot be an independent contractor up here on the platform because I don't have a business formed, LLC, whatever it might be that I choose. Because I don't have one of those, I can't work on your platform. I'd like to know how you respond to that, because you don't even have exemptions on your webpage about that. It says straight up on Uber's site, you do not need to be one.
Yeah.
Ow! Ollie! Hold on.
I love the cat on the fridge there.
Yeah.
Cat. Okay, I know he's moving to the other room there, but yeah, no, I hear where you're going. I mean, it's like, I thought you arrived. I know it's like you're saying. I mean, I know when I started up 1099 myself, it wasn't all that long ago. I mean, the only thing I had to do legally because I wanted to do it under doing business as. Okay, well, I did the paperwork, and that's only at the county level here. And then, so I'm with you, Steve. I'm curious what Uber will tell you if you call them. But he's
Yeah.
back.
No. Well, the other thing is that I
Thought he was back.
I often make those calls on this show. I just do it like anonymously, like, hey, and it's on speaker so everybody can hear it.
Yeah.
Call
I like that because the first level people never know what's going on. They're always like, "What? What's an independent contractor?" I'm like, can I get connected to not the Philippines, please? I say that because my best friend here in Colorado is Filipino, so no joke there. But honestly, that is their resource center, and I have learned that they can do nothing. Even processing like a $5 refund on a canceled ride that's like not just by a minute, but by a long shot that should have been yours. They can't even figure that out. So I don't even know why they bother with that Filipino loop of the system. Like, do we need people that understand that like if I say I'm from Colorado, I need you to know that's a state in the United States.
That's funny.
I don't need you going, what's a Colorado? Because then I'm like, dude, obviously I should reassess the companies I'm doing work for.
So, but anyway, so she was saying, so what the lady was saying too was that rideshare in Alaska is very, very heavily regulated, where on the food end of it, what she said was something like, what I should do is give you your contact info so you can talk to her, but because it's kind of complicated, like she was going in all this, legal stuff. But the thing was, at the end of the day, what she was saying with the food end of it, like these companies like DoorDash, they're not meeting the regulatory requirement. Like we are not meeting those requirements for independent contract work. So we revert back to an employee.
By the current standards that you already have, aren't you under federal?
Federal what?
To determine if you're an independent contractor.
I don't understand. What do you?
So states, like what's happening right now, the bad thing that's happening right now is that like half of the states are learning that in their constitutions or whatever, they're like, oh, we have that. We'll just call it AB5 because it doesn't say AB5, but they're like, we have that same AB5 language that California did. And they're like, let's extract that now that it's needed for this problem. And that's the states that are like, let me put it this way. There might be some, but from what I've been told, more than not, most states have AB5 language in there already. That doesn't even need to be like, hey, we're going to propose this. It's already in there. That's why it's easy to extract.
I will say from Illinois' perspective, ABC is in there for workers' comp and for unemployment insurance for businesses, to paying their unemployment insurance is based on an ABC test definition of a worker but the tax status, the big one, is definitely still the common law IRS test. So I'm curious if that might be running in there in Alaska, kind of where I think where you're.
I'm doing that,
where there is ABC language, because and like that was even said during the Senate Help Committee last year. They'll always say, well, 26, 27 states are using the ABC test. Yeah, but you got to discern that and saying only 2 of them right now are using it for tax status. And that's the big one. That is the worker classification right there is what can you legally under tax status, how do you classify to work?
So what I'm doing is I'm turning in a form. It's called an SS8 form to the IRS. So you fill out your info and who it is, send it in. They'll look at whatever the IRS does on their end. They look and determine, are you an independent contractor or am I an employee? Depending on what their response is, then depends on what I can or can't do next. So it's called an SS8.
If that's reviewed under the common law IRS test, then you should be classified as an independent contractor, sounds to me. Steve, what do you think?
I fully agree, but I'm wondering why they're making him even go to this extent. Again, Alaska doesn't have anything in place, or even if they're. First of all, I'm suspect to why, at least under current model in Alaska, why it would even want it. You know, you seem to have the maybe not perfect people, but you seem to have the right people in to keep that kind of stuff away. You know,
So it's possible. There's a possibility. So when I was talking to him, there's a possibility because of what our statutes require and what I don't have, and working under them, it's possible that some of the work or all of the work is potentially illegal in this state. So I have stopped doing anything. I've stopped doing everything with DoorDash. So for example, like when we did alcohol deliveries, when like doing alcohol deliveries, I know for 110% fact that was a crime in this state. So we're required to have like some kind of like handler's license, this education thing, this card. It doesn't matter if you serve it, if you're at the, like if you're a bartender. So that was one of the questions, because they were concerned about that. They're like, you guys also are delivering alcohol? And I'm like, yeah, I have. And so they went into all of that. And yeah, so I have 100% stopped everything with DoorDash because of it in the meantime, only because I want to be able to cover my rear.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's DoorDash, it's the rest of them too. It's not. They're not just picking on one. This is because I guarantee you, what even made you go in to get this, look into all this? Because here's my point. I guarantee you, other gig workers aren't doing it, and my concern is Alaska. You guys get a ton of people that flock up there. Usually, I don't know if it's affected by all the world state that it's in, but people come up there to make a ton of money in a short period of time in the summer. I'm wondering if they're like so down in employees, they're starting to kind of try and hint at, you guys aren't really working. You can't work like that. Get a job. We need you.
Yeah. So the reason why I'm looking into it is because there's some different things I'm doing on the side and forming an entity. So now I'm running across these things and my wheels are spinning. And then now I'm finding out, even if I unknowingly did I potentially commit a crime in my state? And you know how I am. So yeah. I'm going to stop until I have some answers, because if there's a chance that if I delivered alcohol on the platform or did something, I'm not going to knowingly commit a crime. So I notice some people sounds really ridiculous, but
that's how I was just kind of viewing it. You opened up the can of worms. I'd be the same way.
Yeah.
I'd almost be like, crap, I wish I hadn't asked that.
Well, I'm kind of 50-50 there, honestly. But I'm not gonna,
because if you hadn't asked, the burden still falls on the company. They would never, if anything, you'll see DoorDash get hit years before they'd ever even threaten something on you. And that's what I mean is it wouldn't even be yours. They would go at. They always want the big fish, like the drug dealing game. You catch this guy. You want this guy. If they can just go right to this guy, they're not going to worry about you.
Right. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. All I can say is...
I'm not...
I don't know what... I just know if it's illegal, everyone's open for scrutiny, and I don't ever trust the government for much of anything anyway. So here's the other thing. If I deliver some alcohol, if I technically dispense medication, if the customer orders it, and then I deliver it and they improperly take it and they die, am I liable? And then now you have this whole, I'm just kind of weird like this. So once I find out that something is just kind of weird like this, I just want to really know first what I'm involved with. I just don't want to be knowingly doing something that I shouldn't be. That's all.
It's nothing weird. It's just you're being careful and you're doing your due diligence.
Right.
You're just
right, but his due diligence is putting him into. I mean, like his state representatives can't answer the question correctly. I mean, he's going to the national database to see if he's with the IRS to see if he's an independent contractor. They should be able to tell you that up in Alaska. They shouldn't even make you go to that kind of length. You should be able to get a straight answer. And if they're like, well, that's a gray area, be like, well, make it ungray to me because I work this platform. What's going on? Again, you did a step that I tell people to do all the time that nobody ever does. Go talk to your congressman. Go approach people. And people like don't get that even one. I think that I get it. That feeling of like, okay, I'll go do it today. And then you're alone and you go to the office. You're like, what is this even going to do? It actually does, because you got to remember that they don't know how many constituents you're representing. Even if you came in and say, I'm not representing any, they're liars. They're on guard. They might think, oh my God, he's representing 10,000. He's trying to steal. They have to play every single person like you might be half of their votes. So they at least have to hear you out. They can shrug you off. But if you're being logical and speaking like you are now and saying, listen, I don't need your crystal ball future on where you think things are going. I need to know today I'm working these platforms and I'm paying my taxes. Am I doing anything wrong? I need a yes or a no. And if you can't give me one, I'll call a lawyer.
Right. So did you know you can go on DoorDash and get a work verification? So if I'm a contractor, then
why would you need one? If as soon as you do a dash, you've worked.
Well, no. Okay, but what if I want to go obtain a mortgage or something? Okay, so why would I need to go if I'm a contractor? Why would I go to DoorDash and ask them for a employment or a work verification?
Because my guess is it's just a guess. My guess is they charge you.
DoorDash?
It's just a way of DoorDash making $99 off you. This guy, and it actually probably means nothing. You know what I mean? Like if you were to take, it almost would look bad if you took it to the interview. They'd be like, dude, it'd be bad enough if you just told me this is what you're doing, but now you're bringing me some paper thing that was, what is this?
But the bigger picture is not the larger picture is if I'm a contractor, why am I going to them for a work verification? If I'm a contractor, or like if all of us should be doing, we're record keeping, we're filing taxes. If I want to go to the credit union, obtain a mortgage, obtain a car loan, whatever, then I take those documents to them. I should never have to breathe a word about DoorDash. So that's just another element in this whole. I'm looking at the totality of everything and slapping it all together in one big sloppy sandwich and going, it's not really passing the smell test. It's not really,
Well, here's the comment from Roy. So she said you need a business license to be an independent contractor. If platform is independent contractor based, then he is working illegally, not an employee. Yeah, but the original sin comes back to the company that isn't discreetly pulling behind a Home Depot and letting people day work for cash, that is actually doing transactional payouts through processors, through big banking, through everything, and getting you money every day you request it when you're working. That's the problem, Roy. It's if Cody is doing the work that is being offered on DoorDash, he's just working a platform that's being offered for a certain amount of money. They're the ones that need to have all the answers.
So I'm finding myself in a conundrum over this, because I'm kind of at this crossroads where, while I'm trying to personally seek my status as an Alaska resident, what I'm also not trying to do is totally go down a path where where the state opens the door and then it potentially causes problems for other people. So I'm like trying to kind of go at this cautiously,
I'll tell you the last piece of advice I have on this, and that's really about where I am, is that somebody I know did this. I mean, it was like 2017, Harry, the rideshare guy, and I, maybe 2016, we were chatting about, and we actually started thinking, man, you probably should get an LLC. And we were just kind of brainstorming. This was not based on a ton. But it was, you should, maybe you should have this. But I had one guy specifically I'm going to mention that he was doing the same thing as you. He's about to do some other things. He wanted to create a business entity. He added in what he's doing with Uber and Lyft, and it's actually been nothing but a problem. And here's the deal: if ever there were a complete meltdown, you're better. This is what I was trying to get at. You're better off to have the business you're trying to build. You're better off having that business separate of this one, because this does allow you to work independently. I would keep it separate in case, like, everything's going crazy with the gig economy right now. So I wouldn't want it tied into, like, what if your other business blows up and does well and somehow the two get tied together? You could lose, things could happen to your other business because of you included your gig work. I just wouldn't I wouldn't do it.
Listen to Steve there. And I don't want to be oversimplifying anything with my situation. Is I'm not working through an app-based business. My business has, whether it's analytics or just simply consulting, and that includes my writing, it's through one entity, me, the classic solopreneur. And yeah, I shouldn't have to go and form an LLC just to work for myself and to pick up jobs, whether it's analytics or writing or what have you. Just simply, it's a sole proprietorship. Whatever registration I have to do, the only real registration I had to do, because I wanted to work under a doing business as I had to file the appropriate doing business as, and all the legal postings had to happen. But that's very small. It took less than a month. And that's it. The IRS didn't have any problems with doing it that way. And I have not had any questions about my taxes from last year when I kicked off the business. And it should be simple. And that's what some of these AB proponents were saying in California. Well, just form an LLC. You shouldn't have to do that to market your own labor.
And that's what I was going to get to last. It didn't work. The people who did it in California, the people who did think, okay, well, I'll form an LLC because a couple people said that'll get you around it. It didn't. It didn't do anything for you. Doing it just made, well, you're still working for the platforms. It doesn't matter. That's independent contractorship.
So to be clear, the reason I'm doing what I'm doing is not to just continue with these platforms. I'm doing something else. And so, like, I talked to a CPA, I talked to a lawyer just to make sure it's all above board. It's all good. I got the green light. I just had these questions that came up. That's all through the course of this. So naturally, my wheels are spinning and I'm asking questions. But
what's up,
okay,
Roy?
Can I speak on this? All right. Yeah. Okay, now if she already told him that he is, in order to be considered an independent contractor, he has to go through the whole business licensing situation. He's supposed to have a business license. According to Alaska law, to be an independent contractor, you have to have a business license. So these platforms are based off being an independent contractor. So with that being said right there, he's working those platforms illegally because he's not considered an independent contractor. And unfortunately, it's not the platform's responsibility to make sure drivers are following the law when it comes to their independent contractor status. So I think that's how DoorDash would get around it. DoorDash would say simply, hey, if Alaska says you have to have a business license to be an independent contractor, you don't have it, that means you're working illegally.
But that's what they told people in California. I think the problem is that all DoorDash is, see, if you say DoorDash is following, let's say DoorDash is following all the laws and they're telling Cody this, all they're providing Cody is illegal work. So that would get them in tons of trouble.
Okay, well, I'll put it to you this way: DoorDashers here in Vegas, if they do not have a business license, they can be given a ticket for working the platforms. You have to have a Nevada state business license and a county business license to do any platform work here in Nevada. So any DoorDasher in Las Vegas, if the cop really wanted to pull them over and they don't have a business license doing DoorDash, they could receive a ticket for that.
So what about rideshare? Can it just be with the TLC?
Oh, well, rideshare falls under a transportation network company, which you automatically, before you can even sign on to the platforms or to work a platform, Lyft and Uber make you get a business license and a county business license because you have to upload those into the app in order for you to drive for Uber and Lyft.
Well, I've never heard of that anywhere in the U.S.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here, if you're doing DoorDash without a business license, you're doing it illegally. You're required to have a business license to do DoorDash.
Yeah, well, a lot of Vegas. Luckily, I can say
Well,
this is the
that's
only
the-
time I can do this.
that's-
Vegas allows a lot of things, doesn't allow some things.
Well, that's the thing. Nobody really gets into it. Even with Alaska, they probably really don't enforce it or give a shit because at the end of the day, nobody's fighting it. He wants to go through the process of starting to fight it now. So now it's going to bring that stuff to light, and you know how that goes. Once you open up that can of worms, they're gonna get released.
But
So
Cody, who were you speaking to? Like, what was their title?
So the first lady was I can't remember her name, but she was at the workers' compensation with the state office down in Juneau.
Because part of why I'm asking and what I'm wondering is I'm wondering if they're starting to get like, dude, because this is happening everywhere we see it, and not just dashers using cameras and all this while they do their dashes and ride-alongs. We're seeing people wearing cameras everywhere, and I'm wondering if they're getting to a point where they're telling them this is what you tell people. You give them this blanket answer, and then don't say a word because they might be filming you, they might be recording. We can't have mixed message. I don't know. That's why I was wondering, because the higher up you can get, and say to somebody, so that, always trying to ask too. I've learned this with reporters. You don't have to like word it like this, but I've done it a couple times when reporters are interviewing me. I do it as a joke, but I do it to see how it plays out too. As I always say, I can quote you on that. Because see if you can, when they say something, say I can quote you on that. They'll think you're a reporter right away, and then if it's not a quotable thing that they're allowed to say, she'll say no.
Yeah.
If it's something that the whole state goes by, she'll say yes. You can quote me on that. It's written in our constitution. But if it's something that she was just told at a meeting a week ago, she won't say yes.
Yeah. Well, I get what you're saying, but I can only take her for a word. So
Yeah.
so the thing is, she did break it down like how Roy did, how it falls like under a transportation network, and the drivers here have to go through a lot of extra hoops, and they do fulfill the independent contract requirement in Alaska, but she said DoorDash food delivery does not. So she says you're being paid. So the question is, are you an employee that's misclassified? Are you working illegally? Like, that's how she put it. So I don't know.
I think that you actually happened to stumble into something that is actually very important. It's just not. I think they're like, it's almost like the practice run. All the states are getting ready to like practice run how they're going to deal with people like this, because California did it. And of course, you should have been worried other states would look into it. But it wasn't until I released about 2 years ago when I got connected with Kim and Kevin and all these other people that really understanding what's going on. They're like, forget California, dude. They're like, every state's doing it. They're like, just watch out, or not forget California, but, we're now fighting to get it repealed over there. Watch your own state.
Do you want me to tell you the bad part?
What bad part?
I posted in the chat. When you signed your terms of service, XI identity number 4 says contractor shall be responsible for and hold harmless DoorDash, including all parent, blah, 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 but not limited to the expense and responsibility for any and all applicable insurance, local, state, or federal license, permits, taxes, and assessments of any and all regulatory agencies, board, or municipalities.
It's funny you say that, dude, because you just reminded me of something weird that happened. Actually, I was just starting to think about it when you were talking about it, but you just reminded me of in like 2016 or 2016, maybe. I used to go up to, I've told you this, Gary, before, that I'd go up to the mountains for the weekend and just go to Breckenridge and hang out on Main Street, work after I snowboard for the day and work like 4 hours and make just ridiculous money. Well, if I ever got to Vail, the first year it went fine, but the second year in Vail, I got pulled over by a police officer. I had my Uber beacon, I had my Lyft beacon, and they're like, where's your Vail City and County rideshare permit? And Vail is like is the one place in Colorado that is like, this place should have its own laws, everything, because the Vail police are just tough. And I was like, I work for Uber and Lyft. I don't have one of those anywhere. I'm up here. I work in Denver market, but I come up here on the weekends. And they're like, well, you need it here to work. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, so I can write you $100 ticket right now. And you can pay it within 10 days, and then you need to have a license, or I can write you no ticket right now, and you can come pay $150 for the year's license and follow me over to the police station.
Right. It's actually up to
It made me do that.
contract.
I was like,
It's up to each contractor to make sure that they are actually following their city and state laws, because DoorDash and Uber and all them, and we've discussed this before when we went over these terms of service, that you're a contractor. A typical contractor is responsible for all permits. If I decide to build a house and I'm a contractor,
yes, but see, now you're getting into specifics. This is where I knew you were going. Contractors that build houses, yes, they need. There's things that go with that. So again, we're back to
there's
the gig
things
economy.
that go with this though too for each.
But
state.
the gig economy isn't defined by the states or federal yet, though. DoorDash can put whatever it wants in its contract. Yeah, of course it's going to put, dude, follow the laws of your state. Of course it is.
Right.
But the laws of the state before the gig economy. But the laws of the state before the gig economy wouldn't have pushed for anything like that. There's a way to be an independent
so in
contractor
Alaska,
and not.
Okay, we'll go this route. In Alaska, if you build a house, do you have to have a permit?
I have no idea. I don't build houses, and I don't.
I'm asking. I'm guaranteeing it's probably going to be yes.
The answer is yes. If overall, yes.
Yeah, overall,
where most of us live, the answer is yes, unless you're way out in the villages.
I get if you're way out in BFE in the middle of nowhere, things like that. I've seen those TV shows, but again, John, I just got done eating.
I know what is this? Is Gary Gary's not being
no, because we've discussed this. We've discussed this multiple times with the terms of service.
Right.
We went over this.
But Gary, we've also discussed nobody reads that.
Well, I know. That's why I wanted to jump in and let him know that this is what DoorDash is going to come back with if they try to hit him with anything. Because it also says that they're not responsible for workers' comp as well. Because I remember watching his channel and he's going to do something with workers' comp and start another business license, things like that. Let me play prosecuting attorney.
Or let me play prosecuting attorney on this against DoorDash though, or the defender of Cody against the DoorDash corporation for this. I would say, well, you can put in your terms of service that, hey, you have to follow the laws of your state, but you guys should probably know the laws of his state too, because all you're offering him is work that's illegal then. And hey, guess what? Also, you tell everybody in your terms of must have the correct insurance. 99% of your drivers do not have the correct insurance. And you don't even, and you make people submit their insurance and you don't care that they're not doing what you say.
Okay. So if I hire you to build me a house, you tell me you're a contractor.
I wouldn't hire me because I don't build houses.
I know. But if I hired you to build me a house, you came up to me and said, hey, I can build that house. I'm a contractor. I've been doing this 20 years.
Yeah.
I don't have to make sure you have everything you need to have to build my house. That's kind of the same way I feel about Cody and the app. Well, no, but I feel like Cody doesn't really need to know that because the app's there operating. No, the app is the opportunity. Cody is the contractor. But the app is the opportunity to engage in illegal activity only. Do we need the app to suddenly shut down because you went 61 miles an hour and it's a 60-mile-an-hour zone? No, but we need the app to but hey, but Gary, hold on. If Gary, if you need and this is by all of them, so this won't cross any lines. If you need to have
let's just call it some level of commercial insurance, and you do, and it says that in every terms of service. If you need to follow the state's laws, and since we submit these documents to these companies, and like I know for a fact, dude, you can submit your normal insurance and you are free to go on all of the apps, even though you need commercial.
In some states.
Well, but in that respect,
again,
they don't require you to send them the whole policy either. They said you send us proof that you have insurance. So if I send you my insurance card, Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, they don't know what insurance is actually on that card. They just assumed you got the proper insurance. This is my insurance card.
No, they do. There's a code that shows if it's commercial or right away. They can most people that were dealing with the insurance stuff can look at it and go, "Oh, that's
okay." So if you know you need this stuff, why are you still doing gig work without it?
Why didn't Alaska
why
didn't Alaska say, "Hey, Cody, before you can work, you need to upload your LLC or whatever business permit you have so that we know that you're legit"?
Because the companies really don't care at the end of the day. They don't care.
Well, it's just that it's not up to the company to make sure that you're legal.
Yeah, they're not your babysitter.
I mean, they're not. I mean, you're supposed to be a contractor. I've never done any contracting work where I've had any company come out and specifically check all my documents to make sure I run my business like I'm supposed to. Never,
because
in
you're
my
usually
life.
Subcontracted by somebody else.
Right, and those people
they would go to them immediately. DoorDash.
No, like whenever I did plumbing, for example, certain jobs require us to pull permits. I was still contracted.
Yeah.
They did not come out and check every job I did to make sure I pulled a permit. Why?
Right,
because that was my responsibility. If I didn't pull a permit and the city came back and said, "Hey, this job was done without a permit," guess who's responsible for that?
Yeah,
me.
I get all that. But that's, again, I think it's a little bit different. Again, it's only different because the gig economy isn't defined.
It's not.
That's my argument.
Contractorship has been defined for years.
But Gary, state by state, this is the point of where we started today. State by state, contractorship is in jeopardy, and it's being lost already. It's not in jeopardy, and we'll see what happens in 10 years. In California, there is no such thing.
It's different in every state.
They're Pretendica independent contractors. They're pretend now. They're not real.
I get that it's different in every state, but that does not excuse people from getting the correct license or insurance or whatever because they didn't want to. Because they didn't read their terms of service. They didn't follow up with their state to make sure they like I've done that. I've called my state and said, "Hey,
you know what?
I'm doing this."
I'll agree with you so that we can move on. But here's my agreement then. If that's the case, they don't need anything from me. They don't need my license. They don't need my registration. They don't need my insurance. Nothing. Because if you are going to tell me that I have to follow every rule, and we need all these, we need your insurance document, but it's not the right kind of insurance. Oh, we don't care. We just put that in the terms of service.
Well, that's all they ask for is insurance. They
you don't need anything of mine because it doesn't matter if it's real
because
or not.
they have requirements that they have to submit to the state if the state asks for those.
Which wouldn't meet the state's approval.
Like whenever you get an audit by the state doesn't come in and they pull every little thing about your contractors. They come in and they say, "Hey, we need, for example, Alaska's driver's license insurance. Here you go. If it's not valid, or if it's not the right type, he's responsible for that. They will go after him."
Understood. Or and we all know this, if you went out and got a commercial policy, you have the paper printed one that they want you to submit. You take the picture, scan it, whatever you do, you upload it. You can now tomorrow cancel that policy.
You can.
And get a full refund minus the 1 day.
Right.
So therefore you could but at least you submitted to DoorDash. Correct.
Right.
Stuff.
You submitted it.
You should have to show DoorDash that that's what you should have to do. If you don't want to carry commercial, you should have to buy it and then get rid of it so that it's on you.
Well, it's already on you.
It's already on you when you.
But then, if in their terms of service it says that we cover up to this, the rest has to be covered by a commercial insurance policy. In their wording, you need to you need to follow that. And then they say, upload your insurance. That should be checked. I'm sorry.
But it didn't say commercial insurance. It says, and I'm reading it right here.
Well, it depends on the
Insurance
company,
required
and you
by
have to
federal,
be.
state, and local laws. So
But
if your
you're-
state requires it, yes. If it doesn't, then it doesn't.
But
Yeah, and
see, Gary, for transporting people, let's just stick with rideshare, taxis, limos. Okay, I've done limos and rideshare for years. Yes, you do. You need to carry insurance.
Under which state? Colorado? Because Oklahoma, I don't.
Yeah, well, you have to carry
to have a
insurance
passenger in
regardless.
the car, you don't need insurance.
I need regular insurance that my insurance company will cover that passenger. It doesn't state that I need commercial. Now, my insurance company says that I need that little endorsement, the rideshare endorsement, which costs me $7 more a month. And then they will cover any passenger in my vehicle.
Okay, but there you go. You just did.
But
what
it's
you
not
did.
it's not a commercial policy though.
Doesn't matter. That those are the
Right.
again
And
the
again,
undefined
I'm
gig
fo-
economy
I'm
is starting to
following-
have some different terms.
I'm following exactly what my state and local laws require me to have. Because again, you know me, I've read this terms of service on every app multiple times. So
I just think here's my thing that I want people to hear though is that honestly, don't get too tripped up because I don't think everybody needs to rush down to the building and get business licenses tomorrow. I just don't.
Well, they're supposed
It's
to.
my
have it, so-
opinion. I'm going to leave it at that because
Well, no. In that case, Steve, then you're justifying people not doing the right thing. Because at the end of the
No.
day, if you are required to have this stuff to be an independent contractor, you should go out of your way to do it. Did I want to pay $250 for a state and the county business license? No, but I had to do it because if I get pulled over, then I'm getting a $1,200 ticket.
But Roy,
I'm bound to.
most
We can't-
likely when Cody does the next step, he's going to find out that no, he's in the right. See, I do know I'm in the right. I know that I work many jobs, not just gig economy. I don't have time for this crap. But I don't have Steve LLC or Steve S Corp. But I am operating completely legally.
does
I pay
Colorado
all of
require
my
it, though?
taxes.
But you
I don't know
follow
if Colorado,
rules.
Michigan. I work with every state, dude.
Right.
That's the other problem now with AB5 is that any state you work with, you're under their laws too. So it's not black and white. It's not easy.
It's almost
They
like
just,
we're-
here's the bottom line, guys. I've been an independent contractor since '96. Okay, they don't care if you're paying your taxes and doing everything correctly. You're not even ever looked into, and there's too many weird state laws coming out where other states don't know how to work with that. So yes, they're going to leave their language as it is, but you've been able to be an independent contractor in this country if you can just prove 3 things for a long time. That B prong in the new version on the ABC makes it impossible.
Yeah, but you got to remember things are starting.
So
to
I
evolve.
think we're talking about like 8 different battles here.
Well, no,
Is
things-
what's really happening.
No,
But we're
laws-
talking the. I'm sorry.
No, laws
Go-
are
go ahead,
starting laws and stuff are starting to evolve because it's becoming a more and more popular thing for people to do as sources of income. So back when you started, it wasn't that popular of a thing to do. Now that you have 18,000 gig apps, things are starting to change, and so laws are going to have to start catching up with what's really going on with these gig apps. It's kind of like what he said about the alcohol. Our DoorDash drivers, let's just take Nevada. Are DoorDash drivers allowed to deliver alcohol? The answer is no. Not without the proper card. See, I have to have this
Were
card.
you listening to my I talked just about this same thing, dude, and I was on your side about the liquor stuff. I was
Well, no,
we were
I was
talking about this.
just saying to him because he was like, I don't want to be a criminal. Well, he said he didn't want to be a criminal.
Here's
So,
the thing. You guys
you
are
have
trying
to
to
have a card.
define it off your own state, and I'm trying to define it off of Cody's state. We're talking about Cody here, not our
Right,
states.
okay, and
because
Cody
like,
is- and
like
Cody's is a
example,
bit different.
my states, I can deliver alcohol. No card needed. We already looked that up. There's no card needed that I need to deliver alcohol.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's what
Right.
I'm saying. I'm looking at Cody's state and off of his own words that he is required to have an LLC and stuff. Not
Okay.
that DoorDash said that they had to, but that his state said they had to. And I'm just saying what he agreed to in his terms of service is that he would get whatever he needed for his state. And that's what DoorDash is going to come back and tell them.
Yeah.
Whenever they try to go to DoorDash, not that
Well,
I'm for DoorDash, not that
here's
DoorDash
the other
isn't.
thing, though. Here's the other thing. I just texted Bryant at Greening at Legal Rideshare. By the way, I wanted to know a straight answer on this. Do you need to work these platforms? Are you in jeopardy in any state? Is how I worded it, by not having a business license of some sorts. I'm almost promising his answer is going to be no.
Yeah, I think his answer is going to be no too. I think whoever Cody talked to was wrong.
Exactly. That's my point. I think she was
because I'm looking up Alaska right now, and it says if you perform residential home improvements, then you must have a business license. It does not go into any ride share or food delivery. When you talked to this lady, did you just tell her I'm a 1099 contractor, or did you say I deliver food and do ride share?
Well, also when he was talking to her, he was talking to her about his business he's trying to build, which might have even thrown another wrench into this whole thing.
Like,
I mean, different business.
As far as the alcohol goes, I know some states just plain don't allow it, and there's other states like Virginia where they brought the hammer down and said, no, you're going to get the same permit or license, same as a bartender or server would have to have. So, you know, I feel that each state's kind of going to either have a hands-off approach or bring the hammer down or just not allow it at all, you know.
Well, but you know,
they want that revenue, so I think they're going to allow it in general, you know.
In my personal opinion, there's more important things going on in cities and states right now than worrying about if people have their alcohol card when they're doing good DoorDash. There's more important things going on.
Well, actually,
I'm really not even going to sweat it.
That's why we were just talking about it, Roy, because they actually just did make it a big deal. I know that Roy and I had sync up on a lot of safety issues. We've done videos together on this kind of stuff, and you know, like underage ridership. Like a lot of people, when Roy and I did that video, they didn't even know that was an illegal thing.
Well, that's the thing.
What do you mean I can't pick up minors? I'm like, dude, are you kidding me?
That's the thing.
Like, that's just common sense there. Like,
yeah, nothing's going to happen until. And it's the unfortunate part is when you don't follow the rules and regulations like you're supposed to, according to your state. I'm just talking your state. Nothing's going to happen until something severely happens, like you get in a bad car accident, you kill somebody. Then guess what? You're going to be the one that has to face the consequences. It's not going to be Uber. It's not going to be Lyft. It's going to be you. So
always,
if your state requires you to have these things, then you should be getting them before you even do the work. Plain and simple. That's my opinion. Because once again, we're talking safety stuff. That's safety of your livelihood. You don't want to lose your house because you didn't want to go put the $7 endorsement on your car insurance when you're driving Lyft. You're going to lose your house. You're going to lose, you know, everything because you killed somebody over a $7 endorsement, which you knew you're supposed to have. See, that's the problem. All these people are out here just doing these gig jobs willy-nilly and not following the rules like they're supposed to.
Well, before we go any farther, Bryant Greening, the CEO and founder of Legal Rideshare, just texted me back and said, not in any of the 50 states do you need to be a business to operate any gig platform.
Oh, really? Well, then I would like to have him explain why is it Nevada or Clark County requires you to have a county business license and Nevada makes you have a state business license.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm not going to bother him that much.
Well, no, I'm just saying then he may not know what he's talking about in that case because it's required.
He does.
Okay, well, it's required to have a business license and a county business license. I've seen people get pulled over and they get a $1,200 ticket for not having that business license.
There's these little things like what you're talking about, and a lot of times that just comes down to fees that something needs. Like Vegas is a big destination, so they're probably just taking it as like, listen, we're just going to call this whatever, but we just want some money from you.
No, it's an actual thing. It's an actual state,
right? But it's like Vail telling me I need this weird permit to be able to drive people around Vail, which is where you can make a lot of money back then doing rideshare. So I did it. You know, I was actually thinking to myself, okay, at least I'm at the police station doing this because otherwise, I don't know if I'd believe I need this.
Well, it's like Nevada and like Clark County, you're required to have a county business license, but I can go up to Nye County and work without a county business license. So it's the same way, just because it's a tourist place. They're making
that's your problem is you have county, city, state, and federal. So you got 4 different places that you have to check because all of them might tell you something different.
Yep.
I will tell you. I will tell you that I've
legal
talked to
ride
3.
share.
I will tell you I've talked to 3. Gary knows this too. Maybe not 3, 2, but I've talked to 3 different lawyers who only do gig stuff. Legal rideshare is hands down my favorite. I don't have an affiliation with them where they're a sponsor of any type, so I am just telling you this on a personal basis. Bryant is one of the most genius people in law I know, and especially in this law as it changes hour to hour.
Yeah.
He is really with it.
But he probably deals with it more on a federal level than he does state by state.
Actually, he does state, dude.
Well, I'm sure they break it down like that too. But I'm thinking wherever you ask him a question, like a blanket statement, like you did, he's probably thinking on a federal level. No, there's nothing that can be done. Now if you break it down by state, we know that in New York City you need different requirements to do rideshare than you do in Oklahoma.
Dude, he's been on my podcast 3 times. We've even talked about this kind of stuff. He knows that I know that. We're on the same page.
Right.
I was just asking him this blanket statement because we're on the same page. I knew he'd know what I meant.
So what you're saying is, Brian from Legal Rideshare, if I was to go out and do Lyft without a business license, I get a big fat ticket. He's going to pay it for me?
No, he's going to tell you. I guarantee you. In fact, Legal Rideshare, if people don't know, they will give you a free consultation. Yep. So if you have any really upfront needs, reach out to them.
Just
and ask
one thing on that. Don't for deactivations anymore. It's gotten so ridiculous that they've actually taken it off their list of services
because they can't do anything. they
were it was helping some people just to have a letterhead written from a lawyer because they might just reactivate you, but he can't even do that anymore. He's like,
no. I mean, they probably sent too many off to the companies, and the companies like, yeah, we ain't dealing with those people. They don't ever do nothing. So, but anyways, back to Cody here, since that's why I jumped on, because I was listening to that part of it. So did they say specifically just for food delivery and rideshare that you need a business license?
They said that rideshare falls under a different category. Uber and Lyft came into compliance. They allowed them to return to the state once they confirmed the drivers had the proper licensing and the proper insurance. They said the same rules would still apply for food delivery, but food delivery is not in compliance. That is what she said.
Who's food delivery? Because there's a lot of different apps.
Well, she's talking DoorDash and like all these apps that do app-based.
Well, Uber does food delivery too. So, but they just said that Uber was in compliance. So
yeah. So here's what we should do. We should probably, it'd be fun. We should call that same lady live one day. And then put her on.
I was just gonna say it's too bad it's Sunday. I'd call her right now.
Yeah, if it wasn't Sunday, I'd call her.
Because Gary and I do that.
Yeah,
we don't do gotcha often, but on Sunday we might get you.
Well, it's not gotcha. It's
well, it is gotcha if she pulled some crap.
Oh, if she did, yeah. I don't know if she did.
I'm seriously thinking though that she's just misinformed. Like
I don't know.
I just am.
Or else she misheard it. I would have to watch. Right. I wish I could be a fly on the wall and rewatch that conversation, because maybe she was hearing you talking about a new business, and you got to remember everybody doesn't think the same. Maybe she's a little slow, and she's like, okay, new business, and then you're like, and deliver food, and she's like, well, wait, that's a whole other thing. Like she was just lost in the. I don't know.
Sure, we should go through Jeff Coate decision on Justia Law because it has it in layman terms. Because I'm just saying, like, just comb through it, because I think it helps provide a little bit of direction.
John, you haven't spoken a minute. You've been hearing a lot of this. What do you think? Because you know a lot about this. So
I was going through the Jeff Coate decision as Cody was suggesting, and where it basically the business in that case instructed the dancer to pursue this as an independent contractor, and she went into this knowing she had to do that. So that's where Cody is at the stage where he's trying to get all the information so he knows fully what he's getting himself into. And I can see why, doing the additional due diligence. And yeah, I think I agree with Gary. You might have heard somebody telling you wrong. You may want to find out and get their name, get their position. And like Steve suggested, say it's on the record, or can I quote you on that, or whatever you have to say to make sure, you need something. They're probably going to tell you this is not an official opinion.
Right.
Okay, we'll have them send you an opinion, even an informal opinion, but make them send it to you in writing. Do you have anything in writing?
I always make them send me their actual law on it, whatever their law.
That's what I was just to
is.
say. Or at least show me in the law where it is so I can go read it.
Right.
She did. I asked that question. It was Alaska Statute 2330 .230. I looked at it.
Okay. So and then you have the job title of this person who sent you this information.
2330 right? What?
She said it was Alaska Statute 2330 and then like subsection 230. Yeah, the lady was just like a compliance something with workman's comp. So the reason why I ended up there, because I was asking questions about workman's comp insurance, because if I'm 1099 and I'm trying to file an entity, why do I need to have workman's comp? So and the whole thing ended up just going from there.
Okay. Yeah. Now I got it pulled up here. Now I get a little bit more understanding because you brought up workman's comp. Workman's comp does not cover 1099 employees because they don't pay into workman's comp.
Right,
I already
knew.
Yeah. And that's what she cited you here is 2330.230 is persons not covered under workman's comp. That's all
which should be everybody independent.
It pretty much is. It says the following persons are not covered: part-time babysitter, cleaning person, harvest help, part-time, sports officials. Like it's got a whole list. Fishermen.
Sports officials aren't covered if you get hit by a football player, man.
Contract. It actually says sports officials on a contractual
and
basis.
Why don't we have, and to answer that question, why I don't have the legal paperwork? Because I don't walk around with the legal paperwork. And that's the point of forming the entity so I can get legal. That's why I'm doing these things.
But
and
that's
why
I told everybody in California.
I have legal paperwork. I will tell you that. I do have my LLC. I do have a bond. I do have.
Gary, raise your hand. Do you swear to tell?
Yeah, I swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but truth. I actually do have the rideshare endorsements and all that good stuff, Pedro.
Kept up or redefined it.
Okay, let's say John.
Colorado John, what's up?
But we do tell everybody. If you've never listened to us, we always tell people do what you have to according to your state, local, and federal laws. We've always said that. Yeah,
I mean that's what I'm doing. Why am I doing the paperwork for the entity? Because the money that I earn and bring in, then the business can reinvest in me for the training that I'm doing, and then that reinvestment also becomes a tax write-off. So I happen to stumble on all these things in the course of that research.
Just
right now here's the thing, though. You will have to change, and I believe so. You'll have to check, but you'll have to change your DoorDash and Uber and all that to use your business ID, not your social. Yeah, your FEIN. Instead of
I don't know,
social.
Cody, this is something I would personally look into as somebody who's had other businesses, is that even if you're going to do this, okay, even if you're going to do this, and it might be the right thing, okay, I'm not saying anything about that. I would maybe look at getting 2 business licenses, because I know you have one that is completely 180 of the gig economy. I wouldn't tie the 2 together.
Yeah,
because there's too much unknown with the gig economy stuff. I wouldn't put that under that brand of the thing you're really.
Plus, like, let's say you do a delivery and then you run someone's garage and you kill someone. That's going to affect your other business too.
That's what I was kind of getting at. Like the one little stupid mistake that just happens from time to time. You know what I mean? Like that could ruin the business you really want to do because you tied in this gig economy stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. Right. Well, and like I was saying a while back ago, also having the LLC to protect my personal interests, so
well, here's one thing that I found out about LLCs whenever I first got mine. Somebody's always responsible.
Yeah.
Just saying.
That's why they want them, dude.
Yeah.
That's the only dude, even if I don't know what it is in your state, but like a liquor license here is very expensive. Okay. But like to do business as an LLCs, like, and maybe I'm underquoting it, but it's like $35 a year. They just want a name on a document of who do we kill if you don't pay.
That's a little extreme.
I just think at the end of the day, if you're doing these gig platforms, go follow every law that you're supposed to follow regarding gig platforms. Don't listen to what we say. Don't go to your state and find out. Like I said, they just had a thing on the news a month ago about DoorDashers working without a business license, and that's being illegal. So anytime you're making money in the state, whether it's independently or with a job, the state wants to know where the money is, and they want their share of that money. So that's why they require you to get a business license.
So I agree with a lot of what Roy is saying, but what I would do if you go into that is I wouldn't disclose any numbers, but I would say, hey, listen, there's been quite some conversation amongst a bunch of drivers I know. So I'm here representing quite a few of them, and we need a definitive yes or no on some questions, and ask each question to somebody that has the ability to answer it to. Don't be talking to just anybody.
Okay. Well,
because then you'd get actual answers.
We can just
say
leave
you're
it there.
representing a group,
right?
That means you could be sending it back to DoorDash,
Sure.
Uber Eats, and that could ruin the city's connection with Uber that gives free rides to everything and helps the city out during big events. All the things that they do give the city money. That could stop that flow of income.
Well, the rideshare here in Nevada, that's already taken care of. You have to have the business license, and you have to have the county business license to work in Clark County, because you can't even get on the app without it. So you have to have that. Those are all
Vegas, I could see like everything you're saying being exact, and maybe you're even like spot on exactly right, because Vegas is just different.
Well, Vegas,
you guys have two. You have. I mean, we're all overpopulated, but you guys have way too many people in that area anyway. Like
that's why
they're just trying. I think they're just trying to sort through. Like, dude, where do all these people come from?
That's why they say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Because when you go there, whatever money you spend stays there.
plus we have a lot of issues with the gypsy Uber driver type situation. That's why they require you to slap that. That's why you're required to mount your business license in your window. Because if the cops see you picking up people without that license, they snatch you up instantly. So
I see people here doing Lyft and Uber with still to this day with taped printouts that say Lyft. Not often, but like I'll see them and I'm like, dude, seriously, if you really do work for Lyft, go get a new sticker right now.
Yeah, and the police
come on, dude, you can't just put a Sharpie piece of cardboard up that says ride share. Both.
Yeah, because the taxi cab authority out here, they do stings, they do all that stuff. They look for these people specifically. They're trying to do that on the side Uber stuff without the proper licensing. So they'll do stings out on downtown. They'll come up and ask you, hey, are you an Uber driver? And you say yes. And then you if I give you $20 cash, will you take it? The minute you take that, they jump in your car, they arrest you right there on the spot. They don't joke out here in Vegas with that stuff. So it would serve you well to make sure you follow the laws here, because unless you want to go to jail, have your car impounded, pay the big old fines it's best to just follow the law.
We had an inmate in custody. He was doing a 4-year sentence. He was out at a work camp. His last name was Brin in Nevada, BRIN. He was operating without a business license. And he was handed a 4-year prison sentence by the state of Nevada. Last name Brin. So it's a serious thing. Here's the thing.
It is a serious thing, because that often those are connected with tax fraud too.
But
that's a big problem.
Like Nevada, like this is what I learned, right? Because I did an internship in Oregon when I was doing the criminal justice thing. I worked for state of Nevada and I worked for state of Alaska. What I learned between the 3 states, Nevada is a pit bull when it comes to going after people, jailing them. I mean, they are the pit bull. The rest of them are just kind of like, But so, I mean, it's depending on where you're at, it could be very serious. So like I'm in the process of returning back into the correctional field. I cannot afford to knowingly do anything that is potentially, illegal. I'm not going to do that. So now I'm done. Like I can't do it until I know for sure. So it's kind of it's kind of pissed me off, quite frankly, because now I feel like it's put me in this position, okay, where if I want to go work in that sworn position again, I can't be knowingly doing things, and I certainly can't catch a case, especially for something done. So
that's why I was saying I would independently treat your two businesses if you are going to do it, because you could just let one go by the wayside if you had to and focus on the real one.
So that means, so I think what you're saying there, Steve, is two separate legal entities, not two separate doing business as, if you will.
Yeah, no company, and then not DBAs. I'm talking about straight up.
Just knowing
different.
States are different the way they register their businesses. That's where you're trying to advise Cody.
Yeah.
Can
just
can
also
because
because
on the record.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, FWIW for what it's worth.
Yeah, that's one thing. Nevada don't play games when it comes to that stuff, man, at all.
In my gigs, I find I have to, if lawyers are involved, I generally say to the client, you need to get the lawyers out of here. You're paying them too much, and they're not adding anything. We'll go to the lawyers when we need them, not throughout the process.
Yep. So I don't know, Cody. Yeah, you should get us that person's number. We'll call him.
Yeah. That's obviously got to during business hours. Remember the time difference there, Steve.
Yeah.
She was down in Juneau, state of Alaska. It was under workman's comp.
Okay.
Workman's comp's always going to tell you that you need a business license because workman's comp does not cover.
Right, she probably doesn't even know anything otherwise. She's like,
that's
you have
what I'm saying.
comp? No, I don't know how to help.
See, I thought it was a state lady saying that you need a business license. For workers' comp, you do have to have a business license in every state.
I'll email you offline. I'll get you the name and number. I also I did speak to an investigator for the state. So I'm telling you, I'm not coming here to feed you a line of garbage. I'm telling you what I was
you're
told.
not. I know you're not, Cody.
I'm trying to help you.
I believe all of us believe this happened. That's why we want to come to the bottom of this stuff, though. What we do is expose.
Like I'm legitimately concerned because I keep, just me and the way I am. I laid awake the other night after what I learned, thinking, my God, did I do something illegal? It bothered me to that extent.
It's
so
only
that's
illegal.
why
It's only illegal until you get caught, brother.
That's true. But
you're still going to have sleepless nights until he knows for certain.
Right.
We want to let him get a full night's sleep, especially given the time difference out there. So,
well, and John, you're probably the only one here that doesn't know that Cody, in a previous life, was a corrections officer. So,
and in
I'm sure that's playing into this too.
And in a previous life, I've been in jail 3 times.
Okay,
right. Well, I mean, if the born again people can claim all that stuff, I can claim in a previous life.
Hey, 1 Corinthians 6 still is the truth. You cannot deny that. So,
but I think I personally think, Cody, it'd be smart to get your LLC for just the workman's comp alone, because your taxes are going to go towards the workman's comp. So I would think it'd be a good idea because, like, with the pandemic happened, look how many people had nothing.
Yeah.
At that case, at least if you have your license and you fall under the workman's comp, if anything like the pandemic happens again, you're covered. You don't have to worry about, or you trip in somebody's pothole in their front yard and bust your shit. At least now you'll have some kind of coverage versus, whatever the case may be.
I was thinking about that too, about having some coverage in case something like injury. And it wasn't so I did get a quote on a policy. It wasn't that expensive. So
yeah.
I
feel like this all plays into the PRO Act, though. This is what they want, man. They're like using the pandemic, like, the pandemic proved that all you guys are going to have to get money that you didn't throw into, and that gave all the legs to the PRO Act. Luckily,
they did.
Luckily, some smart people chopped those legs off. But
yes, they did.
Everybody was collected unemployment that shouldn't have been collected, like here in Nevada. All these Uber and Lyft drivers collected all this unemployment, and they never put into the unemployment system. But yet they were getting $600-700 a week in unemployment money. That wasn't fair for people. They should have never got that.
People who didn't work were getting it too, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So you had the people on welfare who barely get by were getting it too. So it was like it was just being handed out to everybody because, hey, something happened out of our control and you need to stay home for a year. Of course, I mean, dude, it's a weird scenario. It's what are you gonna?
Well, if you had a job and they forced you to stay home for a year, then you're entitled to the unemployment at that point. But as an Uber and Lyft driver, you're not entitled to unemployment. DoorDash drivers, they're not entitled to unemployment. But yet they were getting the unemployment just like a regular employee was. So
right, yeah. I mean, the free country this is, yes. Any other country, if you're working, doesn't matter what classification you have, then it would make sense that the country just says, hey, we're just going to give you some money. Here it gets a little sticky, I get it, but it also just opened up too many doors to create some really crappy legislation and laws and to try and abolish, like I said, let's go away from the gig economy. What about cartoonists, newspaper writers, journalists, interpreters, musicians? What about these people who can't be independent anymore? How can you be a musician and not be independent?
Well, that's the unfortunate problem. You got these lazy ass people, and I'm going to go on my stint. You got these lazy ass people that want everything given to them, and at the end of the day, to suit them, they end up screwing everybody else in the whole system. So that's the unfortunate part.
Yeah, I think that maybe the gig economy just needs to be treated a little bit different because I think that it's just being used in too many political ways to try and force something down everybody's throat who wants to have a piece of the American dream if it's still left.
Here's my opinion. Just tear down these hurdles, but also on the other end, you're going to be self-reliant, and if something goes wrong, it's on you. The state ain't going to help you.
In my personal opinion, if I ran DoorDash right now, I would make every state minimum wage. You want to work for DoorDash, you're guaranteed your minimum wage in your state. If you make any extra above that an hour, that's on you. That's what I would do. But then there goes flex time. There goes what?
What?
There goes flex time.
What do you mean? The flexibility, you mean?
To be able to turn on anytime I want and be paid.
Well, no, you should still be able to do that. You can still turn on the app. Just whenever you're on the app.
He's saying like active time that you're on a delivery, you're guaranteed minimum wage.
So you're talking about Prop 22?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I don't like subsidized things. If the business can't run on its own merit.
Well, that's the thing. It wouldn't be subsidized as long as you get, like, let's take Nevada. It's $10.75. As long as DoorDash sends you, let's say, 2 orders at $6, you made your minimum wage for the hour. That's all they would have to do. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to subsidize you. As long as you're able to make the minimum wage, you're fine. And so.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, I was just going to compare it to, again, into the bar industry. I mean, look at, like, even when I was doing, I know it's a little higher now here in Colorado, but, let's just make them easy numbers. Let's say that minimum wage is $10 when I'm doing this, but being a bartender, minimum wage is $2.75. There's a reason for that. And it's because I make way more than 10. I make like 40 an hour. However, they're going to lower my, minimum wage because they know how much I'm making in the tips,
and they know he ain't paying taxes,
especially on the taxes. on the cash tips, no way. They all go in my pocket, dude.
No. Alleged cash tips.
Where you're basically making 120% of state minimum wage guaranteed, and you have to take so many orders. Just give people the choice. Like, here, if you want to be selective and choose, it's on you. But here's this other way, and you're guaranteed this X amount of dollars. But it's more lucrative to do it yourself. But it's on you if you don't get nothing.
See, I just think all these apps, the only thing that they need to do, show full details. That's it. Yes, like me and Brian have been talking about, there's no law that forces them to do it. So, just show everything. Let everybody decide. I mean, Grubhub makes it by. They show full details.
Many of the arguments would go away. However, part of how we got started here today about the PRO Act And a lot of the legislation that's happening is not just because of the gig economy. They're just using it as a crutch and another way to push through some things on people that the worst part about all this is if you look at AB5, the people who got screwed are the people who should have been the untouchables.
Right. I agree.
And they're the ones who got screwed. The ones who got carve-outs and stuff, it was, like what were the first two carve-outs? I'll tell you right now. Anesthesiologists and lawyers.
I thought it was insurance agents, but
yeah. But I mean, like, look and think about that kind of stuff. Of course. You're going to tell lawyers they don't get a carve-out? Good luck with that one, dude.
They're going to sue you.
They're all going to sue you. Every California lawyer is going to sue you. So, I mean, it's ridiculous. And, of course, carve-out. I mean, we've talked about this. The bill got so messy, and this almost never happens, that they had to, Lorraine had to make a new bill, 2257.
Yep.
It still looked ugly.
Especially when Willie Brown had to text Governor Newsom saying, and Newsom replied, and he showed the Politico, hey, I signed the bill, write the bleep column.
Right.
That's how much pressure Newsom was to sign that bill. Oh.
Well, I don't see it getting any better. I just see the gig apps. They're just going to get more and more regulated to the point where you're going to be an employee at the end of the day, in my personal opinion. So,
that's what they want.
Been.
They want to call this free. Like, I don't want to get. I feel like both sides are doing it in some ways, though, to be honest. So I'll feel okay saying this, but I feel like they want this to be the United States freedom. But we're socialists now.
well,
I know.
Don't tell the world.
Look how many gig workers want shit handed to them. Well, that's why it's happening in the first place. Because you got all these gig workers in all these certain cities, and they're complaining constantly. We want this. We want more. We want more. Well, sooner or later, your government, state government, city, whatever, they're gonna end up caving sooner or later. And so it's just a matter of time before every state does the same thing. It's just a matter of time.
I think there should be a complaining against stupid things rule, and the more points you acquire, like when you hit 500 points, you're flown to Epstein Island, where only like hungry hyenas and lions and stuff live, and they just drop you on a parachute right onto the island.
I just think
they're like, go have fun dying.
There needs to be more personal responsibility for what the things you choose to do. That's the thing. If you choose to do this work, you deal with it, suck it up, and move on. You quit expecting shit to be given to you. That's at the end of the day.
Exactly
That's what it is.
I kind of feel like so let me just be clear. It's not like me personally, I'm not looking to be given anything, and I'm not saying any of you said that. I just, number one, want what everyone else wants. I just want some direction. Am I an employee or am I a contractor? Then I know which way to go, right? The other thing is, if I'm truly an independent contractor, I would not set myself up to only get $2, $4, $6 an hour and then hope to God the customer tips. I would be getting truly paid for my time, and I'd be setting my rates. We have no ability to set our rates. We have no ability to negotiate. Some will say, well, it's like a bid. And I'm like, okay, sure, it's like a bid for my time, but it's also take it or leave it. They substantially control everything when it comes to the money end of it. So when you don't take all the trash orders, then you're penalized, you're placed on pause, or in some cases, your dash is totally ended. Now you have no ability to control at the end of the day. They hold all the control, and that's a huge component in determining whether or not you're an independent contractor is, do you control? We have no control. I might control whether I take a $3 going 8 miles here and there.
No, here comes the control conversations again.
But it's true. It's an element.
Myself 100% of the time.
It's an element.
And I've brought that up to many people months and months and months ago, that if you want to fight for something, or that is one thing you should be fighting for the most, is they're punishing you for not doing certain things. That is but nobody ever talks about it. Nobody ever wants to do anything about it. They're all worried about the money side of it, but yet they're kind of backholing you through your rectum with pausing you when they're pausing you. But yet nobody says anything about it or does anything about it. There's maybe a few, one or two, but
no, these apps shouldn't say yet. We're gonna unassign the order for you if you don't start moving right now.
I can barely hear you, Bud Soda.
Yeah, I can barely hear you, and your phone's cutting out. Like you sound like a robot.
But yeah, that's one thing you should be fighting for. That's the one thing they should be fighting for. That they can't be pausing us when if we're allowed to take what we want when we want, we should be getting paused. But a lot of people don't talk about that or do anything about it. So
No, because the payer, if in a contractor status, the payer can control the end result. If you don't have the ability to control the stuff in the middle, then I personally, I think we're employees and I think we're misclassified.
You're glorified employees. That's what I've always said. So.
That's what I think.
Well, say I get why they pause sometimes.
I still feel
because some people they just leave their apps on, and by pausing them, then they can force them to end the shift, and then somebody else can pick up the shift. You know, and I mean, I know people that's turned on their DoorDash, left their phone at home, and went and out to eat. Like, why you even turn it on at that point? You know, and they just did it because the whole if an order goes around enough, it boosts pay for people. You know, which okay, great, you're trying to help out other people get higher pay, but at the same time, DoorDash has to try and prevent some of the
shenanigans.
Yeah, you know, stuff that goes on. And so I mean I can see it both ways because it's I don't think enough people look at things from a business perspective. Everybody's like me, but if you actually look at it from a business perspective, say if you was the one sending out orders to people for your own company and you have 10 people on shift because that's all you can have, and then all 10 of them are just declining stuff, eventually you want an 11th person, correct?
Then fire them all.
Yeah.
So it sounds like the payer can't afford the service. Then I don't know how else to put it. If you're, I mean, call the plumber to your house to come fix something, and say, well, I'll give you like this chintzy little bit of money to show up, and then you'll just find out what the rest is when you're done. Like no one would do that. So I think that would be eliminated if true contractors had the ability. Oh my God. If they had the ability to set prices or at least negotiate prices or
you want me to tell you how that would
set
work out?
Parameters.
You want me to tell you again? You want me to tell you how that would work out? You would have no, you would have a race to the bottom.
We already saw it with
we already saw
LA.
that. Yeah, in LA they used to be able to set their prices for surge prices. And every driver started out at 5x. Every one of them. None of them were getting any customers. And so everybody slowly started lowering. Okay, I'll go down to 4x because everybody else is at 5x. Well, now everybody else is at 4x, so I'm going to go down to 3x. And it was just a race to the bottom by the drivers, not even the gig companies, but the drivers themselves. Because here's the thing, as a business person, if I know that your minimum is, say, $2 a mile, my minimum is going to be $1.99 a mile. You know why? Because I want the runs.
And
Simple
some people even went under what the Uber X rate was before they allowed them to do it. Some like say it was 65 cents. People were in the LAX lot going down to 41 cents.
And
it was getting ridiculous.
We like to blame these gig companies, and I'm not saying they're perfect. I'm not saying that they couldn't improve, but drivers, when you give them the 100% ability to do something, they do exactly the same thing that the gig companies are doing.
I think the only way for the gig portion of this, not the freelancers, not the self-employed 60 million, just the gig portion, which is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, even if part or full-time, is what Gary said, is for full transparency on every company right now.
Right.
That really would solve everything. It would end a lot of their misclassifications, a lot of their issues. It would not change a thing for the customers. They would still get all of their things done. The people who take crap rides would still take them.
Yep.
You know, and seeing all of it, you might know that, oh, that's my neighborhood. I want to go there. That's cool. I'll take it. Where I'm like, I don't want to go there.
Yeah, the only thing that's going to change if you show full details, the only thing that's going to change, drivers are going to cherry pick more. That's the only thing that's going to change. But them low ball offers are still going to get delivered because somebody's going to go do it. You know, whether it's the retiree that doesn't really need the money, or a college kid that's like, yeah, I don't care. You know,
but Tony, Dumpling isn't a gig app platform. I'm not going to even call it.
No,
one.
you have to find your own customers as well.
And you have to, everything you're doing has, I mean, that's a business. That's,
I mean, could you imagine if you had to go find your own customers for DoorDash? You wouldn't do it.
There'd be no dashers.
Yeah, there would be no dashers. I can't think of one person go door to door or put up a flyer or anything. Say, hey, let me go pick up your food for you.
Right.
That's because that's almost impossible. Because you don't know when they're going to order food. That would be almost useless to even try that because
that would be a true business.
Yeah, but you'd be chilling at home. You'd be chilling at home with the fam, and then some dude will call you up. Yo, man, can you go get my McDonald's? You know, shit like that. So
and then what do? You turn around and you get other subcontractors there needs you that you can call and say, hey, Mike needs his McDonald's. Can you go do it?
Or you could just base.
Okay, I'll call Jimmy.
Or you could just base your surge on your laziness factor that day. Yeah, but I'm surging by 5.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna cost you if I gotta go get this McDonald's. It's gonna
5. Oh wait, it just went up to 10. I'm sorry.
10, sorry, that was like 10 seconds ago.
Okay.
So now we've like I said, Cody, we've tried the let's set a price, and it was a race to the bottom.
Yep.
You know, we've tried. I mean, I think they tried a lot. The only thing they haven't tried
is being honest.
Yeah, exactly. Just show everything up front, let people decide, and go from there. I mean, like New York City, they have 100% transparency there. Guess what? People are still getting food delivered.
You know what? If DoorDash and them really wanted those $3 orders, they would give people the option to make their own price. Because it would happen just like you said with the Uber and Lyft in California. People would be battling to get those orders, and you would go right down to the bottom. So their $3 would be getting taken all day.
Yeah,
you're going to have those people willing to do it. So
exactly.
I understand that. I just, all I'm saying is we should have the ability to set prices, even if it doesn't go the direction we want. I mean, it's the same thing like when you look for a car mechanic, you want someone to replace your starter. You're going to go to the guy that's going to charge you $350. I get it. I'm just saying, all I'm saying is if I'm a contractor, I have the ability to set my price. I have negotiation in my price. If I choose not to drive for 40 cents a mile, then I should not be punished. I should not be paused. I should not be, my dash shouldn't end for the rest of the day. None of those things should matter.
Sure.
Okay. And what happens if you get no work at all?
But wait, if they showed you full transparency, you just wouldn't take it, and then it wouldn't be held against you.
Right. Versus not getting any work at all. Because I can tell you right now, if you could set your own price, what would your per mile rate be?
If so, I can tell you this: what I'm doing on the side, I dictate my price. I tell people what they are. So when I run up to Talkeetna and make $350 for a single run, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't even be using the app. But even if it is a race to the bottom, then I don't know what you call it. You call it capitalism. It is what it is. You're still setting your own price. You are setting your price for the service. If someone chooses,
how much do you make right now doing gig work?
I'm not going to say. I do decent.
Okay. Well, okay. So now imagine your week without that.
Without what?
Without any money from gig work, could you still make it?
Autumn and I are okay for about 8 months.
Right. So after, I'm saying like, I know you want to set your own price.
Yeah.
But whenever you set your own price, then you have to like me, I contract out coding, right? And I do have a set hourly rate. If somebody doesn't want to pay that, I'm like, well, too bad, move on. There is times that I will go 2-3 weeks without any work. you know, and yes, I can do that because I do have my other apps and I have gig work to fall back on and stuff like that. But if I didn't have all these other sources of income, I definitely couldn't do it. If my only source was gig work, for example, like most gig workers, and then everybody's setting their own price, and I'm still, you know, not getting any orders at all now because everybody's lower than me. See what I'm getting at?
Right.
The other thing too, Cody, is like honestly, like what is if, like, let's take LAX. I know you're in Alaska, but let's take LAX airport. If there was 200 cars in there and they were all the same car, they're all of them are the same exact car, same year, same color, same status, everything, and they are set from price range 41 cents to $1.10. What are you doing here? Like, I mean, and how is that going to work? Is somebody going to see 200 cars and go,
no,
Right.
they're going to do 41 cents, 41
right,
cents,
right. But I'm
41
just
cents.
saying, or what, I want to spend about 60 cents. Like, how does this work? I just don't see how this works. This gets very, very complicated very quickly.
And it is going to go back to my thing. You say you're doing decent, right? Which means you're probably doing well enough that you're paying your bills. You're doing well, right? What more do people want? Like, if you're already doing decent, you're making decent money and good money, whatever the case may be, what more is going to satisfy you? An extra more $100 a week, an extra $200 a week? Because that's the thing I think. I see a lot of people bitching and complaining about, oh, we need to get paid more. Oh, I'm making $70,000 a year. But okay, well, what were you making prior to that? Are you making more doing the DoorDash than you were your McDonald's job? Then why are we complaining? Oh, I want hundreds more. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. What's going to be enough for people? Because we're never going to solve any of these problems because everybody has this unrealistic expectations that they all deserve $100 a fucking hour, but yet they don't have the skills to go out and get a job where you can get paid $100 an hour. So that's my biggest issue, is that's why I rip on people so much, is because we're always complaining, I'm not getting enough. Well, you're making $35, $40 an hour. You're making $12 at McDonald's. So what is going to be enough for you at the end of the day? You know what I'm saying? And that goes back to Pedro's video about that guy talking about low skill. Yeah, it doesn't take a rocket science to go out and let's say deliver food. So when you're bitching, you're making $40 an hour, and you're still, I need more, I want more. What's going to always at the end of the day be enough?
Well, here's my answer, and I think, Roy, you and I have even talked about this, is that it doesn't matter who it is, dude. Nobody's ever making. Jeff Bezos doesn't make enough.
Exactly.
And he owns the planet.
and that's the unfortunate part, is like
yeah, exactly. But to him, he needs to make more. He's not.
Yeah, but because of that mentality, none of this shit's going to get solved, and then we rely on our legislators to make the choice, and you end up screwing yourself then, because now you're really screwed, because you're going by the AB5 shit in California, or the Prop 22. When if you didn't have Prop 22, you could probably be making double of what you're making off Prop 22. Because let's face it, Prop 22 makes people lazy. That just makes people lazy.
Well,
they already know, hey, I'm gonna get there.
Luckily for all of us, we only have to, listen to Prop 22 for till February of next year.
That's what I'm saying. It's if people have this mindset,
then it's gone. So
you know what? If you could come to me right now and say, I have the skills to go out in the W-2 workforce and give me a $50 an hour job, but I'm only making 40 at rideshare or whatever, I'd be like, fuck yeah, then you deserve your $50 an hour. Go get your $50 an hour W-2 job then. Quit hurting everybody else because you want an extra $10 off your gig work when because you're only making 40 now.
Or you want flexibility and you're still making 40 versus a structured 50.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, you're bitching because you worked at $12.
You could even take it to half. You could say 50, but I'm only making 25. Not the case, but you could even say that to me, and I'd have to say I have to take the 25 because most of my income comes from laser, and no other job would allow me to just work sporadically for a few weeks here and there when I need to.
And that's what's crazy to me, that mindset, is you were working a $12 an hour McDonald's job telling you got to work 45 hours a week. And now you're at a job making 30 or 40 and you're doing it whenever you want. And you're still fucking bitching about stuff. Like, what is enough?
That's
You
just
know what I'm
human.
saying?
That's just human nature, though, dude.
Yeah,
Everybody, no matter what you hit, when you hit a level, even if you set goals, if you're like, I just need to get up to this, I swear, as soon as you hit that goal, you set a new one.
Yeah,
that's just human
Yep,
nature, dude. They just
That's
people
literally
just are never. They can never get happy.
Why is Bud Soda so low?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Like as a human being, or where he's
Try now, Bud Soda.
Well,
But
what I was
that's-
saying is that's literally me. If I hit a plateau of what my goal was, I'll set a new one that's higher. It's
Yeah, but
more
it's-
for motivation on my part, but like,
Yeah, I'm not talking week to week or anything. I'm just talking about like the big
yeah, but
picture kind of stuff.
in the process of doing that, you're hurting other people, and that's what sucks the most is because so many other people are being hurt, and these laws are being passed that are screwing other people. Because
yeah, I don't want the government to interfere.
And that's the main, and that there it is. There's the main thing. These AB5 laws, everybody, we always equate them to gig work. Really, not only who got hurt by it the most, these AB5 type laws in California and other states, but the majority of people affected. I mean, like 90% of the people affected don't do gig work.
Yep.
And 50 to 70% of those people are out of business now altogether, because this was a good way for politicians to go, look, let's use the gig economy as the catalyst to finally get these freelancers screwed.
And they're going to feel it, like the whole trucking situation alone in California. Now people are going to bitch it. I can't go to Walmart and get my underwear because they can't get delivered from California because I can't get my underwear. Then you're going to bitch about that. Well, you're bitching about your gig work is what caused that to begin with. So
yeah, I'm one, and I think that's how we started off this show. I am 100% in support of what the California truckers are doing.
You know, so
Who in
And
reality
all-
Because
really
they're
wants these kind
they're
of
doing it.
laws?
They're being hardcore. They're being professional. They're not being aggressive or mean or violent, but they are stopping the flow and making it even worse than it is. And to a lot of people, you might be like, dude, how dare you wish that? I don't wish that. I wish that they take care of these truckers.
yeah. Well, my opinion on that too is if let's say Roy sets his $50,000 goal for DoorDash. I make my 50. I change it. I want 75 this year. Okay, I can't get my $75 goal, my $75,000 goal. So I'm going to bitch and complain and try to get shit passed because I want to make this much money with DoorDash. But why don't you take that goal and apply it to something else or a job where you can make your $75,000 instead of hurting everybody else because you want to make sure you make your $75,000 off of DoorDash. That's my whole theory behind it. It's like you're hurting other people because you want to set goals that are at the end of the day are unrealistic when it comes to the job you're doing. And if you feel you have the skill to really earn $75,000 a year, go out in the W-2 world and get that $75,000. In my opinion, instead of hurting everybody else, because now you got all these truckers in California, they got fucked because you got a bunch of Uber and Lyft drivers. I can't make enough. Well, then go find a job where you think you can make enough or you have the skills to make enough. People, when they get stuck in this gig life, they don't know when to say fucking when. Like, I don't do DoorDash for once in a blue fucking moon. You guys know that because I used to do it full time. I used to do Lyft full time. I used to do that. And it got to the point where it's like, I'm not going to sit out in my car for 8 hours in 100-degree heat waiting on a $6, $7 order. So I said, fuck it. I'll just do my app whenever it gets cooler outside and shit like that. I know when to say when. And I think a lot of these gig workers need to know when to say when. And go get a job. If you're so skilled to make $50, $70 an hour, then you should have no problem doing that in the 25 in the W-2 world, in my opinion. So if you're making $40,
or if nothing else, your theory would prove to them, wait a minute, I should be happy with what I'm making.
Exactly.
Because they might go out and apply for all these jobs, and they're like, dude, you're not qualified. You can't have this. And they're like, I can't even get a job for half this.
Yeah, it'd be a serious wake up call because, like I said, if you came from a $12 McDonald's job and you're making $40 doing gig work, you should feel blessed. That hey, I'm making $40 an hour. Fuck it, I'm happy with that. But no, they're not happy with that. So so you're not going to make any more than $40 an hour on DoorDash because you don't have the skills to go anywhere other than DoorDash to make $40 an hour. So be happy with what you're making, in my opinion. Maybe I got the wrong mindset because I'm not looking to be a millionaire and all this.
You're not wrong. Diversify, and if something doesn't work, try something else. And these people just want to, it's the same people who are loyal to one app, basically. And you're, like you're saying, DoorDash. It's absolutely ridiculous that people think like that.
Well, my opinion, if you come to me bitching saying I'm making $40 an hour now and it's not enough, and I ask you what you did prior to that, and you tell me, oh, I worked at McDonald's making $50 an hour, I tell you go fuck yourself. Because no, that's ridiculous. Because you obviously didn't have the skills to get you couldn't get a $40 an hour job in the W-2 world because you were working a $12 McDonald's job. So why are we even complaining about this? This shouldn't even be a complaint. And everybody thinks,
I left a $20 hour plus pennies iView job doing line clearance groundwork. And then I eventually transferred to full-time gig work versus what I was doing. I could have chose to stay and sell my body for labor, but I didn't want that in my life, so I went this route instead. But if I had to, I could always go back to that. I have options. It's not like I'm stuck in a little box.
Well, I'm not picking on you, but so I'm just saying in the overall picture of the situation.
I'm just saying
that's what I'm talking about.
My certain situation.
Yeah. But are you making more doing gig work than you were with your other prior job?
Including Benny's, no. Not including Benny's, yes.
So you made to sacrifice your benefits for the freedom to do it when you want to do it, right?
Yeah, that, and I can go, if I need extra money, I can go grind it out, and I'm not too tired to do so.
So at the end of the day, should Bud Soda really be complaining?
No, I just bitch about my personal problems, but that's about it. I'm not bitching that these apps gave me the opportunity to go make this kind of money. I'm not asking the government to be hands-on and force these companies to give me extra money. That's stupid.
Yeah, but there's 500,000 or more, or 2.5 million more drivers that are complaining about soda, and then at the end of the day, it costs us all. At the end of the day, so that's my personal opinion. If you can't come to me and say, hey, I did a job where I made $50 an hour and now I'm only making 40 with DoorDash, I'd be saying, first, why are you stupid enough to leave a $50 an hour at a job? And second of all, that was your choice. Yeah, it was your choice. You have the skills to make that kind of money in the W-2 world. Go make it. I don't get it, man. Maybe I got a different mindset than everybody else. Like I said, I'm not looking to be a millionaire. I'm not looking to, drive a Rolls Royce like some of these motherfuckers, I guess.
But what's wrong with the Rolls Royce?
You and I have a very similar mindset. We just disagree on certain points.
Cody, did you want to say something? You keep trying to talk, but we overtalk you.
Okay, go.
Okay.
No, and that's the thing, like where I'm in this moral dilemma struggle within myself is it's not about, so this is for me it's not about the pay, it's just more on the regulatory side, because I don't want to get jammed up in something. I don't want to potentially get a situation where maybe I delivered some alcohol and then those people did something with the alcohol and then the investigations ensue. Then they try to sue DoorDash, and DoorDash is like, no, we hired a contractor. Who was the contractor delivered? It was me. And then people come knocking on my door and then find out A, B, and C, like you're not licensed. You know what I mean? Like this is where I'm at as far as the pay is concerned. I mean, like everybody, I have good days and bad days, but overall I have good days and my pay is on par with a first-year probationary corrections officer that would start in our state. So I can't complain really too much there. But I'm trying to come at this strictly from the regulatory side. Like if I'm required to have all of these licenses and all these insurance to operate in my state, then the second part of this to me is, okay, let's say I'm required to. So I go out and buy all these things. So as an independent contractor, if I have the ability to set prices or negotiate prices, because I'm going to keep saying that till I'm blue in the face, then I'm going to wrap those things up into my cost of doing business. And $2.50 base pay is not going to get you there. So now I have to rely on a tip. But then, as we all know, DoorDash is not transparent. So we don't always know what the tip is. That's all I'm trying to say. So I'm walking this fine line between trying to ensure that me personally, I am being compliant. So I don't get any liability, and I don't put my wife and kids at risk if I'm sued or criminally charged. Okay. And then the other part that I'm battling is I don't want to make a move that screws this for other people. So I feel like I'm in this dilemma, and that's for me to figure out.
Well, I don't think you can really screw other people because I think you said you're supposed to have an alcohol card, right, to deliver alcohol.
There's some kind of yes, we're supposed to have some kind of certification. That's what I know.
So I think in your search for clarification, you're not hurting anybody because the rules are already set. You're supposed to have the card.
Right.
I think what's going to happen, there's going to have to be a precedent set, and unfortunately, what the precedent's going to be is somebody's going to deliver a bottle of alcohol, somebody's going to drink until they kill themselves. Then we're going to see a precedent. That's what it's going to have to take. It's like anything before it really becomes clarification. Somebody's got to get killed or something like that. It's like crosswalk. Oh, 25 people got ran over in this intersection. I think we need a crosswalk now. It's that type of situation. So as long as you already know, hey, I have to have this card to deliver alcohol. If you don't have the card, then don't deliver alcohol. It's that simple. And so I think in your clarification, I don't think you trying to clarify it is going to hurt anybody because the rules are already out there to have that card. So
yeah, but and it's just on and on, like because people sue for anything and everything, and I just don't want to get jammed up in something. So
and right now with all these woke DAs, yes. you're even putting yourself in a worse risk because they'll look for something stupid to make that name off of. And so if they find out that somebody delivered alcohol and the person fucking fell out and died from drinking too much alcohol, oh yeah, they would definitely try to prosecute you. I guarantee they would. So
right. Yeah, I don't know.
What's up, Tony?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's going to disagree with you trying to protect yourself.
Yeah.
I think we will all disagree on that setting our own price. Because I'm not taking a $3 order ever. I would have to quit gig work if we could all do that.
Yeah, if I had to set a price at Domino's, I wouldn't have to shake up so many sodas. Let's put it that way.
But at Domino's, you're W-2. That's all I'm saying. If they're setting the prices and they're setting it, then it's like, then that's the question. Does that make us a W-2?
The thing is, though, they don't set the price. DoorDash does not. A lot of people misunderstand it. DoorDash does not set your price. The customer sets the price because their tip is essentially what you work for. Yeah, the base pay is like $2-3. They might throw on a peak pay if they need it. But really, the customer sets the price. So if you're telling the customer, hey, I'm not taking anything less than $15, every customer is going to have to tip $15. Or you're going to have another driver say, well, I'll do it for $5. Customer will be like, oh, yeah, I want that $5. So I think the way since the customer's already setting the price, they're never going to let us set their price.
And not to mention, you got to look at our economic situation in this fucked up country right now too. So I'm glad there were probably a lot of $3 orders prior to this, but you're seeing a lot more $3 offers because people are fucking broke. They still want their luxuries like food delivered, their feet pampered and shit like that. So they're going to pay the bare ass minimum, and people need to understand that. I think a lot of gig workers, they don't understand. They're looking at it from their financial. They're not looking at it from everybody's financial. And unfortunately, when you work in the gig community, you have to look at the whole financial situation of everything around you. And I think a lot of people don't do that. People are broke right now, and they're not gonna pay a driver $15. They still want their McDonald's, but they're not gonna feel the need to pay $15 to get their McDonald's because they want to get their fucking feet pampered, and so they need that $15 to get their feet pampered. That's more important. You've
been stalking me, Roy. I just got my feet done a couple of days ago.
Yeah, what happened with the chair, Gary?
But see, that's the thing. That's the unfortunate part with gig work. Gig work is just not affecting it. It's a nationwide economic situation in which gig work thrives off of. It's like the pandemic. Nobody could go anywhere. Guess what? Gig economy blew up because the only way you could get food was being delivered. And so people had no choice, and they were tipping good because they had extra money in their pocket. But now everybody's fucking broke, but they still want that luxury.
So that's why we were saying earlier, and since the customer actually sets the price, not DoorDash, that you are better off with them just showing you full details and then making up your mind on which ones you want to take.
Okay. So even again, okay, fine. All right. But how about when you refuse to take orders that, that's all I'm getting at. And then they say, well, your dash is paused. That's all I'm getting at is
we're not arguing that point.
No, I know.
Yeah. The only thing we're arguing is to setting the whole price. Everything else you're 100% on. DoorDash is shady.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the totality of everything. I'm looking at this from like way out, looking inward and saying, I feel like a true independent contractor has the ability to set prices or negotiate in prices. There's just more controls around it. I'm not saying like it'd be a race to the bottom or the top. All I'm saying is just the model overall. I feel like it's W2-ish and they're skirting the laws.
Oh.
And then they're putting people like us in jeopardy. In potential jeopardy in case something happens. And I think it's very disingenuous when they say, well, you have to have potentially make sure you comply with all your local stuff. Well, not everyone that's logging on the app because they need to make a quick $100 to keep the lights on understands that. The app just says, okay, we need you to upload your car insurance. Then someone thinks, oh, well, that's okay. And so it's very misleading on their part. I feel like if they were doing the right thing, they would say, okay, we need a copy of your business license. We need a copy of your business liability insurance. We need your commercial auto. Like we need all these things before we can do business with you. And they're not doing that. So I feel like they're misleading and they're leading people potentially to slaughter, to disaster.
Well, you know why they don't do that though?
I call it.
No, I can tell you exactly why they don't do that. It's because each state has different laws. Each city has different laws. And if they take the role of telling you what you need, if something goes wrong, they are now responsible for that. So like if they tell you, Cody, we need you to have commercial insurance, but then your state actually requires like $1 million commercial insurance policy. You got $100,000 commercial insurance policy. Something happens, you get in a wreck. You're like, oh, well, DoorDash told me I needed this. This is what I got. Well, now DoorDash is on the hook because they told you rather than them just telling you, hey, make sure you comply with your state, local laws, blah, 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 like they do. I do think that I'm not saying they can't do a better job. They could put it in bold writing or something like that. Say, hey, you really should check out section, 5, paragraph 4, or right. Something to that nature. They could probably do a little bit better on that. But I don't think
be a better partner for sure.
Right. They could definitely be a better partner for sure. But they're never going to take liability.
No, and I'm not saying they should, but it's like the government, like what the government wants to award a contract, they'll say, hey, we need this plane built. And then they'll solicit all these bids, then Boeing and Airbus and Lockheed, everyone will throw this bid out and then the lowest bidder will win. And I understand that would happen if we had the full controls. All I'm trying to say is I'm just trying to defend the definition of independent contractor, you would have the ability to set things, at least have the ability to counter offer or the ability to.
But who are you going to counter offer to? The customer? Like the order comes in, you're like, it's $6. What are you going to do? Send an offer back $7 and customer is going to say yes or no? That'd be a terrible experience for the customer.
But what if it was more like.
The only situations that happens is like when they forget to reset their address from their work to their residence, and then you're on with support, you're negotiating back and forth. Like, oh, I'll go extra 4 miles for an extra $5.
Well, here's my thing. And I'm looking at this from a customer's point of view here. if I go on DoorDash and I order and I put in say $10 tip, you turn around and you sit and it gets sent back to me and you're like, no, I want $12. And then I reject that and then it goes on to another person. They're like, oh no, I want $14. Now it gets sent back to me again. And like it's too much back and forth from a customer. I'll say screw it and I wouldn't order at all.
Let me rephrase it. I'm sorry. I wasn't saying to the customer. I was saying with DoorDash. So let me just throw out a stupid.
But the customer sets the price, not DoorDash.
So what if it was more like DoorDash has transparency? You know up front the total price. You're setting your price by rejecting anything that's below what you want.
That's what we're trying to say, Tony. Well, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that's what
I think Alaska is trying to say that he wants to be able to go into the app and say, I don't know, I don't want to take anything less than $10. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Alaska?
So then if that were an option where you could put in the app, any orders below this threshold, don't even send them my way. So then you can't pause my dash for not accepting things.
Right. And that would give you more control as a contractor.
Doesn't Gary make an app that does that?
That's where I pay for an app like Gary.
Gary does make an app that does that and automatically unpauses you. But sometimes they end your dash and there's no dashes available.
But
so that's where if you could set it within the app saying, I don't want anything below this, and then
Tony,
when you decline,
Tony, stop trying to take away my business, man.
That's Gary's app.
Stop trying to take away my business.
Gary's app does that.
Gary's app would still be useful because then, let's say somebody's ordering.
What did Tony just do?
He's trying to take my business idea and give it to DoorDash.
They shouldn't pause us for declining low bid offers. Like,
and well, I get that.
Problem solved.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, I get, like I said, I'm not debating that they shouldn't pause. They shouldn't get your bitter ass off this channel.
See, that's why
you muted both of them.
That's why Gary takes DoorDash's side because it's like, hey, this is how my app works.
No. I do not take their side. I will tell you 100% that they are a shady company. I'm not saying they're not. You know what? All the features in my app are because drivers wanted them because they was pissed off at DoorDash.
Yeah,
exactly. Like 100%. And so, because DoorDash is shady, does it help me with my living? Yes, 100% it does.
Oh yeah.
You know,
but the thing is, Gary,
I've never said that I don't
us do that.
Right. That's the thing. They're never going to let us set our own prices. They're never going to let us go in there and say, I don't want anything less than $10.
Here's something, honestly, guys, too. I honestly see that so not working. Maybe I'd give it a try, but I don't see myself staying in an environment of these apps where you set your own price. No way. That would just be such a nightmarish mess.
Here's the thing. Like,
I'm with Gary. Here's the bottom line. We keep saying
minimum.
it. Full transparency and all the problems go away.
They do. 100%.
I mean, even all the people using the app get where they're going, get what they want. Everybody is.
I'll disagree with that. With the whole once everybody gets full transparency, they'll just find something else to complain about. Then they'll be like,
but then you can't complain because you're seeing it up front. If you're like, I don't like that offer, I'm not taking it. Don't. And then if you keep doing it, hold on. If you keep doing it all day. No, I don't want to. No, I'm not gonna. All of a sudden, at the end of the day, you didn't take any trips, make any money. Go get a job now. Didn't work for you.
But also, you don't get punished if you don't accept it.
But it doesn't work that way. They'll find something else to complain about. It doesn't matter. These people, most gig workers have no personal responsibility.
You know what? Roy's correct though, because Steve, me and you, we've been doing rideshare a long time. When we started, it was what, $2 something a mile. You know,
I don't. Mine was a percent. Mine was a percentage break. I didn't even need to know because I made so much money.
No. I'm saying they charge like $2. They charge $2 something a mile, and then we got the 80-20 split is what we got. But they was actually charging $2 something a mile for regular Uber X. And like Steve said, we made so much money doing that, we didn't even really care what they were doing. But you know what? I still had friends that complained.
In 2014, 2015, or not? Or are you talking about 2016 and beyond? Okay, because I don't know anybody who complained. Anybody I knew doing this was like,
yeah,
dude, I knew me and three other people like that were in the bar industry. Like I was a manager a lot of times, but when I was bartending, I crushed it, dude. I made as much any time of it didn't even have to be a night shift.
See, I remember
Daytime.
when we could go all the way up to 10 times surge. I remember that. You know?
Yeah, I'm just talking about just in general on any given night. And Tuesday in Denver, if I wanted to work from 7 to 10, and in Denver, I'll tell you, 7 to 10 on a Tuesday is completely dead. And like after 10, you might get the few people who did go out on a Tuesday, but Tuesday is kind of the dead night. So 7 to 10 would be the worst. Even then, I would crush it, dude.
Yeah,
I was going to pull that up, dude, because Gary, because that's a huge point that Brandon makes, because your cost of living where you live, I mean, you might make $10 and make more than me making 40. That's how dynamic that can be.
But
Right.
I think
Well,
if you even give them full transparency, they will find something else to complain about. It's just human.
But I agree with you, Roy. They will, but but they'll have to complain it themselves. There's nobody to complain to anymore, because now it's like, well, what are you mad about now? Before you've had these reasons, some of them dumb, some of them whatever, but now what? You're mad that they didn't throw offers you liked? Tough shit.
My personal opinion, if you came from a $12 McDonald's job and you're making $40 doing gig work, you shouldn't be complaining anyways, in my personal opinion. Whether you see the full amount or not. If you came from a $12 job and now you're making 40, you shouldn't complain, regardless if you can see how much the apps are giving you. It shouldn't really matter. Second of all, let's face it. Second of all, prior to PARA coming out, everybody had already set their minimums of what they were willing to do. So whether you saw the full amount of the order or not, you already had set parameters before you even took the orders prior to PARA. So what
only
changed?
compelled parameters.
Yeah, it's like a tip of $2 or more. It was like teasing. See, they're everybody's playing all ends here, but I will say full transparency would leave it. I do believe it would. It's not going to solve it, because there's always going to be some morons out there, and I'm sorry. I'm not saying everybody complaining about like the status of what we are as a moron, but if you would stick around after full transparency and complain, you would be a moron, because here's what all the offers in your area. Which ones do you want to take? None. Okay, well then this isn't going to work out. If you work at Taco Bell and every time you go into and you work Monday through Friday, let's say 9 to 5, every day you walk in the same door to go to work, and one of your managers kicks you in the nuts and pushes you out the door, you going back tomorrow? Other than to beat him?
What do you mean tomorrow? I beat him right then.
I know, but my point is like if you get kicked every morning when you show up at work, you don't go to that work anymore.
Not necessarily. It depends on what your financial situations are. It depends on a lot of stuff.
Well, it depends on if you're kicking back. Sure. I mean, but dude, like if you just go in and somebody kicks you, you're not gonna. That's not financial status situation. That's a
majority of gig workers are morons.
I don't believe in all pricing yourself.
The driven dad.
Who said that? Was that Gary that said morons?
Tony said that.
Tony said that. Okay, good. That's well. Me and Tony agree on something.
Me and Steve would never call people out like that.
Whoever said that, well, I didn't say it.
Well, the majority of workers in general are morons anyways. Like, what's the difference between that and gig economy?
Well, no, wait. If you're going to do the picture, let's do the full picture. Most people are morons.
Right. Because
we do have warning labels for a reason.
And they get free handouts, too.
No, too many people have been raised with this entitlement mentality, and I think that's the major problem. Not enough people were spanked as kids. That's the problem.
You know what? I know Gary's done a good job raising his family, and I am really in a proud position right now of my son, man. He is like taken like everything by, he got this job all on his own. He's been lifeguarding. He's actually asking for extra shifts. He's not spending anything. He has a go. He told me the other day, and I forgot how much he was making. He's like, I hope by the time I go back to school, I have $5,000. I was like, what? How
Bro,
the
he's
hell are you going to
he's-
have $5,000?
He's eight.
And he
he's
was
18
breaking it down to me, and I was like, actually, you might have $5,000.
Are you charging him rent yet?
Dude,
Now
your,
I'm gonna.
hey, your son is 18 years old and he gets to see half naked ladies all
No,
day, bro.
he's
Who would
15.
want extra?
15.
No, dude, he's 15.
15. Yeah.
Oh well, he's 15. He gets to see half naked chicks all day. Who the hell would want extra hours?
Dude,
Especially for $17 an hour.
Yeah,
dude,
no shit.
$17.50 an hour.
$17.50 an hour plus you get to see half naked girlies all day. Fuck, I'd be all over that.
He's got,
shit.
Plus
he's
he-
got a great, he's got a
Plus, he
great
gets
beard
that on his
dog.
resume too.
Yeah, they barbecue ribs after the shifts there. Like they eat ribs back by the pools. All the lifeguards when they get off shift. It's like I'm like, dude, this is my first job was in a dish tank for $5.85 in Michigan.
I made $3.75 at El Pollo, at El Pollo Loco.
You guys are showing your age.
Yeah,
Well,
$3.75.
we're the same age. I don't know why Roy would have had any job paying that low.
I was 16 years old working at El Pollo Loco for $3.75 an hour.
Were you getting tips? Is that why?
No, that was our hourly minimum wage back then.
Because even
That
when
was before federal minimum wage.
Wait, I won't give away birthdays, but I happen to know Roy's. Roy and I are within 6 weeks of each other.
Well, I'll give away
being the
birthdays.
same
Mine's in
age, too.
3 days. Hey,
Yeah.
did you know that me and
Same age,
Dash
though,
with
too, so-
me and Dash have the same birthday?
Yeah, you guys seem a lot alike. Like,
Yeah,
you guys
that's
both
why we
like
get
hated
along.
each other, then you liked each other. Then there was
We
this
didn't
weird
hate each other.
No, I mean like not hate, but like she's like, I don't use your apps. And that's like, and then we're backstage before we started, kind of thing. It was
It's
all
because
like,
we're
well, it's because you're
Leos, man.
dumb, and she's like, no, you're dumb, and it's like, no, you're dumb. I know you weren't like. I was like going, didn't we? I was thinking, did these guys know each other? Or didn't we just all just meet a minute ago?
I know we're like besties, huh?
But I think one of the things Cody was talking about for like licensing and stuff is kind of like what Uber does with Uber Black. Like if you want Uber Black, you have to get these things. And like when I was reading about Uber in like 2015, like you had to have a certain kind of insurance and basically you had to be like an Uber Black in order to pick up from DIA until the TNC statute came into place.
I just looked it up, and when I started working, minimum wage was $5.15 an hour, and now it is what, $7.25 an hour. So 24
I don't know,
years.
dude. Who knows
$2.
who knows what minimum wage is anymore because they're all paying triple.
Okay,
I'd
I gotta
rather
go,
this-
y'all. My phone's overheating. So nice talking to
Nice
everybody.
seeing you,
Roy.
Yep.
All right,
Good
guys.
Sunday.
Yeah.
I'd
So
rather the states determine the minimum wage rather than the federal government anyways.
well, that's how it used to be, because every
But it
state
still is kind of.
every
You just
state
can't go
does have
lower
a
than the feds.
Yeah.
Well,
you
wait,
can't- you
why?
can't go
Why,
lower than
Gary,
feds.
why were you making that minimum wage then? What? I
In
swear,
1996.
maybe I'm wrong. Okay, I guess maybe I'm wrong. Because my first job would have been like 88.
I'm sorry, it was $4.75 in 96.
Okay, but I feel like I was 5 and change in 88.
Not minimum wage.
Yeah, I was minimum wage.
No, minimum
So, I mean,
wage is $5.15 in 1997. It was $5.15.
What does 88 say?
1988, $3.35 an hour.
Jesus. Maybe that's what Roy said. Maybe I was that. Maybe I'm losing my mind.
Well,
too.
see, here's the
I think it
thing,
was
though.
like
You know,
when I
in
started, something weird.
what was that, 24 years now?
Hey, Steve,
Yeah, 24
So-
years, 26 years. It only went up $2.
that's because in Colorado the minimum wage was $5.15. The federal minimum wage was lower.
I wasn't in Colorado. I'm from a real state with a real hockey team.
No, it's not.
Well, that
He-
real
he was
hockey
born
team
in a
didn't
cave.
win the cup this year, did they?
No. You guys bought an A+ team. You won a cup. You went forever without one. You won another one. It happens. We're a dynasty legacy team that's either hated by all or loved by all. So it's one of my favorite things to me.
Where
But
is
I spent half of
Alaska?
my life
Where are
in
you
Michigan.
at?
I spent half of my half of my life here,
look, there
basically
she
with a 3-year interlude in Miami. Let's say.
Don't worry, we got him very hot and heated, and he's gonna be cranky the rest of the night.
Me?
Yeah.
I wasn't hot and heated. I'm just
I'm
telling
just
you what the law says here. We'll find out soon.
No, dude, we're trying to.
No,
this is the kind of stuff we like learning too.
We do.
Hi, Autumn.
Hi, Autumn.
Ow, put me down.
Hey, what's up, bro?
She's like, dude, seriously?
Yeah, I think Michigan's minimum wage was the federal minimum wage.
You know what, Cody? We should one day not this week because I'm on vacation. Maybe next week we should call them.
Let's do it.
I think so too. I think
Let's do it.
We can do it on Cody's channel. You and I can join Gary on Cody's.
How much?
And we'll do what we do on here on a Sunday, but we'll do it when they're open. It's gonna have to be weird hour, but
why can't we do it on your channel, Cody?
Oh, I was mistaken.
Because my channel doesn't have the vast following, so it'd be.
That's why I was wanting to do it on yours.
Right.
Because we do that here on Sunday to businesses we can call, but we can't call them today. So
now
we thought we'll do it.
Yeah, see, you brought us a problem on a Sunday that we can't solve. You're not getting no money back.
Yeah, see, we solve problems on Sundays, so. Don't come to us with like, don't be that guy on the third wish of a genie who's like, I get 10 more wishes kind of thing. Like, don't come here with some like thing that cannot be solved. But if you're at your wits and going, oh, I can't do this, we'll solve it in an hour. Probably 20 minutes.
My first job was the minimum wage was $4.25 an hour, but I did not get a minimum wage job. I got a job at a grocery store for $6.75 an hour.
Waffles?
Oh. Waffles? You're going to get waffles?
Sorry. I was.
No, I heard waffles.
I heard waffles. Actually, that sounded good.
I forgot the mic was on. Here's what I can do. I'll make the phone call again, but I'll record it. And then I'll put it on here.
Well, or like we suggested, we could do it from your channel. You call them live, and we set this up, and then we just pick a point, like we'll say between 4 and 6 minutes. So you'll be ready for it, but not exact. And at some point, Gary and I will sit up and say, "Yes, this is his counsel, and we'd like to."
So
that's when the nitty gritty will start.
When I made the phone call to ask the questions, they called me back like 3 hours later. So kind of one of those deals.
Here's the thing. Like I don't care. I don't care for the workers' comp people, because I know what their answer is going to be. We already know that workers' comp doesn't cover 1099. I'm more curious about the actual law that says that you have to have a business license to do food delivery, not the workers' comp part of it, but the actual law.
Or any job that you can prove to be an independent contractor status job. I'd be curious over why you need a license.
I found some laws in Alaska that certain 1099 contractor jobs, like building a house, plumber, electrician.
Right. Well, yeah.
All of those require you to have a license. I'm talking about specifically for food delivery or rideshare.
Right. Or even let me just say it this way. Like, let's say not, and I'm trying to, I know this gets a little touchy, but let's say somebody who literally only does little things, nothing big with plumbing, nothing that would involve the city, but like your average, what would be known as a handyman, like that should not require a business.
It does in Alaska.
For just, I'm talking about
general contractor. They call it a general contractor.
Well,
they do require
overseeing a job.
Say what? No, that's what they. Well, that's what I'm saying. They're saying that. I guess they qualified their handyman as general contractors up there.
I don't know.
So
I guess maybe that was a bad example. I'm just trying to think of I don't know.
You're selling lemonade like a kid.
I can probably do better than that. Let me. Tony's got.
I just know our state requires.
I
just know our state requires.
I'll go open up a lemonade stand with flashing lasers that has booze in it right next to his.
Cool. Can I hire you to give my kids flashing lasers too?
Go ahead, Cody.
No, all I was saying was I just know our state requires that even if you're doing work for yourself, you have to be registered, you have to have business liability insurance, all of those things. So
Yeah. I mean, dude, there's so many things that you do need to have it in. Like when Gary's talking about like GCs and contractors and things like that, you need to carry also then what department you went into. You need to carry insurance for people, the workman's comp for ICs you hire out getting hurt.
Yeah.
So there's a lot. I just think there might have been some confusion, but however, I think there was good information in that. The fact that she even recognized what the food platforms were, that says something too. But I just think there might have been some confusion. It's just a thought. I don't know.
She said something to the effect of, "These are things that we've looked into, and we've had these discussions, regarding like the food delivery apps and whatnot, and." And the question I asked her was, then how come you guys haven't initiated something? She goes, well, we don't just go poking around looking for trouble. I'm thinking, you're the government. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. If you have probable cause.
I would have told her that's all you do. That's the only thing you do.
She doesn't do that though. Not her department.
Right. But she goes, but I was thinking, okay, but if you have probable cause to believe that something is being committed against, public interest or against a governmental interest, then you have the right to poke around. Basically, that's how the police can basically do their function on the street. It starts with reasonable suspicion, and then it goes to probable cause. This is no different. Okay, this is no different. So, because to operate in Alaska without certain things put in place is an offense on some level. So, but then she says, well, we just haven't had anybody come forward to challenge it. So she
and
kind
Cody's
of left
like,
it on this cliffhanger.
Guess what? I'm here, people. Cody's like, I got you.
I just.
Hey, speaking of that, by the way, Tony sent me a text. Tony Driven Dad, who's right here, of an event going on tonight that looks like it's like driver recruitment for like your AB5 force. I want to go in there and just terrorize tonight.
Where's that at?
Here in Denver.
Oh, in Denver. Oh.
Like tonight, he just sent it to me. It's tonight from like 7 to 8 or 6 to 7.
You got John.
Yeah,
there.
6 to 7.
I know, dude. All three of us. It's like because he got it when he was at the staging lot doing rideshare at the airport, which is where they started the AB5 movement too. So they're going to be all like, dude, you want to make way more. They're going to say everything except for the word union. And then I'm going to stand up and go, I didn't know all you punks wanted a union.
No, you're not.
Why?
You get your ass kicked.
Do it.
I got John and
Do
Tony
it. Go
with me,
live
dude.
on your
And
phone. I want to see you
We'll
do
have
it.
cameras going, dude. I'll sue the unions for everything. I can take a punch, dude.
Tony, you got to record this, and whenever they start kicking him while he's on the ground, go world star, world star.
I'll wear my mall cop uniform too.
And Gary, you got to be
go
controlling the. Make sure you put up please like and subscribe right as it happens.
It'll start off as a YouTube short, and then I'll send it to Steve's TikTok because I don't have that.
I didn't even see where it was. Was it Aurora, or I saw it was on Havana?
Yeah,
right?
It's 1400
It's not
South
far
Havana
from
at the Starbucks.
Oh, it is not near me. Okay, it's down by you.
Yeah.
Okay. Weird, dude. I
It's
do
at
want to go to it,
Starbucks,
kind
so
of.
that
Though.
should tell you how many people are projected to be there.
Right. Watch. We'll be the only ones there. Oh, that would be mint. One person is there to talk to us, and they're like, "Oh, 3 showed," and we'll like pretend not to know each other. And
Right.
the whole
And
time
like
just
they
be
had these.
Is this a union pitch? Oh my!
You know what
God,
they had
you
these
asshole,
people? They're
no.
like, their immigrants were handing these out. Like they took
That's
advantage
okay.
of these immigrant people.
That's the thing. Are immigrants
Exactly. That's
going
what
to
they
go
go
south
after.
to the coffee house tonight? I mean,
Like they don't even. speak English when they're giving this to me.
I mean, like, to be honest, I'm
exactly who he
surprised
was.
it's not at the
vulnerable.
Starbucks on Tower Road out by the airport.
Yeah, that Starbucks would probably kick them out.
I think any are gonna. I'll be like, union talk. Oh wait, Starbucks likes unions.
Do they? What?
Yeah, they
what
start. They let a couple
Starbucks?
Yeah, these
start.
people are parasites, man.
Really?
You know they're going after people.
Starbucks in Maryland are unionized.
Well, they should have allowed people to franchise into them, and they wouldn't have had to do a union.
Well, tell the unions that, man, because
Right. Well, I mean,
they seem to
that's
not
why there's
agree,
other
and
coffee companies now.
they view everything differently. They say, "Hey, nobody
Okay,
makes
see you
enough money
later,
to
Cody.
live. We need a part of that."
See ya, Cody.
Hey, Cody said he's leaving.
Yeah,
Oh, Cody,
I'm
see you,
leaving.
man.
We're going to gun
Cody,
range. All right. Let's
Tuesday,
get it.
bro. Tuesday.
What?
Tuesday.
No, I'm on vacation Tuesday. It has to
Tuesday?
be like the following
No,
week.
no. This night.
Oh.
Nighttime. This coming Tuesday.
Oh, the games,
is
the
game
games.
show.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
The gig games.
Yeah. The gig
Yeah.
games.
It's not. What did I call it?
The shopping something.
Rodeo,
yeah.
shop and swap, or something like that.
Shopping,
Super rodeo,
shop swap, or something.
Super hey ho rodeo whore.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
Yeah.
gonna be based around just groceries, questions, fun stuff outside of gig stuff, questions. It's just gonna be like game show.
Tony, John wants to know if you're coming over tonight.
All right. I'll catch you later.
See you,
Okay.
or see you,
All right.
Cody.
See ya. Bye.
Take care.
Bye. Let's get it.
Comments.
Let's get it. Get it.
Let's get it.
Tony, John, did you miss the comment that I was just making about there's a union forming and its first meeting is tonight?
There's a
Here in
union
Denver?
forming. Y'all are going.
Like, we could go end this shit because we like Tony was saying, like, I'm thinking like maybe one or two people, then the three of us, that's 5. We could be loud enough to just end that thing in minutes. Like, dude, this is union bullshit. No.
Yeah. Like,
I mean, because if you start
you
yelling
want-
like that, I'll get the whole group kicked out before I'll let them have their goddamn meeting.
then we can go
If they're like,
celebrate
why don't you
somewhere else."
leave so we can have our meeting? I'll be like, because your meeting is a front for the unions. And I'll just keep screaming it in there until they're like, all of you leave. And I'll be like, perfect. Thank you. Case
Get it
closed.
done.
Right. No unions. Case closed. Meeting over.
Case closed. End of discussion.
Just how deep in the pockets are these unions to the politicians? That's just what I'm wondering. They all think, "Oh, EB5 is a great idea."
It depends.
It's not. It's like,
I think it depends
Dude,
on the
there's,
union.
but see,
and what
you guys, AB5, even like when I took up arms with AB5, most people in California didn't know. Most people in California didn't know about it until it was a law. I mean, I'm not kidding. Like, they just were like, "What is this?"
Yeah,
Like,
that's why I
and then they had to find out about it.
stuff. I meant. To
I mean,
send
I don't
it
know
to
if you got,
yesterday.
that's
you know,
the
they
way
got the
want.
signatures of
They want
Lorena
figure.
and Newsom and stuff, but like, I don't know if you guys are familiar why propositions happen. It's actually not a good thing. Like, when you think of propositions for a good cause, I mean, it could be, but propositions happen only when our legislators like literally can't even find any common ground and have their middle fingers up at each other on a subject. That's when they're like, okay, we're gonna have to have a proposition about this. We're supposed to be electing people, even if you're to the left or to the right, we're supposed to be electing people who can talk to each other to deal with all the BS and get that done. That's why we're electing them. It's like, so when you see a lot of propositions, it means nobody's talking to each other in your state. I mean, your state is definitely hates each other.
Well, if
Gridlock
they're
is
not
a good
making
thing.
money, yeah. If they're not making money, they always hate each other.
Right, but like this year, Tony, how many, I can't even remember. We had 15 propositions on there. California had 87. Like, you know, it's like,
Yeah, well, and then they get voted.
that's
down
the
and
kind of
the
thing where,
governor
like, dude, I
just-
mean, honestly, why is there not an audio version for people English as a second language? That's hard. That stuff's hard for me to read. Like, I can only imagine if English is my second language, trying to read that legalese and be like, what? Why does everything have to be said backwards? It's all confusion and stuff. But
We
hey,
have
man,
to
it's
pass
like
it to know what's in
3:30,
it.
and I got to go hang with my kid before John. I've been waiting for John to give an ETA here.
Well,
not on my phone.
about an hour ago, he said he was 3 hours away.
Right, but he was also at Glenwood. At that party, I think he did text me, and he said he was at Glenwood, and that's where they get the mudslides sometimes. So I was wondering how far past Glenwood he is. So John, if you're in here, give it another minute or two. Where is this at? I'll give you 6 minutes and 20 seconds because
19, 18, 17.
in 6 minutes it'll be 4.5 hours. I'm going to cut it. But so if you could type in there, I know you're driving, but in the next 6 minutes, if you could find a way to.
And if you don't in the next 6 minutes, he'll call you in 7 minutes to see where you're at.
Yeah, but I won't, because then you'll just wait 7 minutes. I want everybody to know. Tony and I need to know if we can count on you for this gang brawl down at Starbucks.
Gang brawl. They need security.
No,
Yeah,
we just want to make sure we got it covered, because I mean, two's fun, but three's covered.
I mean,
I think
is
at an event like
Starbucks
that.
a gun-free zone?
Huh?
Is
Starbucks?
Starbucks a gun-free zone?
No.
No.
All right.
No.
Well, then I'll just go home first.
No, just
He's gonna go home, get a SWAT gear on.
Just federal buildings and banks.
Or if the property
Like,
says
their
no
own
firearms.
Their rule is no gun.
Well, then
Dude,
we just can
here in Colorado, it's a little different, Gary. And there's like, dude, when you go up to like, when you go, Tony, have you ever taken, and it's one of the most beautiful drives. You ever gone Copper to Leadville?
Yeah.
You know that drive? Okay. So
Yeah.
you're going Copper to Leadville. And right before Leadville on the right, there's like this huge property. It's like a ranch home, but it's big. And he's got a lot of fencing. It's right after you see those zip lines on the left. And
Right.
if you watch on his sign, you'll see, or on his fence, you'll see like 4 or 5 different signs that say beyond this point, like some of them are, you have to stop and read them, and we've actually done this because they're crazy. It's like, beyond this point, I don't even say a word, I just shoot you in the face. Do not come past here. He reposted his mailbox, and there he got written up in the Leadville paper because he put his mailbox away from his house, and you're supposed to apply for putting a mailbox out or something. I don't know what you're supposed to do, but if you're going to move it, and they said no because it was too close to the street. And so he did it anyway. And he left a note, or he engraved on the mailbox, if you come past this point, you will get shot. Leave mail here. Like, everything in his house is like, I will kill you past here. And the guy's been written up before and stuff, but he's within the law. And like, people have even said, yeah, but if you went on there and he shot you, they're like, he has every right to do that.
At least he's letting you know he'll do it.
John said he'd be there by 5:30.
By 5:30.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, John, I will text you, because unless you can real quickly, you got 4 minutes, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Are you going to this hotel, or are you coming right to Denver? What are you doing?
He's got to go directly
so
to
I can-
Havana.
Yeah. No,
We're bringing him
just
into
right
the
to
barrio
fight.
right away.
This is wartime.
I mean, and
Stop
it is
it,
Aurora, so
Stop
I
at
should
every
go home
John and I'll
first.
stop at every staging lot at every airport on the way to St. Louis and just flyer. Don't be an asshole. Unions suck. Just nothing else. And we wouldn't even have a phone number or a website. It'll just say that.
Get it on that sticky side too, that they have to scrape it off their windows.
Okay, John, if you're 2 hours out and you're checking into hotel first, text me as soon as you're checked in. Okay. I'll kind of, that way I got it. It's maybe around 5:36 and we'll go from there. All right. So, okay, we got to blow off 2 minutes. I always try and do the stop
Wait,
thing.
I
since
thought you had a
Flex
spare
told me.
room there.
I do.
You know,
I
Then why
offered
does he
it to
not
him.
Yeah, I would have stayed
You
with
know,
him.
I think it's because he's here for a few days. I don't know. I mean, like,
Does it have a
know,
wardrobe in it?
You've been in my house, Tony.
But I haven't been in the spare room with the wardrobe. Does it go to Narnia?
No, I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, try it out.
No, I mean it's you know, these houses were made when they were made. It's a room. It has a bed in it and a little desk, but it's there's everything in there that you need for comfort. Like we've got a little dresser that's empty, couple drawers, old TVs in there. There's a desk and a bed, and that's it.
So it's like a
live
dated
stream
hotel
studio.
room.
Yeah, it's like a dated, exactly. It's like a dated
hotel
room. Or it's actually like for those of us here in Colorado, and maybe you can relate it to something like, but like if you go up into the mountains and in the summer, if you're hunting or something, and you rent like what you consider a cool like spot, it's like a room you'd have in one of those.
Except better because mold smelling.
It's just. I mean, it's meant for what it's meant for, man. It's got room for your suitcase and it's got room for your sleep. But here's the difference. Okay,
hotel.
That's cool, dude. Because mine isn't a hotel; it's an Airbnb where I feed you and I cook.
But it would have been free.
Free, I cook. No.
No,
see?
That's what I'm saying.
Furry.
Furry.
F-U
Free, right? Fure. Gonna hail me a Fure cab. Just kidding. I'm just kidding, man. But he is somebody, man. I need to
this co-op thing.
Actually, I need to. No, this is no joke. I need to invite him on to Sunday. He's not like Thursday worthy yet. But
Who?
Fure.
Oh. yeah, no, it's definitely not Thursday.
By the way, that is what I already missed the 4:30 marker, but we're gonna end it. But anyway, one thing I did want to say was that I think it's the third Thursday of August and they're coming on the roundtable, which I've told Gary a lot of times the CEOs, founders don't want to do this. You know how Harry's got a little play in Buckle and been trying to make Buckle like a big known thing. Well, Harry also has stake in a company in Chicago called Stable Insurance that does the same thing as Buckle, but they're moving at a little bit quicker of a speed. They're already launched. They're already as far as Buckle. But they're going to be coming on the roundtable, the CEO and founder, because, well, no, because I think sometimes for the roundtable that is cool. It's always different, but I think that will be fun because I was because when she was telling me about it, she was like telling me what it was. I was like, sounds like Buckle, and she's like, it is. She goes, it is Buckle. We have some differences, but we do the same thing. I'm like, so you're following the model. She's like, well. Are you aware that Harry's got a little piece of Buckle? And I was like, yeah, they're at the conference or this, and she's like, well, just so you know, he's got the same piece of us.
He's double dipping.
He's double dipping, man. Raw dogging.
In that case, it's like a no lose for him, though. Really.
Well, I can tell you this, Harry. I do know this for a fact. I can tell you, Harry turns down a ton of offers. He gets made way too many, and he's always saying no. He knows this is a space that people need to enter, and I think saying that it's kind of equal is a good thing because that tells me the other companies we're looking at too. It's stable.ins.com, I think. Let me just double check.
They need a different. Yep, there it is. Yep. Place your current coverage with a policy built for rideshare drivers.
So supposedly they're huge in Illinois, and they're dealing with a lot of the Illinois problems and carjackings and all these other things too. So I think they even said, our conversation would be worthy of a roundtable. There's enough questions to be asked where we can talk about differences and what we actually can do. And I think it's going to be great for us to have either of these insurance companies on the round table to really talk to them about, hey, explain where you aren't covered, explain where you are. No videos, no links, no articles, just let's talk.
They require you to have a dash cam.
Okay, so you get a free dash cam from Display Ride.
Not from Display. It's not free.
Well, okay, so that's another thing though. This place works with Display Ride, so I'm wondering if you might. I haven't checked yet, but maybe somehow they
write that question down. Write that question. We can ask them.
Yeah. So
yeah, but no, I was just like, see, this is the thing that bothers me. They're like, oh, enter your email and zip code, so find out if we have it in your area. Why don't you just allow me to enter my zip code? Why do you need my email?
I just always use Bud sodas. I'm just kidding.
The one that I always use is spam@spamme.com.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And then
I always just use a name at the website I'm at.
Oh,
so I do like my name, Steve@stableins.com.
Well, see, like this is what I do.
Like, I guess he works for us. I don't know.
Well, see, I do that because now, like, I entered it, and now it wants me to sign up for more crap. Well, I want to know if you're in my area first. Well, like, it wants me to actually sign up and get a quote. Like, first off, I want to know if you're in my area. Like,
well, so we'll ask him that, like, hey, and we'll be able to compare the two too, because I think the Buckle site does let you get some info without putting in info.
I think
I was very straightforward with her when I talked to Stephanie over there, because I said one thing for sure is that I said we're not a gotcha type show unless you're not about transparency or being good to the drivers or things like that. I said then we're not going to purposely intentionally try and get you to fall for something, but we'll point it out if you guys aren't being transparent.
Well, we will ask questions. I mean, that's one thing. We will ask questions, and so if they need to be fed questions, we can't do that beforehand. But yes,
no, that's what I made sure. I said
Buckle does allow me.
Here's the problem. They're Buckle's in 3 states right now. Buckle's trying to get into
3, 4, 5, 6, 7 states.
7 states.
Yeah,
currently
7 states.
active.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what their website says.
Okay, whatever it was, like Stable is supposed to surpass them by the end of the year in states they'll have. Again, we'll ask them all this. I don't know. But it'll be good to, like right before that roundtable, obviously I'll compare the 2 websites side by side. And then I'll probably get all my questions from there. Like, hey, why is Buckle
when is that?
3rd Thursday of August.
Oh, yeah. Okay. 3rd Thursday of August. Okay. Who's up this Thursday? Do you know yet?
No. Nobody. I'm gone.
Oh, I know.
No, I'm just trying to think. Like, I don't know. I was trying to think of how it could be maybe a unique one. I'd even thought, okay, I'll even say this. I had even thought before that, inviting, like, with you, like Bruce, who you talk to a lot, who I've had on to and know is cool. Like with Hannibal, I had somebody in mind who's always on Hannibal's lives when he used to do them always, and he kind of is always like that. With Kim, maybe Thomas Mathis. You know what I mean? Like people who are always like probably your most active people for each of you when you're doing something live directly with you often. And I just thought that might be cool. I don't know.
Well, I mean, we have to limit it to 1 hour exactly.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Because that's my anniversary.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say from now on, it's going to be 60 to like 80 minutes, and then it's going to be winding it down. Like last week went a little too long.
Yeah, it went.
No offense, Tony, it wasn't you.
Yeah, it was Tony.
I'm not a snowflake.
No,
so.
it was just us. I mean, we were just for some reason we were all tired. Like even before you got there, Tony, we were like all like, oh, we're so tired. And then for some reason it ended up being longer. I didn't get it.
Well,
maybe we talk slower or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
On Lisa and I's side, we were more like adrenaline because it was our first like live together.
Oh,
That sucks for you. 'Cause you did not get the best of us.
oh, really? I thought it was good.
Well, I thought we did pretty good.
I told you guys I quit drinking Monsters, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
you
haven't had
said you
one-
also got a good little massage from the chair.
Yeah, I did. I got that whoopsie massage.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And so
Don't if Gary has an Amazon shop list, don't get the chair off it.
Links in the description.
Yeah, links in the description. Steve loves that jerk. Checks his prostate for him.
I mean, I would have I didn't even try the chair after I saw it was called the Pound Me 5000. I was like, no. I don't need to try that.
You know what's strange? This is the same. This is the same place we've always gone to get our nails and feet done, and I've never had that happen to me ever.
Maybe there's like a is it Filipino or
yeah, it's Filipino.
So maybe there's like a little
it's Asian. I don't
know
know about Filipino, but it's Asian.
So do they have the little fish that they don't use it with everyone's, but the one that eat crap off your feet when you come in the 10 gallon? Okay, then they're probably Filipino. So maybe there's just a little Filipino under there going. Zach, I'm glad you joined us right at the point where we're talking about the important stuff.
Where we're talking about being shafted.
Yeah, Zach's gonna drive fast right out of this live stream.
Is Steve okay?
Yeah, Steve likes being shafted, is what he just said.
No, Gary took one up the cornhole, dude. Not me.
Y'all ain't right.
Like it was weird because I was sitting there.
No. They're trying to play it down. Gary was getting a pedicure, and a small Asian was sticking her fist up his butt.
Now look. This was my reaction, right? I'm sitting there, and I'm laying back like this, right? And she's working on my foot, and the thing hit me. I was like, "The fuck." I was like, hey, something's poking me. It is not right. What is that? She goes, oh, I fixed it for you.
That's when she just kicked on the wood. The lady stopped with the one arm.
And I've never had that happen to me. And we always go there. That's the one we always went to.
We're wrapping this up. And if you still aren't sure, okay, but Zach, are you cool for second Thursday of August? Because I just booked the 3rd with something.
What's the date? Wait, you guys don't get pedicures? What kind of?
I have never had a pedicure in my life. Yeah.
You need to have your woman take you. Yeah, I get them all the time. Mani and pedis. I got some soft feet.
Yeah, I'm afraid that I would lose man points.
What? Nothing wrong with having soft feet.
My feet are nothing near soft, and so I mean, they're just destroyed. In fact, they're all calloused.
Maybe that's why you can't go get a pedicure.
But I live in Colorado. If I get it, I don't want them taken off because then they'll just have to come back, and it hurts, dude. Now, if I step on sharp rocks, it doesn't even hurt anymore because I'm just a big callus.
Oh, now you can just walk across the volcano lava.
Yeah.
So.
All right, you guys are supposed to end this 20 minutes ago. So.
I know. We always say we're ending it, and then we chat on.
Gary said, or last time when you didn't show up, or when you had to, when you were traveling, Zach, we just busted your balls just in joke for a quick minute. And I said, what did I say? I say he doesn't even drive fast. I said, when I had him on as my co-host, I said, Zach, how fast do you drive? He's like, the speed limit. I'm like,
the short answer.
I know.
The answer we all give.
Come on, man.
So real quick before we wrap this up, Steve, where are you taking John for dinner?
Well, I want him to come down to Denver, and I'll probably Sunday night. And I got my son too, so I got a couple places. I got a couple places where on it because Sunday night you got to take into account too.
Right. Right.
I know that sounds weird because for the big city we are and our downtown is crazy. It's like even every weeknight, everything's open late. Every Friday, Saturday, I mean, every day of the week. But Sunday, it seems to be like, even though it's still a weekend and people are still here, it's like you got to pick and choose. Some places are just closed.
I don't know. That's my favorite thing to do whenever I go out of town is find somewhere to eat locally. Oh, he's talking about his name. So why didn't you just rename it?
Because it works.
Well, not really, because you don't drive fast.
It's ZDF, yo.
So just shorten it to ZDF, and then everybody could be like, "What's ZDF stand for?"
Like,
or just
there's
make
like
your make your avatar say ZDF and then like a Ghostbuster symbol.
There's only 2 spots in my city I eat at. That
Like
are
no
local,
no ZDF.
No ZDF.
I'm just kidding, bro. Watch in a second, he's gonna be like, you know what? I am booked on the 11th.
I'm booked. Cruising doesn't get his. He doesn't get his feet either.
God, terrible.
Seriously, what's wrong with you, men?
I don't know, dude. I guess I guess it's always been the.
Wait, do you bite your nails too?
No.
So what do you do with your fingernails? You don't get those done? Look how
No, I
pretty mine
go
are.
outside with 2 rocks and no, dude. I use fingernail clippers.
Yeah, but how do you get like the follicles and all that stuff? Like,
Dude,
I don't know.
I don't know. My hands are always have at least 15 cuts on them. I don't know. I live Colorado.
Wear some shoes. Wear some shoes.
No, look at Tony gets it too, man. I've met Tony in person a few times. Like, I don't know. That's just. I don't know, Tony. You cut your own nails. I bet you it's just a way of life here. Like I bet you same as me. No, I bet you he does it himself, and I bet you that like we cut up our hands doing stuff. I don't know why we cut up our hands a lot here in Colorado, but it seems like we do. A lot of people I know have cut.
Yes, they do. Truth. Now I wear pink too.
I wear pink.
Yeah,
I got no problem wearing pink. I got pink pants for golf. I wore them. I have a black pair too, but I wore them the day I golfed with Ron Entree Courier because I knew he'd have that derby hat on that he's got, and he did. And he came all golf like, and I came in pink pants. He's
pink
like, pants.
Wait, are they like
pick up my ass, yeah?
Are they like bright pink?
No, they're like pastel. Like a dull, you know what I mean? And it's probably more like it's pink. It's, you know what I mean? It's more like a what's the word? Not orange, but what's the color I'm looking for? I don't know. They look good. They look good, dude. They look good. You know, I know guys my buddy Jesse, who I snowboard and golf with a lot. You know, no, he's got yellow, like, bright banana yellow pants that he wears golfing.
Well, yeah,
like we've gone
golfing.
Well, that's why we've gone completely overboard, because you see the old timers wearing the most obnoxious clothing, and you're like, not only does that look awful, it was super expensive. We got to top that.
Going out there looking like minions.
And we don't play golf as good as them. So
right, it's like, dude, look at my yellow pants. Look at this, like, things I would never buy, and then look at this purple belt, and the old timers are like, you son of a bitch, showing us up. Hey, you mind if we pass you guys? We're killing it today.
It's funny that Steve says you old timers, like he's not one of the old timers.
Nah, man, I'm not. I'll go toe to toe with anybody, dude. You know. That's where age shows, man. Like I'll challenge any person 25 years old and up, okay? And then Tony can pick a Colorado thing that we'll do, because he knows the kind of stuff
Colorado
I can do.
thing.
Well, like he'll pick a 14er, and we'll go see who can get there. I'll put bets on that you can't finish
What the hell's
most
a
cases.
Yeah, I
14er?
definitely cannot finish a 14er. I barely went through Maxwell Falls.
What the hell's a 14er?
14,000 feet, 14,000 plus foot peak. There's 58 or 56 in Colorado, and there's 58 in the continental U.S.
Do I get to drive up it?
There's only one in the country you can drive up, and it's here in Colorado. There is one, and
Okay.
there's an observatory up there too.
Then we'll pick that one. I'll drive to the
You can drive pretty far up.
Oh,
the
actually,
flight
I take that back. You can
Not
well, you
top.
can't you can drive, I think, almost to the top, but you can take the cog rail to the top of Pikes too. Oh, you can drive too. So there's two.
Yeah, well, a lot of times they close down the driving path.
Right, but they just reopened the cog after it's been closed for a couple of years because it was like 100 years
Right.
old. So
First off, if I come to Denver and you go, Gary, we're going hiking, I'm gonna punch you in the throat.
All right, what
Dude.
about whitewater rafting?
see, yeah, he'd like
Yeah,
that, and I'd take him up
yeah.
to Buena Vista. We got friends that do that, but like, I mean, so honestly, like for 14ers though, you'd do even more than that. You'd get way pissed because it wouldn't be like the next morning me waking you up going, let's go on the hike. It's the night before. You for 14ers, you drive up, you sleep on super uncomfortable rocks for like 3 hours intermittently. And then you hear everybody getting up and headlights going on at 3 a.m. and coffee being made because there's nothing around forever.
There's a good chance you'd be shot out there.
You want to go elk hunting?
No, but then you start the hike at 3 because you have to hit the top before 1 because at 2 storms can roll in. So you
We
gotta
might
be
want
on
to
your
start
way
at
down.
midnight. I'm fat. I got bad knees. Yeah, it's gonna take us a lot longer than.
Well,
You
there's
got that-
there's
You
there's
got that
ones,
Apple Watch or Fitbit
there's
watch
ones
to-
like
I do got Fitbit. I am trying to get in shape. That doesn't mean shit. I'm still
dude.
out of shape.
There are ones like the very first one I did, and I've done it 3 times because I did it with my son another time, and then I did it with another person who wanted to start them. Otherwise, I've never done any 14er twice because they're just so brutal that even rethinking it makes you want to throw up. But now I've accomplished 23, and we've got this pin board. My son has done 4, and so I've done Beardstad a couple times. That one's 4 hours. So that one has a parking lot that starts pretty close to the top. It's not the most brutal. It's still tough. But I mean, like some of these, like Antero, took me 16 hours.
See, I'm with. I don't even like to fish, but I'm with
My
Dashing Grandpa on this.
my-
I'll go
my-
fishing before I go hiking.
the last
You
mile.
can go fishing on some of those hikes.
Yeah. Almost all of them. The last mile, you can even camp. You can just stop and camp anywhere along the way. You don't have to do it the way we do.
Like at the very bottom. Just
There's people. There's a guy who wrote a book called Sleeping on the Summits. It's an amazing book. It's like really it's really wide. It's really long, but it's not so much big this way. But it's every one of he did all 56 in a summer, and he did it differently. He pulled in every day at like 3 p.m. after the storms and started the hike, got up to the top and would sleep on the summit. And as soon as the sun came up, he'd go back down the next day.
This is.
I got to tell you too, like at 14,000 feet, man, it's not just like taking a hike and getting to the top of a mountain. There's a reason why there's so limited of these in the country, because when a storm comes in, a little one, yeah, you might see it. The big ones, you're in the cloud. Like, and I mean, there's other times you're in the cloud in life, but like you can tell you're in the cloud. Like you can watch rain starting in front of your face. It's weird.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I had a friend once. I used to ride a lot of motorcycles with him, and he came in there and he was like, "Hey, you want to go ride around the lake?" I'm like, "Hell yeah, I want to go ride around the lake. It's 10 miles around the lake." And so I throw on my vest and get all pants, boots, everything. Come downstairs. He goes, "No, bicycles." I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "Okay," and it takes us, I don't know, 5 minutes on a motorcycle to go around that lake. We start riding, and he's on like actual road bike, and I'm on his mountain bike. That was the worst 10 miles ever in my life. I was
That's
dying.
but that's how it is with everything until you do a few, and then your body. I'll tell you, this isn't a good example because every 14er kills me, and my body has acclimated to the point where the last 500 feet, which are always the hardest, obviously, not just because they're the last, but because when you get above 12,000 800 feet, you're above the tree line. So no trees can grow above that. So that's like a marker where you always know, okay, because all of the 14ers are like, none of them go up to 15, 16 in the continental US. They're all like within 14,000, 20 to 14,500. So they're all within just this real close measurement. But when you get to the tree line, you really get a sink in of tired, and you get like, I mean, you're already tired, but you're like, boom, and then keep going. Then you get to that last 500 feet, and you're just like, no.
Is that like oxygen tank type stuff?
I mean, I don't use it. No,
You just take little steps.
There are people who buy these, that you can buy these canisters that are like enough air to do one for the day, where you just kind of give yourself blasts. You buy them
Right.
at any camping shop, whatever.
Yeah,
that
I
actually
used those
work.
when I had COVID.
Yeah, that'd be good for COVID. I never thought of that. They should have marketed that for COVID. What the hell?
Like, we know you can't breathe, but buy this.
Want to breathe? They could have just called it that. Want to breathe?
Want to breathe? Marketing geniuses here.
But, yeah,
Links in the description.
They help. Well, here's what I find helps, and I try and and I've gone out with people who've done a lot less than me, and a couple people have done more than me. But bottom line is, if you need to stop early on, or you've done 2 hours or something, or you're going to make a point where you eat lunch, that's all fine. But if you've already gone through all that and you get to the tree line, by the tree line, you should be rested, have eaten, and be ready to do all the rest of the ascent and get it done. And then you can stop again at the top, but I'm not even talking, I'm talking, don't even take a knee for half a second. If you stop from the tree line to the top, you will just hate yourself, because it's almost impossible to get back up.
Why?
Because your body just goes boom, and like you've got no oxygen and you're just destroyed. And so no matter what you do, even like, dude, you could be firing. I've fired my mind before on tough ones. I've been like, just get up. And then like, you might even feel like you're going to puke for a second. But if you just keep you don't even have to run. You don't have to do anything crazy. Just keep a slow, steady pace at the tree line. Even if you feel like you can go faster, just go slow and steady.
Why do you want to do that? Sounds awful.
It's like the top of the world type feeling, man. It's quite. I'm gotta tell you,
sounds like death.
After you do a couple of them, first of all, man, they keep you in amazing shape. But a lot of people out here do them. It's not something where like, oh yeah, there's like this little group. In fact, I put the website in there earlier. This is by the way, they have the greatest Facebook group ever created, but somebody has to invite you in because it's too much fun. It's like this show. Like, they're so humorous, but there's some good info. But there's that's it right there, 14ers.com. That's a great site to just kind of see what it's all about and learn. But
yeah, I don't ever plan on doing one.
Right, but you can look and see how crazy it is. There's people that do it. There's different routes. There's people that do it in the winter, and there's like descriptions on what to do in the winter.
I mean, it looks great, but I just tell you right now, my knees are so bad that I would probably die. I'd probably dislocate my knees.
Oh man, I've got bad back, bad knees. I still do all this stuff. I think it keeps them in the best shape.
No, like my
I get it.
I was supposed to have surgery on my knees. I was like, no, because everybody I know that gets surgery on them always has worse knees.
Yeah.
There's only one.
Did you price out titanium legs?
No. I'm not Jeff Bezos.
That's what I told myself, is if my legs ever get bad enough or something gives, I'll just be like, dude, how much is the upgrade?
Can I get titanium?
Do those come with batteries so that I don't have to put in the effort?
Have you done Dallas Peak? It's only a 13er.
No, there's a lot of 13ers, man. There's hundreds of 13ers.
So how much further is 13 from 14? Like feet wise?
Enough to kill you when you do these.
13,000 feet.
13s are all, any mountain peak that goes above 13.
Well, because I'm looking at a view. That's a nice view.
All of them are, man.
Well, I'm looking at a 13er.
Yeah.
So yeah, those some nice views.
But yeah, see, that's why you need to not get a pedicure.
No.
You need some calluses built up for these.
Hey, you should take John on a 13er.
I asked, here's Tony. Actually, this is good. I'm going to get your advice. And this time we got 2 minutes, and I really am pulling the plug. So everybody, thank you for joining us. But here it is. Do you think, because I know a couple people, friends of Red Rocks, very well, and I know that in the day it's open, do you think that John and I could potentially tomorrow or someday get up there on the stage and do a quick 20-minute podcast? I think I could.
I think so.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Peace out, everybody.
Looking for Bud Soda, are you going to St. Louis?
He said he was.
Yes, I'll be there. I'm going in the truck, but I'll be there.
Okay. I don't know why, but I'm expecting a story and you not to be there. I hope to God you make it.
Hey, you probably.
But I'm just.
If something happens, I blame you.
Oh Jesus! Something happens to you every day, dude. That's so not fair.
I know, right? like
you got 50 seconds, Steve.
50 seconds.
Well, I was looking into a rental, and they jacked the price from 58 to 98 a day. So now it's like, okay, I might as well just take the damn truck because the price difference doesn't make a damn difference.
Well, I will be there.
Yeah, I'll be there. Yeah. Okay, guys, that's it. I'm going to try and hit it on the. I think it's about. What did we say? 6 seconds it takes to actually end it.
Well, it depends on how quickly you click the end and then
the second one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Brandon, looking forward to seeing you there. Hey, Zach, I know you're already gone, but yeah. Anybody else that is in here, I don't want to scroll up because I'm going to end this. Looking forward to meeting you. And otherwise, we will see you back here next week on Sunday Funday from the house in St. Louis. Bye.